This is Audible.
Hachette Audio presents The Winter Crown by Elizabeth Chadwick, read by Katie Scarf. Chapter 35. Poitiers, Summer 1168. In the wake of the attack, the de Lusignan brothers took to their heels and lived a nomadic existence, travelling from one castle to the next, never spending more than one night in any place, so that they could not be pinned down and brought to justice. Henry left in abeyance the truce he had been organising with the French and his continuing difficulties in Brittany, and rode south at speed. Arriving in Poitiers, mired from the road, he went directly to the church of Saint-Hilaire, and stood before Patrick of Salisbury's grave, his fists clenched and his mouth a straight, thin line. "He was one of my most able commanders," he said to Eleanor. "His loss is a sore blow, God rest his soul, and God rot his murderers in hell." "Amen to that," Eleanor murmured. She saw the exhaustion in his face, the lines of care that had not been there before, and was almost sorry for him. "I cannot stay in person to deal with the matter," he said with impatience. "I do not have the time. Brittany is in turmoil, and I do not trust Louis to keep this truce. I can spare no more than a few days to sort out this mess." It was all in danger of getting away from him, but she could tell he would rather face all the demons of hell than admit to it. He was still determined to exert complete control. "Then a few days will have to do." He scowled and bit at a ragged thumbnail. "I thought sending you into the duchy would quell their rebellious tendencies. I did not expect to have to come here and deal with matters again so soon." She raised her brows. "I hope you are not blaming me." "No," he said tersely. "But your subjects are quarrelsome and difficult to rule." His tone of voice suggested that he thought her no different to them. "It did not prevent you from marrying me," she said. "Indeed, you were eager for the match, as I recall." "Perhaps I was too young to know what I was getting into." "Perhaps I should have thought better of it before it was too late." They glared at each other. Then Henry turned without a word and left the church. Eleanor sighed, lit a candle, and knelt to pray. "I am going to appoint William de Tancarville governor in Patrick's place," Henry announced. "He is experienced in border warfare, and will hold the Lusignan to the point." He lifted his goblet and drank. Washed and changed, he was pacing his chamber at the top of the Maubargeon tower and making plans. Eleanor's lips tightened, but she inclined her head. De Tancarville was another who believed the world revolved around his demands. Nevertheless, he was courtly and courteous, a patron of young knights with chivalric notions. "I need to find someone to take his place in Normandy, but that's less of a problem than dealing with your barons." Eleanor absorbed the jibe without comment. Her barons had always been willful and disinclined to accept a strong rule, be it from man or woman, a fact Henry had known when he married her. "Patrick's nephew, William Marshal," she said. "He survived the ambush, and the Lusignans are demanding a ransom of 30 marks for his return. I told the Countess of Salisbury I would pay the sum." The corner of Henry's mouth rose in a mocking half-smile. "Another of your projects?" She smoothed her sleeve. "I believe him worth cultivating. Both his loyalty and fighting abilities are proven." "You could do worse," he said, "although it remains to be seen if 30 marks is a bargain or not. His father was staunch but inclined to go his own way about it, and his older brother served me well enough." Henry refreshed his cup, and after a moment changed the subject.
"This truce I am negotiating with the French," he said. "One of the terms we have agreed is a betrothal between Richard and Louis's daughter, Alais."
Eleanor's stomach lurched downwards. She stared at him in horror. "Is one son not enough for you?" she demanded. "How could you? I will not agree to this, ever." Henry heaved an exaggerated sigh.
"We discussed all this before, when Harry was betrothed. The match will secure our borders and bring peace. We won't have to worry about French hostility anymore, or whom Louis might select to marry the girl. The daughters you bore him are wed into the Blois family, and we need to counteract that. It will be good for the boys. 2 brothers married to 2 sisters. It will keep our own family ties strong."
The notion of having Louis's daughter as a future Duchess of Aquitaine sickened Eleanor. Even in her Poitevin heartland, he was dictating to her. Richard would never wed Alais. So steely was her resolve in that moment that it immediately settled her down. "As you wish," she said, and had the satisfaction of seeing Henry look taken aback. Clearly he had been prepared for a fight. His eyes narrowed in suspicion, and when she returned his look blandly, he pointed his finger at her. "I warn you not to cross me," he said. "I will be watching." Richard's deep blue gaze widened with shock and then filled with anger and disgust. "Betrothed to Alais of France, the younger sister of my brother's wife. She's a nothing. I won't do it. I don't want to be betrothed to anyone." Eleanor had summoned Richard to her chamber to give him the news. He stood in front of her, his chin jutting with mutiny. He was vibrant and beautiful, and her heart ached. "Your father deems it necessary for peace with France. I cannot go against his decision to make this betrothal, but you are too young to wed." "So was my brother, but it still happened to him," Richard spat. "It will not happen to you," Eleanor said fiercely. "I promise that on the bones of our ancestors. You may have to suffer a betrothal, but it will not lead to a wedding. I swear on my soul." Richard fell silent while he digested her words. Then he said, "When I'm Duke of Aquitaine, I shall do as I please and wed whom I choose." He sent her a forceful look. "No one shall stop me." Eleanor's heart brimmed with love, pride, and sadness at his ferocious intensity. Marriage was always a matter of choice. A political one. Begetting this man-child was one of the rare blessings of her match with Henry, and she would not allow Richard's father to tarnish that brightness. "Indeed," she said, "you will always be a player, never one of the pieces." The August sun beat down upon Poitiers, drawing the blue from the sky until it was a burning white. House timbers were almost too hot to touch, and the dazzle on harness fittings was blinding to those inadvertently caught out. Lizards basked, soaking up the heat. Dogs sprawled in the shade under carts, and people retreated to the depths of their dwellings to await the lessening of the sun's intensity. Within the ducal palace, protected by the insulation of thick stone walls, Eleanor was holding court, Richard at her side, a golden coronet binding his red-gold hair. Negotiations were still continuing with the French, as was sporadic warfare, and Henry was in Normandy dealing with the situation. William de Tancarville had been working to control the Poitevin rebels and had seen off the threat posed by the Lusignan faction, for the time being at least. Eleanor was not optimistic that their ambitious, warlike tendencies would remain quelled for long, but all was relatively quiet for the moment. The next petitioner summoned to the dais by the ushers was Patrick of Salisbury's recently ransomed nephew, William Marshal, who had returned to Poitiers 2 days ago, his captors having been paid the requisite 30 marks. Eleanor had sent the young man new clothes from her livery cupboards, and he was dressed in a fresh shirt of soft linen, a rust-red tunic, and close-fitting blue chausses. He walked up the hall, the slight check in his step, a sign that he was still recovering from the leg injury he had received during the skirmish that had killed his uncle. He knelt without difficulty, however, and bowed his head. She noted with approval that he had taken care with his appearance beyond the clothes. His neatly trimmed brown hair, his clean-shaven jaw, and an astringent aroma of herbs suggested time spent in a bath and the services of a barber. Closer up, she noted the dark shadows under his eyes, and he was thinner than before his ordeal, but he still possessed that vital, resilient spark. "Come, sit by me." With a sweep of her sleeve, she indicated a stool at her left-hand side, lower than her chair, but still a place of privilege. "Now we have you returned to us, we must consider your future." "Madam." He did as she bade him, managing to fold himself into the position with grace, despite the length of his limbs. "I know you have nothing to your name," she said gently. She saw the flicker of trepidation swiftly concealed and knew its reason. A knight who had nothing could easily become nothing, and more than trepidation, she recognized his pain at having to admit he was beholden for his freedom. "Madam, that is true, saving my honour." Eleanor acknowledged his reply with a smile. "Well, your honour is worth the highest ransom in itself, and I intend to help you make your way in the world. You will need equipment if you are to serve and protect me as courageously as you served your valiant uncle." William said nothing, but his jaw was taut. "I now stand in his place and take on the responsibility of seeing to your welfare and equipping you. You have become mine." "Madam, it is a great honour and privilege you set before me, one I can never repay." "The debt is mine," she replied, "and you can repay it best by serving me well. I had your spare destrier cared for during your absence, and I gift you with a replacement stallion for the one you lost, as well as a palfrey and a sumpter. They are waiting for you in my stable." Sudden tears swam in his eyes, and he swallowed. "Forgive me, madam. I am overwhelmed by your kindness. I never thought to be offered such things." "I would be foolish not to bestow them on you and bind you to my service," she said with a shake of her head and a smile. "It is not all kindness, William." His genuine response moved her and reinforced her opinion of him. The court was full of dissembling and sycophancy and the power play of young men striving to climb fortune's wheel by stepping on their companions. William had an easy way. He instinctively knew the right thing to say at the right time, but his tears and the ragged edge to his voice were proof to her of much greater depth. "You must be measured for your new hauberk," she said, "and order what you desire from my armourers in the way of weapons and accoutrements. See my chancellor, and he will issue you the necessary writs." She reached down to the side of her chair and produced a leather pouch, fat with coins. "This is for your immediate expenses. From this moment forth, you are a waged knight of my household." Having given him the purse, she waited until he had composed himself, and then she took his hands between hers and gave him the kiss of peace on his smooth, shaven cheek. Rosemary, she thought, and pine. "We will talk later." He bowed from her presence, and she watched him leave with warmth in her heart and a smile on her lips. For the outlay of a modest sum of money and some pieces of good equipment, she had just detached to her entourage a young man of high caliber and talent, and she was well satisfied with her bargain. She turned to Richard. "Mark the men you believe will be useful to you," she said. Treat them well, and they will repay you 100-fold. He gave her an innocent look. Like Papa treated Thomas Becket? You reap what you sow, she replied. I think you understand. Yes, Mamma. Only give power to men you trust, and always make sure you have more than they do. Eleanor smiled. Just so, she said. Chapter 36. Poitiers, January 1169. Wrapped in a sable-lined cloak, Eleanor looked out from her window in the Maubergent Tower on a bitter winter's morning, with frost silvering the roofs and covering the ground like gritty loaf sugar. In the grey dawn, William Marshall was blowing on his hands as he supervised the assembly of a pack train of sumpter horses and servants. He wore his own heavy winter cloak, a gift from her at Christmas, and a fur-edged cap pulled well down over his ears. Eleanor had witnessed a change in him since his return from captivity. The arrogance of young knighthood had developed into something more mature and serious, although he still had that heart-melting smile and that gleam in his eyes. She was giving him great responsibility by trusting him to take Richard to his father at Montmirail, where a conference was to be held with the French, aimed at securing future peace and stability for all. She watched him go to his new destrier, stroke its face, and blow his breath in its nostrils. Beausier was a powerful dark bay, by far the best in her stable. Many knights above William in seniority did not own a war-horse of this quality. He had cost Eleanor more than William's ransom, but she had wanted him to have the best. The stallion nosed William, seeking a titbit, and he produced a piece of bread on the flat of his hand. Observing the pride on the young knight's face as he took a moment with his horse, Eleanor smiled with the pleasure of knowing they were both hers. As if sensing her scrutiny, William raised his head and glanced towards her window. He patted the stallion's neck, spoke briefly to his squire, and set off towards the tower. Eleanor withdrew from the embrasure and went to sit before the fire at her tapestry frame. The pair of dozing gazehounds raised their heads and thumped their tails on the floor. Not wanting to encourage them to climb in her lap, she ignored them. Moments later, her chamberlain ushered William into her presence. "Madam," William said, and knelt, immediately becoming the dog's victim as they greeted him with enthusiastic licks and wags. Laughing at his plight, Eleanor bade him rise and join her on the bench. He fondled the dogs, speaking their names and rubbing their ears, while they pushed at him and swiped him with their tongues, demanding affection. "Is everything ready?" she asked. "Yes, madam, all is prepared." He smiled ruefully. "I have a new appreciation of my father's skills after organizing all this." "I did not know him well, but enough to recognize him as a resourceful man." "Indeed he was, madam. He had to be." Eleanor had heard the story of how William had nearly been hanged as a child when taken hostage for his father's pledge of faith to King Stephen. John Fitzgilbert had broken that faith because of his more binding promise of allegiance to Henry and the Angevin cause, and only King Stephen's soft heart had kept William from the gallows. William must know a great deal about the cost of loyalty, and she suspected it had given him a deeper strength on which to draw. "I am entrusting you with the care of my son," she said, "to protect him on the road and to deliver him whole to his father." "With my life, madam, I swear." "I know you mean that with more than words." She removed a ring from her middle finger and put it in his hand, together with a pouch of silver for expenses on the journey. "I want you to report back to me on what you see and hear at Montmirail. I am not asking you to be my spy, but I want you to observe and garner impressions, and I wish to know how my sons comport themselves." A look of keen understanding crossed his face. "I shall be glad to serve you, madam." "I leave it to your discretion." William knelt to her again and left the room, his step smooth and confident. Eleanor resumed her seat before the fire and gazed into the red heat. She had spent Christmas in Poitiers, while Henry had celebrated the feast at Argentan. Another Christmas apart, further widening the gap between them, and she had been perfectly content to let it be so. Presiding over her own court, she had enjoyed the company and the merriment, the games, the songs, the camaraderie of a gathering where the Normans, Angevins, and English were the outsiders. She had not missed Henry, and the only minor cloud in her sky was that although she was Queen of England, Duchess of Normandy, Countess of Anjou, all those titles had an empty ring when Henry had marginalized her in Aquitaine. She was not invited to this conference at Montmirail, but her sons were. Harry was to do homage to Louis for Normandy and France, and Geoffrey would do the same to his father for Brittany. Richard would kneel to Louis for Aquitaine and be betrothed to his daughter Alais. Eleanor's gorge rose whenever she thought of that particular term of the treaty. She remained determined it would never come to marriage. Richard arrived to bid her farewell, his eyes bright with anticipation. He was dressed for the journey in a heavy cloak lined with squirrel fur, and a hat of blue wool, the brow band embroidered with golden lions and eagles. A tooled belt with a fine new dagger girded his waist. "Comport yourself as a prince of Aquitaine and the son of a king," she said. Her heart overflowed. "I want to hear well of you when you return to Poitiers." "Yes, Mamma," Richard said with short patience. "I know my part." Embracing him, she felt his recoil. He thought she was making a fuss, and he was too manly now for that. Her pride tinged with the sadness of watching her chick prepare to leave the nest. She came to the courtyard to see him off and give him into William Marshall's care. The latter had donned his hauberk and surcoat under his cloak, and had buckled on his sword, ready for business. In public now, Richard knelt to Eleanor, and she took his hands between hers, and gave him the kiss of peace, in the manner of a lord to a vassal. She watched him ride out with his entourage, the knights glittering in their hauberks as if encased in frost, the banners fluttering red and gold, and the line of attendants and soldiers clouded in a vapour of misty breath. When the road was finally empty, Eleanor returned to her fire and her younger children, Ali, Joanna, and John. But she did not intend to be idle or to mope. Even in the dead of winter, she had plans afoot for spring. A month later, the weather was still cold, but with a scent in the air suggestive of winter's end and of life stirring in seed and root, in den and barnyard. Eleanor had been poring over plans for a new great hall in the palace complex, a space fine and beautiful to reflect the power and grace of the Duchess of Aquitaine, and large enough to encompass the dealings of the court and provide room for banquets and gatherings. She especially wanted it to outshine the Great Hall at Westminster. The masons were due to arrive next week, and she was eager for work to begin. She studied her youngest son, who sat on a fleece rug near her feet, making marks on a slate with a piece of mason's chalk as he chattered to himself. For a 2-year-old, he had an extensive vocabulary. What inheritance Henry would provide for this last son, when the lands had already been parcelled out to the older siblings, she did not know, unless it be a bishop's mitre or somewhere far-flung such as Ireland or Jerusalem. He glanced up, saw her watching, and immediately covered his work from her view. A secretive child was John. his ways so different from the open boldness of his older brothers. Her chamberlain arrived and stooped to murmur that the party from Argentan had returned, bringing Harry with them. Her heart kicked into a faster rhythm, and apprehension mingled with pleasure as she bade her sons be brought to her chamber. They arrived, tired from their ride, but still full of themselves. Eleanor received a shock when she set eyes on Harry, because he was taller than she was, and by a full head. A line of light bronze hair fuzzed his top lip. His skin wore an oily bloom and a few blemishes, but his eyes were every shade of blue from sky to sea, and he had become handsome in the way a grown male was handsome. She could see Henry in him clearly, but oh, she could see herself too, and his smile was beautiful. "Mama?" He knelt to her. His voice had changed too, no longer a boy's. "Who is this man that calls me mother?" she asked with a breathless laugh on the verge of tears. Harry's complexion reddened. "A future king, Mamma," he said with pride. "Papa says that after my next year day he is going to have me anointed and declared king at his side." Behind him, Richard slouched as if bored, but his face was taut with irritation. Richard was big and strong for his age, but Harry's growth spurt had given him the advantage, and the added promise of kingship was not sitting well with Richard's notions of dominance. Geoffrey merely looked speculative. "So then my father will be the old king, and I will be the new one," Harry said with a slight smirk. "Do not let him hear you say that," Eleanor said, but had to stop herself from smiling. "Oh, but I did, and he laughed," Harry said with a grin. "And then he had to prove he was still the strongest by beating me at arm wrestling. Of course I let him win." Eleanor shook her head. That was typical. Men and their constant attempts to dominate each other and everyone else. If Henry had laughed, it would have been more like a snarl. She wanted to smooth the scowl from Richard's face, but the resentment in him was too strong for such a gesture to be of any use. Better to let the brothers relax with food, wine, and comfort, and then tend to their self-esteem. Later that evening, when her young men had retired, Eleanor sent for William Marshall and bade him make his report. He had exchanged his mail for a warm tunic of rust-red wool, and, with his gilded belt and gold rings on his fingers, was every inch the courtier. Eleanor gestured him to sit with her at the fireside. "I have heard all about Argentan from my sons and advisers," she said, "but now I will have your impressions." "Madam," William's dark gaze met hers, "your sons comported themselves as princes and were a credit to you. I heard many comments upon their nobility and fine looks." "I would expect that." Her acknowledgment was tinged with impatience. Even were it not true, men would still spout such compliments within hearing. "Indeed, madam, the lords of Blois were not overjoyed to witness the betrothal of my Lord Richard to the Princess Allais, but there was nothing they could do to prevent it. Both kings were very satisfied with the situation." As they would be, she thought with contempt. "And Allais?" "She is a pretty child," William said, "and so quiet her presence was barely remarked upon. Her conduct was modest and appropriate." A mouse, then, and malleable, but not what she wanted for Richard. "The homage-taking went smoothly also." "What are you not telling me?" She studied his face. "I asked you for honesty, yet I feel you are withholding things from me." William shook his head. "I have left nothing out, madam. There is little enough to tell. Your sons comported themselves well in public, and you would have been proud of them." "And out of public?"
He gave a rueful shrug. I used to fight with my brothers all the time when we were boys, but we were, and still are, united for the good of our family. You expect spirited horses to pull on the reins. Whatever quarrels there were of the usual kind and not worth reporting. She pursed her lips. My sons told me that the king's reconciliation with the Archbishop of Canterbury was not a success. No, madam. William looked pensive. Everyone thought that the quarrel would be resolved at last. The Archbishop had sworn to make his peace with the king, but when it came to taking the oath, he balked and said he would serve the king in everything, saving the honour of God. Eleanor clucked her tongue, irritated at the folly of men who refused to compromise. The Archbishop left Argentown with King Louis, but without his approval or favour. Everyone's patience is at an end. It should never have come to this, she said. Becket was a millstone around their necks. She supposed he thought he would be needed when it came to crowning Harry, and was expecting to win in the end. Little did he understand his opposition. Was Rosamond de Clifford with the king? A flush crept up William's throat. It is not something I would ask my sons, but I will know both the official business and the gossip of the court. Yes, madam, the lady was there, William replied with obvious discomfort. I did not see her. She was kept in seclusion, but she had a tent near the king's. So, the great affair was still continuing, and his mistress had been present at this prestigious gathering, while she, Queen of England, Duchess of Normandy and Countess of Anjou, mother of the sons swearing allegiance, was left in the cold. What kind of example did that set? What did it say of a man that he left his queen at home and brought his whore? After William had gone, Eleanor sat by the fire and quietly took herself to task. What did matter in all this was that she was Duchess of Aquitaine in her own right, not Henry's. What did matter was that her sons would rule over a glittering empire, and they were her flesh and blood as much, if not more, than Henry's. And when she thought like that, he could not touch her, whatever he did. Henry came south to Poitou, and once more turned his attention to dealing with insurgents. With brutal determination, he brought the Counts of Angoulême and La Marche to heel, and continued to pursue other pockets of rebellion. One warm spring morning in April, Eleanor watched William Marshal teaching her sons and the youths of the household how to spar on horseback using swords and clubs. William had a way with the youngsters, and they were all enjoying themselves and learning at the same time. He was what they aspired to be. They all wanted to achieve his level of prowess and skill, to make something difficult look as easy and casual as he did. A simple flick of the wrist, a particular twist on the rein. Richard in particular was very driven, but trying too hard and making mistakes. Henry's new deputy, William de Tancarville, joined her to watch. He was in Poitiers for a couple of days, replenishing supplies while waiting for Henry to return from his latest expedition to the hinterland. "You cannot take the boy out of the man," he said with a chuckle as they watched William fighting off 3 at once and laughing. "I think that is part of his success," she said. "But there is more to him than that." She gave him an interrogative look. "You trained him, did you not?" He folded his arms. "Yes, and it wasn't always easy. Like all young lads, he had to be licked into shape. He had an excellent grounding from his father, but he needed honing and maturity." De Tancarville grinned. "My men used to tell me that any man who took him on as a hearth-knight was a fool, because William would eat him out of house and home to no good return. I lost count of the times we had to kick him out of bed or haul him away from the kitchen door.
He watched William teaching the youths how to make a particular sword blow on a difficult turn.
It wasn't that he was lazy, more that he picked things up so quickly that he easily grew bored. In truth, I never had a squire who learned as fast as he did, and knew how to deal the blows after a single demonstration. He was often picked on because of his skill, but it never soured his good nature. I told those who said he would come to nothing that one day they would eat their words, and I was right.
But even so, you did not keep him as a half-knight after his training. De Tancarville shook his head.
Even I can only keep so many young knights in my entourage, and he had a sponsor in Patrick, God rest his soul. I knew William would make his way in the world.
Perhaps he is destined for greater things yet, she said, and turned at a shout from the gate. Henry was back. Her stomach churned with conflicting emotions, anticipation, trepidation, defensiveness and anger. What she desired to feel was indifference, but the more she tried, the more elusive it became, rather like her son's efforts to manage the moves William Marshall was demonstrating with such ease. Tired and dusty, Henry eased himself into the warm bath that Eleanor had organised in his chamber. A narrow board was spread across the middle of the tub, on which servants had set out platters of bread and chicken. He looked well, for he was lean and tough, from days spent in the saddle, and his freckled skin wore a pale golden glow. Once she would have shared the tub with him, and they would have enjoyed an intimate meal of laughter and conversation, followed by delicious love-making. Such closeness was now a thing of the past, like a song which she remembered the tune of, but when she tried to sing it, she couldn't. However, she brought him soft white soap of Castile, scented with oil of roses, and a fresh jug of hot water. "Now you have quelled the worst of the rebellion," she said. "I think I should go on progress and show my face to the people so that they see me as well as your iron fist. I shall bring Richard with me and give him a prominent place at my side so that they may know my heir. He is ready, I think." Henry gestured assent.
"As you wish. Just don't get ambushed again."
Eleanor bristled at his tone, which managed to suggest that it was her fault it had happened the first time. "Surely not if you have mopped up all the rebels," she said sweetly. "Besides, I have William Marshall for protection."
"Ah, the dashing young knight."
Henry took a chicken leg and bit into the roasted golden skin.
"I was impressed by him at Montmirail," he said around a mouthful of meat. "You made a good bargain when you ransomed him."
She raised an eyebrow. "Mostly I am a good judge of men." A pity that judgment had deserted her when she married Henry. He grunted, leaving her to interpret the sound as she would, and when he had finished eating, left the bath and stood impatiently while the servants dressed him in a soft shirt and loose robe. He picked up the copy of the Chanson de Roland that lay on the coffer.
"Warlike reading," he said.
"Richard studying it. He was very keen to know that Roland's sword and the Oliphant horn are relics of Aquitaine." She looked wry. "He also has a burning desire to go and fight Saracens like both his grandsires did." Henry turned a few pages before putting the book down.
"Well, that is a noble undertaking, but one he may yet grow out of."
He went to pour himself a cup of wine.
"Becket is still being obdurate," he said after a moment. "I had more letters yesterday. He is holding out because he thinks I cannot crown Harry without him, but no law of God says I must have the coronation performed by the Archbishop of Canterbury."
"But you still need a papal dispensation. You do not want anyone to declare Harry's coronation invalid." Henry gave an impatient shrug.
"I have a second archbishop in that of York. Pont l'Evêque will be willing even if Becket isn't, and I have my dispensation, Pope Alexander granted it to me years ago in return for my favour."
Eleanor did not think that the Pope had intended the dispensation to be used in such circumstances, but still, as a document in the hand, it was valuable leverage. "What about Marguerite? Is she to be crowned too?" Henry stroked his chin.
"That remains to be seen. Louis is desperate for his daughter to be made a queen, but he will want the Archbishop of Canterbury to perform the ceremony to make it binding. So he will put pressure on Thomas to reconcile with me too."
"You think Thomas will capitulate?" Henry exhaled with irritation.
"God knows. Behind my back he excommunicates my bishops and threatens an interdict. He says he will obey me in all things saving his oath to the Church. Well and good. I say in that case I am willing to have him back in all things saving the kiss of peace."
Eleanor knew that no kiss of peace meant Henry would not guarantee Becket's safety in England, and that he would still shun him. It was like watching two stags run against each other and lock horns, both seeking the advantage and neither able to gain one. He began his customary pacing.
"I've been thinking about the children," he said as he turned. "The younger ones."
Eleanor was immediately suspicious. Henry's policies concerning their offspring were usually destined to give him power and take it from her.
"Indeed." "Since there has been so much unrest, and since they both require an education, I am sending them to Fontevraud for a while. John might have a career in the church, depending on what happens, and it will suit his needs whether he does or not."
A nostalgic look softened the usual sharpness in his eyes.
"I often stayed there as a child when my parents were otherwise occupied. You would not have to make arrangements during your progress, and be constantly worried for them."
Eleanor eyed him. It might also mean that he did not want her influencing them too much. Nevertheless, she could see the advantages, and she too loved Fontevraud. "I think it a good notion," she said after a pause. "I shall write to the abbess."
"Good."
He wandered around the chamber, touching this and that, while silence lengthened between them. What was there to say? They had no reason to sleep together, because there were no children to beget. All business they needed to discuss had been dealt with. Eventually, Henry left the room and went to join his cronies. Eleanor watched the laundress gather up his travel-stained linens and take them away to be washed. A lingering aroma of acrid male sweat permeated the atmosphere, a smell that at one time had made her almost queasy with desire. Now, with a different queasiness, she desperately needed to be out of the room. Having ordered her women to burn incense to purify the air, she took her cloak and went for a walk, Marquisa accompanying her. Passing through the hall, she saw that her 3 eldest sons had joined their father and his entourage, and were revelling in the hard masculine company, puffing out their chests and pretending to be men. Henry's arm was across Harry's shoulder, but he was talking to all of them. He glanced briefly at Eleanor, but his attention was for his sons. He would take them all, she thought bitterly. Pretending she had not noticed, she entered the tower on the other side and climbed to the battlements, where she could gaze out over all of Poitiers, shining in the spring sun. The sight gave her sustenance and calmed her turmoil. Henry would be gone on the morrow. She was still recovering her breath from the climb when Hamlin joined her. He had been among the men downstairs, but had obviously seen and followed her.
"Your new hall has grown apace since last I was here," he said, nodding at the timber scaffolding caging the building works.
"We have made a good start," she agreed, "especially now the fine weather is here. I cannot wait to hold a great summer banquet and hear the troubadours sing their lies."
"Indeed, that would be an experience to savour," he said. "I intend building a new keep on my Yorkshire estates when I return to England." And will you hold banquets with troubadours? She teased. Smiling, he leaned against the stonework. Not in the way of Poitiers, but fitting, I hope.
Eleanor was gently amused. Hamlin had a preference for plain food, albeit of fine quality. Give him a perfectly baked loaf, a hunk of cheese from cows grazed on lush pastures, and a decent wine, and he was supremely content. No spices or food in decorated disguise for him. Banquets were a symbol of status, endured rather than hosted for personal pleasure. I trust Isabel is well. He rubbed the back of his neck. That is why I followed you, he said, to speak on her behalf. She is with child again, and was very sick when she crossed from England. She is resting at Colombier. It is peaceful there, and it would cheer her greatly to see you. Of course I shall visit, and as soon as I am able. She is dear to me both as a sister and a friend. The sickness of early pregnancy could be vile. Hamlin was often overprotective of his wife, who looked fragile but in reality was as strong as an ox. She gave him a mock frown. We have barely spoken since you married her and took her away. He grinned. I will not apologize to you for that. I would not expect you to. Impulsively she kissed his cheek. I am pleased for you both. Such closeness in a match is rare indeed. I know my good fortune, and thank God for it. The air between them filled with the tension of unspoken words, bridled because neither wanted to be compromised. Eleanor turned once more to the glittering view spread below the walls of her tower. Indeed, she said, count your blessings. Next day, Henry departed with a baggage train of laden pack-ponies. The knights rode side by side, row upon row in glittering harness, followed by sergeants in leather jackets and quilted tunics. Richard, Harry, and Geoffrey joined the troop and rode with the army for a few miles, escorted by William Marshal. As the dust settled behind the last horse, Eleanor breathed a sigh of relief, but felt bereft too, because it seemed she was always the one left standing in the dust. Chapter 37. Colombier, Anjou, Summer 1169. It was a glorious summer day, steeped in sunshine. Furry bees burrowed among the roses and lavender, collecting bulging trousers of golden pollen. Isabel sat with Eleanor in the castle's pleasance while the children played around them. Isabel's eldest daughter and namesake, Belle, had just turned 4 years old, a beautiful little girl, her hair dark like Isabel's, but rippled with amber lights. She and Allie were deeply absorbed in a game with their dolls. Under the eye of their nurses, Belle's younger brother Will and his cousin John were building a tower from wooden blocks. Isabel's new baby, another girl, christened Adela for her grandmother, slept in her cradle in the shade of a fig tree, watched over by a nurse. She had arrived a fortnight early, and Eleanor had not been present for the birth, but had ridden into Colombier to find her new niece already thriving in the world. I am sorry Hamlin will not see her for a while yet, Isabel said. And he will be sorry too, because he dotes on the children. I've never seen such a fond father. Eleanor raised her eyebrows. Doting on small children is not usually a masculine trait, especially when those children are daughters. They are his haven from his duties. He comes to us to be cleansed and to find himself again. Like washing your hands after a day spent grubbing in mire, Eleanor said neutrally. Isabel bit her lip. I did not mean it like that. There are fewer burdens on him. He can sit the children on his knee and watch me sew and fall asleep if he wants to. At court he has to be on his guard all the time.
He is the king's brother, and men are always seeking things from him. He shields the king, too, and that takes its toll.
Henry won't notice or thank him, Eleanor said. Henry takes it all as his due. Hamlin renders it as his duty, because that is his purpose. He does not begrudge that, but every man needs a haven, somewhere he can retreat and find peace. Henry would rather hunt his horses into the ground and ride other women than come home to his family, Eleanor said, and then looked away. He may do as he chooses. It no longer matters to me. Isabel gave her a searching look. I do not believe that is true, because if it did not, you would not look so grim.
You are foolish, Eleanor snapped.
Am I? It seems to me that it matters a great deal. Eleanor was horrified to feel tears prickle her eyes.
It only matters where it applies to issues of land and inheritance, she said brusquely.
But surely, too, in what is due to you as yourself. I speak as your friend, and as your sister by marriage.
Eleanor dropped her gaze. Isabel was indeed a true friend, who would not seek favours of her and exploit their bond, but she did not trust her to keep quiet with Hamlin. While she and Henry had numerous secrets and angry grudges boiling between them, Isabel and Hamlin had none. Isabel shared everything with him, and sooner or later, whatever she said would get back to Henry, because Hamlin's first loyalty was to his brother.
I know you do, and I thank you for your care, she said.
Henry is what he is, and nothing will change him.
I thought when we first married that he could be moulded. He was a very young man, and I did not know him, but I realize what a vain hope it was. And when you realize your hopes are in vain, of course you care, but it also means it does not matter, because you will never have what you want.
Oh, Eleanor.
I warned you not to pity me, she said, her voice developing a ragged edge. I have my own path to tread, and I have my children.
But you are taking them to Fonfro.
Only John and Joanna, and only for a little while. They will be safe there while I go on progress with Richard and then to Normandy. Of course I shall visit them, but this is a practical solution. And Ali will stay with me too. Isabel could not imagine doing that with any of her children, but she and Eleanor had different responsibilities and attitudes. At least John and Joanna would have each other. I need to move freely without constant worry and heartache, Eleanor said. John's future may lie with the church, and this will be a good time to discover if he has a vocation. And Joanna, well, a mother should not become too attached to her daughters. Parting with Matilda was a great grief to me, and it will be the same when Ali goes to her marriage. Her voice caught. Negotiations are already afoot with Castile, and it will not be long.
You are putting on a brave face, Isabel said. I could not do that.
Eleanor made no reply. Isabel would have to if the right dynastic marriage came along and Hamlin chose to send their girls away. They say a woman's daughters are hers for life, and perhaps that is true for some, when they can live close to each other and visit often. But a queen must send hers into the world, and it is the sons who sustain her and become her glory. She glanced at Richard, who was playing with some other youths, watched over by William Marshall. They were engrossed in a game in which they had to try and touch their opponent while avoiding being touched themselves, and Richard was like lightning, so quick, so physically intuitive. Servants arrived with a tray of small, crumbly pastries and wine that had been cooling in the castle well. The baby woke and began to fret. Isabel lifted her from the cradle, opened her gown, and put her to suckle. "Don't you have a wet nurse?" Eleanor was astonished. Isabel shook her head. "I would rather feed them myself. I know what goes into them is of me, and it nurtures them.
Why would I have milk in my breasts and not use it for the purpose intended?
And what does Hamlin say?
He thinks it is good that a child should suckle the milk of its mother's nobility.
But it means you are at the beck and call of a nursing child all hours of the day, and a woman who is giving suck is not supposed to lie with a man. Isabel blushed, but held her ground.
That is the law, but you are not telling me everyone obeys it. Besides, there are other ways, and Hamlin is in the field with Henry. By the time he returns, Adela will be weaning onto goat's milk.
Eleanor marvelled at Isabel. She had never suckled any of hers, not even Richard. There had always been a wet nurse waiting on hand to take the child, so that Eleanor would be ready to conceive again the moment she had been churched. Watching the baby nuzzling Isabel's milk-heavy breast, seeing the tenderness in Isabel's expression as the child began to nurse, Eleanor felt a pang of regret.
Isabel changed the subject. You certainly got a bargain when you paid the ransom and bought the service of that young knight.
Eleanor glanced round. The game had turned to wrestling. William was adroitly avoiding Richard's assault and teaching him how to twist out of a particular hold.
He is a valued part of the household, she said. I sometimes receive the impression he is marking his time. He could perform his duties with one hand tied behind his back. When I give him permission to attend a tourney, he never returns empty-handed.
She smiled at Isabel. Strange to think your mother is his aunt by marriage.
He could have been in my and Hamlin's entourage, Isabel said with a mischievous twinkle.
Eleanor wagged her finger.
He is mine, she warned, laughing. No matter how much you bid, you are not having him back. That valuable?
Let us say a sound investment that will gain value with time.
Isabel deftly transferred the baby to her other breast. Have you heard any more about Richard going to France?
Eleanor bristled. Henry may have made that covenant with Louis, but I will not have the heir to Aquitaine raised at the French court, whatever he says.
I did not think so, Isabel replied. But knowing Henry, I wondered what choice you have.
Eleanor firmed her lips and watched the children at play. Isabel's little daughter was trying to interest John and her brother in playing a ball game. John grasped the ball of soft leather strips and, with a shout, threw it in the flower bed. Henry may believe I must do his will, but Richard stays here, she said with quiet conviction. I know this as I know my heart beats in my body. You would have to wrench it from my chest before I would allow such a thing to happen. Chapter 38. Caen, February 1170. On a cold day on the cusp of spring, bleak but with glimmers of a brighter light behind the clouds, Henry prepared to return to England. He hadn't set foot there for 4 years, but preparations to crown Harry were afoot, and there were pressing matters of government with which to deal. 40 ships stood ready to transport the court to England, although Harry would not follow his father until the summer. Eleanor had ridden north to Caen at Henry's summons. He had intimated in his letter to her that he needed her help, and her curiosity was piqued, because for him to admit that, he must be in a tight corner. When Eleanor arrived with her entourage, the great donjon at Caen Castle was bustling with retainers about the business of packing for the move, and as usual gave the impression of chaos, although there was an underlying semblance of organisation if one looked more closely. Richard gazed around, sniffing the air like a hound in a strange but interesting place. Eleanor prepared to dismount, and William Marshall was immediately at her stirrup. She paid him little heed, for her attention was all on the 2 youths advancing across the bailey. Harry had grown again, and walked with an assured confidence that was almost a swagger. He was nearly 15 years old, a similar age to his father when the latter had crossed to England on his first impromptu battle campaign. At his side, his bastard half-brother Geoffrey wore a quilted tunic, a dagger slung low at his left hip. He had already cultivated a beard, albeit sparse and downy. Both young men knelt to her. She gestured them to rise and embraced Harry. Geoffrey lowered his gaze and took a step back. "Well," she said, "my young king in waiting." Harry puffed out his chest. "Not for much longer, Mamma." "Indeed not." Harry embraced Richard, who had dismounted in his own time. "Papa's bought me a new horse, a stallion," Harry said, his countenance bright with pleasure and a little smug. "Do you want to see him?" Richard's expression was torn between enthusiasm and envy. Not wanting to appear impressed or eager, he shrugged. "If you want." Eleanor watched her sons and their bastard half-brother head off in the direction of the stables. "Go with them," she said to William Marshall. "Keep an eye." "Madam." William bowed and departed. Eleanor followed an usher to the chamber prepared for her. Braziers had been lit, but had yet to take the chill from the day, and the wind direction was creating a cold draught on the tower stairs. Her bed and some of her baggage had arrived yesterday, but had yet to be arranged, and although the room was ready for use in a basic form, it was not particularly welcoming. She huddled into the warmth of her cloak and went to gaze out of the window. Charcoal-coloured clouds scudded across a paler grey sky, populated by a few wind-tossed seagulls. From a distance, she saw Henry advancing on her, immediately recognisable by his short cloak and his brisk stride. A woman crossed his path, and he paused to speak to her. Her gown was the colour of Speedwell's, and her hair was covered by a full wimple of white linen. Eleanor's eyesight was not as sharp as it had been, and she could not be sure, but she thought he touched her face. The woman moved on with a swift glance over her shoulder at the tower. She clambered into a waiting litter and was borne out of the castle gates. Eleanor narrowed her eyes. Turning from the window, she instructed her women to fasten the shutters and light more candles. Moments later, Henry breezed into the chamber and with a swift command bade everyone rise from their obeisance. "I am glad you are here," he said to Eleanor without preamble. "We have been looking out for you these past 2 days." He came to her, gave her a perfunctory kiss on the cheek, and moved away. "We made the best pace we could." She wondered why, if he had been looking out for her for the past 2 days, he had not removed his mistress from the vicinity before now. If he was glad to see her, it was for political, not personal reasons. "I did not want to ride the horses to exhaustion." Servants arrived with small pastries and a flagon of spiced wine. Eleanor took her cup and went to stand before a brazier to absorb the heat. She had become accustomed to sunshine and warmer climes in Poitiers. This February morning in Normandy made her bones ache. "When do you sail?" "Early next week, if the wind holds. I shall leave Harry in your care, and also his wife." His gaze lit on a box of books, and he stopped to investigate the titles. "Is she here?" Eleanor tried to keep the distaste from her voice. "Not yet, but she will be arriving soon. I want you to care for her among your women while she and Harry grow accustomed to each other." "Have you decided what to do about crowning her with Harry?" Henry picked up a book and turned a couple of pages. "I have a mind to crown Harry without Marguerite. She is but 12 years old. It will be more appropriate to make her queen when she is older and ready to assume all the duties entailed." "Louis will not be pleased." He let out an impatient breath. "I can deal with Louis, but he does not have to know yet.
Better to leave the choice open and prepare for a double coronation, even if there won't be one."
He waved a dismissive hand.
"Let the girl have some new gowns out of it. It is not as if she is never going to be queen."
Eleanor nodded with satisfaction. She was content with such a state of affairs because it meant she remained sole Queen of England and could bring better influence to bear on her daughter-in-law. "I take it Thomas Becket will not be performing the ceremony." Henry looked at her as if she had given him vinegar to drink.
"I have no need of him when I have a dispensation to have Harry crowned by whomsoever I choose."
"I heard he has excommunicated the bishops designated to crown Harry, and that he intends putting England under interdict."
"Huh! What he intends and what happens are two different things."
Henry closed the book and, picking up his wine, came to stand at the brazier.
"That is why I have need of your diplomacy and skill."
"Indeed?" Eleanor's smile was acerbic. "That is a novelty. Your usual view is that I am an interfering woman who should keep to her sewing and innocuous pleasant chat with envoys and bishops." Henry scowled at first, but then his gaze warmed with reluctant humour.
"That is true, if I am being honest."
"Are you?" She gave him a hard look. The harsh winter weather had roughened his cheeks, and his eyes were bloodshot from standing too close to smoky fires and spending too many nights straining to work in dim candlelight. There was barely a glimpse in him of the limber, smooth-skinned youth she had married. But then she too had aged and lost her optimism.
"It is your duty to support me and our heirs."
She sipped her wine and watched the smoke twirl up from the coals. Had his mother still been alive, he would have used her to govern Normandy. He had summoned her from Poitiers because he had no other choice. He was right about the duty she owed, but his decisions were all about his schemes and plans, and not paths she would have chosen. "What do you want me to do?"
"Becket will try to prevent Harry's coronation. He wants to force me to let him keep that blasted saving God's dignity oath, which I will never do. He will attempt to serve notice of interdict the instant my feet touch English soil. I want you to prevent any cleric with orders from Becket from crossing the sea. Until that notice makes landfall, no clergy in England are bound to obey it. If I can stop him and the Pope from interfering, our son will be anointed king, and their quiver will be short of arrows indeed."
"They will claim it is not legal in the eyes of God," Eleanor warned.
"It will be no more than squawking of old women," Henry said contemptuously.
Eleanor inclined her head. "As you wish. I will have the ports watched and have my knights detain anyone who might prove a threat."
"The Bishop of Worcester in particular, so my informants tell me."
He raised a cautionary forefinger.
"Treat anyone you capture with diplomacy, and do not tell them I have ordered their detention."
Eleanor curled her lip. He was placing her in the role of queen as intermediary and peacekeeper, but making her his scapegoat into the bargain. "So you draw me here to do your underhand work and take the blame?"
"You are here to share the work of ensuring that our son is crowned," he snapped.
"I shall do it," she said regally. "Not for you, but for Harry and his future."
"Good, then it is settled."
"And Richard shall be made Count of Poitou in my name the moment he reaches his 15th year day."
He gave a dismissive wave. "Of course."
Eleanor was not yet finished. "Concerning Richard, since we are speaking of the future of our sons, I want him to stay with me and finish his education in Poitou. I will not have him being sent to court in Paris at this stage."
"By all means, there is plenty of time for that. Louis can wait a while."
Eleanor was not fooled. He was only agreeing because it suited him for now. He rose to leave and picked up the book he had put down.
"I'll borrow this. I've been wanting to read it."
After he had gone on a flurry of cold air, Eleanor ate a small tart from the platter and mulled over what had been said. Despite her irritation with him, she was buoyed up by the challenge of the task he had set, and it brought a smile to her lips. On the training ground used by the knights and watched by his parents, Harry was trying out the horse that his father had given him to mark his 15th year day. The stallion was a chaser, a bright golden chestnut with a metallic sheen to its coat and a white marking in the shape of a lightning zigzag on its rump. Harry had called it flambour, meaning glittering, and the horse lived up to his name, as did his harness, the leather stamped with gold and decorated with pendants that jingled with each high-stepping movement. William Marshall was tutoring Harry in horsemanship among a small group of other youths, and Harry, aware of his audience, was showing off. Grinning, he urged Flambour into a fast canter and tried to execute a tight turn, but he had not allowed himself sufficient room for manoeuvre. The stallion slipped to his haunches and twisted. Harry lost his seat in the saddle and was unceremoniously dumped in the dirt. Other than being winded, he was unhurt, save his pride, and he struggled to his feet, brushing soil from his fine clothes, while Flambour bucked and cantered round the field, shying from everyone who tried to catch him, reins and stirrups flapping. William Marshall reined his horse around and trotted up to Harry. "Quickly, sire!" He reached down, and with his strength and Harry's leverage, pulled the youth astride his horse's rump. Flawlessly executing the same tight turn that Harry had just failed to accomplish, he cantered after the loose chestnut, and, riding up alongside him, grabbed the bridle while shouting to Harry to leap over into the empty saddle. His face taut with determination, no grin now, Harry scrambled and jumped. The manoeuvre, albeit clumsy, still achieved the desired result, while William gripped Flambeur's bridle until the lad was secure and could control the horse himself. They reached the end of the training ground, and Harry drew rein and trotted back, flushed and exhilarated, while William praised him and slapped his back. "And that," said Eleanor to Henry, "is a fall coming before pride." Her heart warms towards William, who had turned the moment around for Harry, and at the same time demonstrated a rescue technique for battle and tournay situations. "The young marshal is good with the squires," Henry remarked. "They look up to him. He is a skilled teacher," she said. "Harry might not sit still to listen to a tutor, but he takes notice of William because he absorbs the lesson without it being a chore." Henry rubbed his jaw. "When Harry is crowned, he will need a larger household. Appointing the marshal to a position in his retinue is worth considering, I think." Eleanor nodded, although she was ambivalent. She had been thinking of making him tutor in arms to Richard. However, she knew William was ambitious, and since he had saved her life, she owed him the opportunity to better his lot. "He is worth bearing in mind," she agreed. "Good." Henry gave a firm nod, turning a suggestion into a reality there and then. Eleanor looked around the chamber vacated by Henry when he sailed to England. Harry was taking it for his, and his servants were transferring his accoutrements. The room had just been swept, and there was a smell of settling dust and a slight aroma of smoke and incense from braziers. Harry's bed and mattresses of stuffed down and straw had been moved in, together with sheets and blankets, coffers and a hawk perch. The fleet had sailed for England in blustery but decent weather with good visibility, but during the night a storm had brewed up and battered the harbour with howling winds and lashing rain. This morning the sea was frisky, and the wind had returned to its usual bustle, but everyone in Caen was on tenterhooks, awaiting news of the King's safe arrival in England. Eleanor had given thanks to God at morning mass that Harry had not sailed with his father. Still, the storm clouds had a silver lining. She had received news that Becket, on his way to Caen to talk to Henry and serve the coronation ban on his bishops, had learned of the sailing and turned back because of the atrocious weather. Not that it would stop him making another attempt. She would have to remain vigilant. An item on the window seat caught her eye. A bone needle case, exquisitely carved out of walrus ivory. What it was doing in Henry's chamber was a mystery. He sometimes mended bits of harness himself, but this was a delicate woman's item. Eleanor removed the small stopper, attached by a plait of silk, and tipped several silver needles into her hand. Their eyes and thickness were of varying sizes for working on different fabrics. A length of narrow red ribbon was tucked down the side of the case, and, when drawn out, proved to be embroidered with tiny golden lions. It was skilled and beautiful work. One needle was threaded with gold wire, mingled with strands of fine honey-brown hair. There was no need to ask whose possession this was, or who had been here. Eleanor's throat constricted. Once she might have sewn something like this for Henry herself. Not any more. Taking the ribbon to the brazier, as if holding a dead snake, she cast it into the coals and watched it shrivel and burn. And then she threw the needle case after it. As the silk twist crumbled into ash, her chamberlain arrived to tell her that Henry had landed safely at Southampton. Eleanor said nothing, because at the moment she was wishing him and his paramour at the bottom of the sea. The fleet was scattered by the storm, though, and one ship lost with the king's physician on board and Gilbert de Sully. That is indeed sad news. She rallied herself. Even if Henry had been on the ship that sank, there would have been others drowned too, whom she cared about, or who had no part in her anger towards him. I will have prayers of thanks said, and alms given for the souls of the dead. Harry arrived, red-cheeked from a vigorous ride-out on his horse, his energy very similar to his sire's as he prowled into the room. Your father has arrived safely, but had a rough voyage, she said neutrally. One ship was lost, though, with Ralph de Bellamont aboard, and Gilbert de Sully. Harry manufactured a look of concern. I am sorry for that, and I am glad I wasn't with them, he replied. Papa always seems to attract storms. Yes, he does, she agreed. Usually of his own making, although Becket would see it as being brought upon him by God's wrath. Becket would see anything not to his liking as being brought about by God's wrath, Harry said with a grimace. I am pleased I did not have to stay in his household. It was valuable time you spent there, she said, not just with the Archbishop, but all the learned men around him. Harry gave an indifferent murmur. Eleanor considered this bright son of hers, handsome, intelligent, and so easily bored. He found it difficult to learn by sitting still, unlike Geoffrey, who excelled, or Richard, who could focus like a spear point when his interest was caught. Harry had Henry's restlessness, but not his depth. He was like a butterfly, and that concerned Eleanor. He needed to acquire knowledge and wisdom in order to rule, but sitting with a tutor was plainly not the best way. I have been thinking about your household when you are anointed, she said. Your father suggested Richard Barr for your Chancellor. Harry scowled at that. He is my father's man and an old fussbot. He is also widely experienced, Eleanor reproved. You need that as part of your administrative backbone. Besides, he is in Rome at the moment, so he won't be immediately joining you. Walter can stay as your chaplain, and I thought to promote that young clerk Wigan to your chancery. Also, what about William Marshall as your marshal and tutor-in-arms? Harry's brow cleared as he decided not to sulk. I would have chosen them myself, he said. He sat down on a cushioned bench before the brazier, spread his arms and crossed his legs.
I want Adam Iquebeuf, Philippe de Colombier, and Baldwin de Bethune, too.
As you wish. Not all were to Eleanor's taste, especially the sycophantic Iquebeuf, but a young man had to have his friends as well as the checks and balances set there by his parents. Harry's gaze fell upon the burning needle case, and his nose wrinkled at the smell of burning bone. I found it on the embrasure sill, Eleanor said, with a red ribbon inside embroidered with lions. I will not have evidence of your father's concubine tainting the places where I have to walk. Harry avoided her gaze. I do not blame you, Mamma. You have been in her company? You know her? She was repelled to think that Rosamond de Clifford was acquainted with her sons. He shrugged assent. She does not argue with him, he said. She is not interested in political doings, and he can talk to her of ordinary things. Eleanor curled her lip. He can talk to me of ordinary things, if he so chooses. But you are fierce like an eagle, Mamma. You might fly away with his goods in your talons or dig out his eyes. Rosamond is like a kitten. If she scratched him, it would be an accident, and he could destroy her with one squeeze of his fist. But he doesn't want to do that. He wants to play with her and put a belled collar round her neck. Eleanor wanted to retch. I see. Harry stirred his toe on the rush matting of the chamber floor. He needs both of you, Mamma. She made an aggravated sound. It was all about the desires of men, even with her sons. I am not so sure that I need him, she said, and what he fears of me, I know well of him. A fortnight later, Henry's bride, Marguerite, arrived in Caen, together with her younger sister, Allée. Eleanor had not set eyes on Marguerite since her farce of a wedding to Harry 10 years ago. The dumpy toddler had become a robust child, heavy-set and solid, quite unlike her slim, silver-haired father. She lacked his height, and her features were doughy and landscaped with adolescent blemishes. However, her brunette hair was wavy and lustrous, and her eyes soft brown and rather beautiful. Her sister, Allée, was fair like their father, a small, grey-eyed mouse. Eleanor had been prepared to dislike these girls, yet something turned within her. For better or worse, Marguerite was her daughter-in-law, and even if she was not about to be crowned, it would still happen at some point. Soon, too, she would be old enough to bear children. Whatever her antipathy, Eleanor had to bring her into her circle of influence. Harry was not impressed by the French princesses. Although polite to them, he showed little interest. He viewed being wed to Marguerite as a necessary duty. She did not care to beautify herself, regarding it as frippery, and her opinions were set and stolid. To Harry's bright, quick nature, she was as stimulating as a bowl of cold pottage. Eleanor set about the task of preparing Marguerite for her new life. She had arrived with a baggage of sober gowns and none of the trappings of high royalty. Eleanor employed a seamstress to fashion new robes for her. Marguerite's warm colouring suited reds, golds, and greens, but when clad in her new finery, she resembled a plough-horse in the harness of a high-stepping palfrey. Nevertheless, Marguerite had her attributes. She was dogged and steady. While not a good rider when it came to anything faster than a trot, she could hack for miles without complaint. She had stamina and endurance, and a way of seeing things through to their conclusion. Such qualities would be of great use to Harry, who needed that kind of grounding, although first, of course, he had to notice his wife. Eleanor sent them out together with the hawks, and that proved successful because Marguerite relished the pursuit, and Harry was able to show off his white gerfalcon and his considerable skill in handling the bird. Marguerite admired his prowess, and the day's sport was passed in mutual enjoyment. At the table later, Marguerite was more animated than usual, and her sparkle made Harry pay her more attention than was his wont. Eleanor watched them with a judicious and political eye. She had never wanted their marriage, but since it was a fact, it would be for the best if the couple could find fulfillment in their roles and their formal partnership. At some point, she had to tell Marguerite she was not crossing the sea with Harry to be made queen at his side, but not quite yet. Eleanor was in her chamber, reading correspondence from Poitou, when William Marshall requested an audience, and she bade her chamberlain admit him. William entered the room and came to kneel at her feet. He had arrived straight from patrol and was still wearing his mail and sword belt, although he had left his weapon at the door. "Madam," he said without preamble, "we were watching the roads as you instructed, and intercepted the Bishop of Worcester and his servants. You said you desired to speak with any English clergy we might meet, so I courteously invited him to accompany us." Eleanor smiled with satisfaction. "You have done well, William. Bring him to me, but treat him as a valued guest, and have us provided with refreshment. I want you to stay and keep your ears open, but remove your mail first. I do not want to intimidate the good bishop." "Madam," William replied with a gleam of understanding. He returned shortly, wearing his court tunic and escorting with deference Roger, Bishop of Worcester. The latter was Henry's cousin, older by 15 years, a handsome, well-spoken man with dark hair greying at the temples and a closely cropped beard of badger-striped white. He had been a friend of Thomas Becket, who had raised him to his bishopric 7 years ago. Since Henry was his kin and well known to him, he had a foot in both camps. Eleanor liked Roger of Worcester, even if he was bearing letters of excommunication from Becket that would destroy Harry's coronation should they reach England. He was devout, but not inflexible, whereas some bishops she knew, Gilbert Folio the foremost, would have entered the room in a roaring temper at being detained. Roger knew how to play the game, and came forward as if he was indeed an honoured guest. Eleanor greeted him by kissing his ring, and he acknowledged her with a bow and a smile. "It is a pleasure to see you again," she said. "It has been too long." "And I have missed your company too, madam, and that of the king," he answered graciously. Servants arrived, with a rock-crystal flagon of the best Gascon wine, and dishes of fried pastries, small cheese tarts, roasted chicken and fresh salmon cooked with ginger and currants. They arranged the repast on a trestle table covered with a white linen cloth, and set it with platters of fine silver gilt and expensive glass cups. "Come," Eleanor said. "Will you dine? I have need of your advice, and I am sure you are keen to refresh yourself." He studied the dishes being laid out, and the delicate curls of steam rising from the crisp chicken skin. "You are kind, madam. Travelling always does sharpen the appetite, and it is a while since I and my companions ate." "Their needs will be seen to also, and we shall provide you with sleeping accommodation." "Madam, there is no need to go to such trouble on our account." He was in a bind, but plainly that did not prevent him from fighting with diplomacy. "Oh, it is no trouble at all, my lord. Indeed, I must impose on you to stay a little while, because we have much to talk about." She watched him look round the room. Her musicians had arranged themselves in the window splay and were tuning their instruments. Her chamberlain was lighting more candles. William stayed in the background, his presence a subtle statement, a reminder to the bishop that he was a guest, but not free to leave. "I am at your disposal, madam," he said graciously, and seated himself at the cushioned bench between wall and table. Once they had washed their hands and Roger had blessed the food, Eleanor said, "You are travelling to England, I assume?" The musicians started to play, a soft, harmonious duet on harp and cithole. She accepted the thick slice of chicken breast he expertly carved and laid upon her platter.
"Madam, you are right," he said. "I was on my way to England on a matter of urgent business concerning the king."
"I'm sorry to say the seas have been very rough for the time of year, and crossings have been difficult." She reached to her cup and took a dainty sip of wine.
"Indeed, I heard that the king's fleet suffered a bad storm on their recent crossing, but the weather is fairer now."
"Perhaps, but still too variable to take chances."
"If you will permit me leave, I will be very glad to be on my way."
Eleanor smiled. "Of course, my Lord Bishop, but I am afraid it will still not be possible until the tide turns, whenever that may be. You will be housed with every comfort and sent on your way as soon as possible." He grimaced with wry acknowledgement of his situation. "Should you have letters for the king, I shall be glad to see that he receives them by a swift messenger. If you gave them to me, you could be on your way by tomorrow morning."
"Madam, I appreciate your offer, but any correspondence I have was entrusted to me, and it is incumbent on me to deliver it in person."
"I understand," Eleanor replied. "I but thought to save you a wasted journey."
"That is thoughtful of you, madam," the bishop said, not concealing the irony in his voice. "No journey is ever wasted, but I appreciate why mine will be delayed."
He wiped his lips on his napkin.
"You do know that your son's coronation will have its legality questioned if it is not performed by the Archbishop of Canterbury."
"The king has a dispensation from the Pope," she replied smoothly. "As I understand, the Archbishop of Canterbury's role is only tradition and not an unassailable right. But I take your point. I am sure in the future the situation will be clarified by additional ceremonies and, God willing, the participation of Canterbury, but for now it remains as you see it."
"The King of France will not be satisfied with such an arrangement for his daughter."
"We shall deal with that when the time comes. It behoves the King of France to help resolve this matter if he wishes to see his daughter crowned by the Archbishop of Canterbury, does it not?" Roger of Worcester said no more on the matter, and the meal continued with less pointed conversation. Indeed, after their initial exchange, he seemed to have resigned himself, and even appeared to relax and take pleasure in the music, which surprised Eleanor, because she thought he would have been more concerned. When he retired to his prepared chamber for the night, she told William to put a guard outside his door. "You think he will try to escape, madam?" "I do not know, but he seems to have accepted his detention with less complaint than I expected."
"Perhaps his heart is not in it."
She shook her head. "Far from it. I think he is very concerned. He is a close friend of the Archbishop's. He is also a consummate player, and I need to make sure this is not a ruse on his part."
"Perhaps there are duplicate sets of letters. The Archbishop must know that a lookout will be kept."
"That is my thought too," Eleanor said, "so we must continue to be vigilant. But even if letters do arrive, I suspect they will not be heeded." William bowed and made to leave, but she caught his arm and gestured him to sit. "Before you go, I want to speak to you on another matter."
"Madam."
His expression was attentive and pleasant, but Eleanor could tell that he was shielding his doubts and uncertainties. "I have been thinking about your situation," she said as he folded his long body onto the bench. "It seems to me that I have been keeping the equivalent of an expensive fast horse in my stables for pulling the plough and carrying goods to market. I know you chafe at the constraints."
"Madam, I—"
"No." She raised her hand to silence him. "You are not being used to your full potential, and that is a waste of your talent and my largesse." He looked at her with a spark in his eyes. Surprise and anticipation, she thought.
Madam, I am content to serve you.
No, you are not, she contradicted. You are willing and loyal, which are different matters. You need more than I can give you. Before the king sailed for England, we discussed the men who would form the nucleus of Harry's household. Harry likes you, and you have a talent for educating the squires and young lads in the warrior skills. You are proven in battle, in diplomacy, and in loyal service to my household. I am appointing you, with the king's agreement, to the post of Harry's marshal and his tutor in chivalry when he sails to England to be crowned. William's complexion grew ruddy. Rising from the bench, he fell to his knees before her.
Madam, you honour me.
Yes, I do. Smiling, she extended her hand so that he could kiss her ring. This is to your great advantage. Use it well.
Does my young lord know?
He asked for you when we were discussing who should form his household. Dark amusement entered her voice. He does not want you training Richard and giving him an edge. I thought about giving you that position, but decided it was better for you to serve Harry. You are English by birth, you know their ways, and will be of great use to him in that capacity. I also expect you to keep him steady and to the mark, and to report to me on how he fares. Use Wigan as your messenger. He is to be employed as Harry's kitchen clerk, and I know he keeps tawny tallies for you.
Madam,
I trust you to look after Harry, as does the king. Thus far you have not failed us. Loyalty and good service will take you far, William, but you could go further still. You have it in you to be more than a half-knight, but it is up to you what you make of the opportunity. He inhaled deeply, taking in her words, and she saw that he understood very well indeed. She gave him a wide, warm smile like a jewel. Even though she had set him free to leave her, she still had his support for life. The Bishop of Worcester spent the night without incident, attended Mass in the morning, and then met to converse with his fellow clergy. He continued to treat his house arrest with equanimity. On meeting Marguerite and Harry, he was reserved but courteous, and seemingly unbothered by his situation. Although he showed no inclination to abscond, Eleanor continued to have him closely watched, and wrote to Henry telling him that the Bishop of Worcester was her guest. A week later, another visitor arrived in Caen in the form of Mary de Boulogne, Isabel's sister-in-law, whom Henry had forced out of her convent and into marriage with Matthew of Alsace. Mary had borne her unwanted husband a second daughter in January, and after 10 years of marriage had finally obtained her annulment and was seeking to return to the religious life. The woman who was ushered into Eleanor's chamber was like a winter sparrow, thin and small. Her cheeks were hollow, her dark eyes troubled. Yet there was a determined set to her jaw, and she had a straight, upright bearing. Her narrow frame was clad in a robe of plain dark wool, bagging over a leather belt. A white wimple arranged in severe folds covered her hair and outlined her jaw. "I wish to cross to England to deal with my affairs and make my peace," she told Eleanor. "As one royal woman to another, I request safe passage. I have endured 10 years in the world." She set her jaw. "My marriage was begun in rape. Never did I consent. It was unlawful from the start. Now, praise God, the Church has finally found its conscience and granted me an annulment. I shall be glad to retire from the world." "I understand your need, my lady," Eleanor said. She was deeply sympathetic towards Mary, and guilty because she should have protested more at the time, although Henry had been set on his policy, and she doubted it would have changed things. "You are welcome to lodge here for as long as you wish." "Thank you." Mary folded her hands in her lap, gripping them together until they were a single white knot. Later, the women dined with the Bishop of Worcester. Mary was quiet and dignified, and Eleanor could see in her the powerful mother abbess she had been before Henry had ripped that life from her. Mary did not ask why the bishop was lodging here, even though she must have known the reason. She was quiet and introspective, although she and the bishop spoke briefly upon theological matters. The next day, Mary departed with her small retinue, bidding Eleanor a formal farewell in the courtyard before mounting her white mule. In her dark dress and plain woolen cloak, her lips pursed, the impression Eleanor received was that Mary dwelt in a world from which all the colours of joy had been sucked out. All that remained was a grey and steely resolution, and, in a way, Eleanor knew how she felt. Chapter 39. Caen, July 1170. The final preparations were in hand for Harry to go to England. The weather had turned fair and fine, the wind was in the right direction, and the crossing of the narrow sea was set fair. Seamstresses and tailors had been working day and night to complete the coronation robes. Marguerite, still unaware that she would not be accompanying her young husband, was flushed with anticipation almost to the point of giddiness. Although clothes usually meant little to her, she was excited about her cloth of gold coronation gown, her ermine cloak and gem-embroidered shoes, and twirled round the chamber after the most recent fitting, her eyes shining as she chattered about being anointed queen in Westminster Abbey. Eleanor thought Marguerite looked as if the clothes were wearing her, but even if it was impossible to make a silk purse out of a sow's ear, the magnificence was the message. Eleanor felt a glimmer of satisfaction that Marguerite, even in her finest moment, would never look as glorious as she had done on her own coronation day, with Harry curled in her womb. Even now, Marguerite would be insignificant beside Harry's splendour, if and when she was crowned. Marguerite eventually changed into her everyday garments. The women were folding the coronation robes into a cedar-wood chest when William Marshall arrived to speak to Eleanor. The young knight had taken on a new gravitas since being promoted to his position in Harry's retinue. He had been dealing with loading the ships and the logistics involved with the journey, and the heat of the summer sun had flushed his face and put tawny streaks in his deep brown hair. Some of Eleanor's ladies sent coy glances his way, of which he was obviously aware but did not acknowledge beyond a slight bow in their direction. "Is all going well?" Eleanor asked. "Yes, madam." He bowed to Marguerite too, and she smiled at him. Like everyone else, she relaxed under William's charm. "While I was at the dockside, an English ship arrived with a messenger aboard." He turns to indicate the man standing outside the doorway. Eleanor bade him come forward and took the packet. He knelt and handed it to her. Reading the contents, she pursed her lips. "You may go," she said, "but return by Compline for the reply." As he made his obeisance and departed, she turned to William. "I know now why Roger of Worcester was so amiable about being lodged here," she said. "The letters of excommunication have reached England." His gaze filled with chagrin. "I am sorry, madam. I have been vigilant, but obviously not vigilant enough." "It's not your fault. The Archbishop sent the letters with the Lady of Boulogne." She gave a short laugh. All the time she was here, paying an obligatory visit and requesting permission to go to England, she was sitting on those excommunication documents. William winced,
but appreciation glinted in his eyes. "What will happen now?" "Nothing. The king will still go forward with the coronation because he is set on it. Doubtless he will burn the letters and claim they never arrived, but it will have given the Countess of Blois satisfaction to serve the notice, and Becket will have scored a moral victory by winning through the blockade. There was other news in the letter, too." She looked over her shoulder, but Marguerite was playing with her small terrier dog out of earshot. "The king deems it unwise to crown Marguerite. She is not to sail to England with Harry, but will stay here with me for now." William raised his brows. "Does my young lord know?" "No," Eleanor said. "He does not need to be told until the morrow. I trust your discretion." "Indeed you have it, madam, but I am sorry for the princess." "This is but a momentary delay. She will still be crowned." "Yes, madam." His expression neutral, William bowed and took his leave. Next morning at dawn, Harry embarked for England, the sunrise marking a path across the sea as it crested the horizon in a flash of gold. Many of the entourage had not retired until late because of the light summer evening, and heavy-eyed squires and knights curled up on deck and went back to sleep the moment they were on board. Eleanor embraced Harry, who had just stifled a yawn. His breath smelled of sour wine and the cardamom pobs he had been chewing to sweeten his mouth. "God speed you," she said. "When I see you again, you will be an anointed king." The last two words gave her a frisson of pleasure. "Be mindful of that, and live up to your part." "Of course, Mamma." His tone was dismissive. She could feel his impatience to be away and pursuing masculine things. He had been thoroughly equable when told that Marguerite was not to accompany him, indeed, even a little pleased, because it meant his coronation was an opportunity for him to shine on his own, and he would not have to share any accolades. Eleanor only wished she was accompanying him to see his moment of triumph, but there would be other occasions. "Go with my blessing," she said, kissed him again, and watched him board the ship that would take him to his destiny. Marguerite dragged her coronation dress out of its coffer, hurled it on the floor, and stamped on the yards of gold silk. "You knew!" she sobbed at Eleanor. "You knew! You betrayed me! What use is this gown now?" She kicked the dress. Her small white dog took the opportunity to dart in and attack the cloth, tearing at it with his sharp little teeth and snarling. Eleanor eyed her daughter-in-law with surprise and speculation. She would not have thought stoical Marguerite the kind to throw a tantrum. "It is for the best," she said. "It is because of the dispute with the Archbishop of Canterbury. The king has a dispensation to have Harry anointed by a bishop of his choice, but that dispensation does not include you. It would not be binding, and your father would never permit that. Your coronation has to be above reproach. It will happen later on, once everything is settled." "But it was planned for now," Marguerite said tearfully. "I do not trust you. I shall never trust you again. I shall write to my father, and he will come with an army and soldiers, and he will deal with all of you. You will all pay." "That is enough," Eleanor said, her anger rising. "Matters of state are involved of which you know nothing. If your parents by marriage and your husband see fit to delay the coronation, then so be it. Your loyalty is to us. I thought better of you than to behave like a thwarted child." Marguerite's shoulders heaved. She jutted her jaw and stared at Eleanor without apology, like a pugnacious little dog. "We shall talk in a while when you have calmed down and are able to have a sensible discussion about this," Eleanor said, and left the room. Returning an hour later, Eleanor found Marguerite in a state of quieter but simmering resentment. The dress had been picked up and draped over a clothing pole, although bits of straw and a snag from the dog's teeth
were evidence of the abuse it had received. Marguerite held the dog in her lap and stroked it repetitively. Eleanor sat beside her on the bench. "If you are to be Queen of England, you must behave as befits that role," she said. "Yes, madam," Marguerite replied, still stroking her dog. Her voice was dull and flat. Eleanor remembered being a similar age and having Louis's mother, this child's grandmother, telling her what to do for the good of the country so as not to disrupt matters of policy. How powerless and angry she had felt. And she had been a deal more knowing than Marguerite. She understood what the girl beside her was feeling, but could also now empathize with her former mother-in-law. "I still want to write to my father," Marguerite said defiantly. Eleanor restrained her irritation. "Do as you will, but this is only a delay. You shall be crowned queen, I promise." Marguerite cuddled the dog and it licked her face. "I could have done nothing to prevent this, even had I wanted to. You have a deal to learn about the position and power of a queen, what is possible and what is not. Your loyalty to your husband is commendable, and it must see you through now." Marguerite's set expression remained, but she nodded stiffly. "Yes, madam." "Good." Eleanor took the girl's hand in hers, even though it was not her natural inclination to do so. The flesh was clammy and soft. "I know this is hard for you, but you are young. You will have your time." A fortnight later, following Harry's coronation, Henry returned to Normandy, landing at Barfleur, and from there heading to Vendôme to speak with Louis, who had already mustered an army and was preparing to invade Henry's territories over the insult offered to his daughter. He demanded to know why she had not been crowned with Harry and insisted that the situation with Becket be tackled once and for all. Isabel had arrived from England with the royal contingent, and she joined Eleanor at Fontevraud with John and Joanna before moving on to Poitiers. Eleanor milked Isabel for the details of Harry's coronation, eager to know everything. "Harry was magnificent. You would have been so proud of him," Isabel said, as she and Eleanor sat by the hearth drinking wine. "He looked every inch a king, so tall and handsome. He was made to wear a crown. Not only did he know his part, he became it. The crowds adored him. I have never heard such a roar of acclaim before." Eleanor smiled with pride and a certain satisfied pleasure. That accolade would have pleased Henry, and yet lodged like a splinter in his heart, because the tribute was for his son, not him. Isabel said ruefully, "I remember him as a baby in the cradle, so tiny. It was so strange to see him almost a man." Eleanor swallowed, remembering the grip of his little hand around her smallest finger. "Time passes too swiftly," she said. "I am truly sorry you could not be there to see his anointing, but I know you had other duties." Eleanor made a face. "Indeed, for what use other than to be Henry's scapegoat? Did you see Mary de Boulogne?" "Yes, she visited me and we prayed together. She was worried that I had been coerced into my own marriage, but I told her I was happy with Hamlin, and I hoped she would be able to live in peace now she could return to life in a convent." Isabel contemplated her cup. "She is very bitter about what happened. She will not forgive, and she will not forget." Eleanor shrugged. "Would you in her position? I know I would not. I wish her peace, and I will pray for her." Isabel touched the cross around her neck. "I do so every time I kneel in church. I so wish that the king and the archbishop could be reconciled." Eleanor raised a sceptical eyebrow. "Hell will freeze over first, I tell you that now." "Hamlin says Henry has come to a boulder in the road with no way round. He no longer knows what to do to reach the archbishop, but they were such allies when he was chancellor." Well, it's either blame the man or blame God, Eleanor said grimly. I agree with Hamlin. I do not know how they will resolve this, because neither man will back down. It has gone beyond the peacemakers. It will only end when one of them dies, and that includes the Pope. Isabel gasped and looked shocked, but Eleanor was unrepentant. It is the truth, she said. I do not know Thomas well, but I know my husband. At least in Poitiers, I am well out of the argument. Eleanor returned by gradual stages to Poitou, accompanied by Isabel. The women spent a fortnight at the ducal hunting lodge at Talmont, and rode out most days with the hawks. Eleanor chose a new gerfalcon from the mews, and called her Blanchet. Watching her climb into the blue and carve the air with her wings, and strike her prey with ruthless accuracy, Eleanor's heart filled with joy, and she remembered that she too had been born to soar. Soon she would go to Poitiers, but now was a time for replenishment in the company of her friend, while allowing Richard time off the leash before he settled into the duties of learning to rule a duchy. Even so, amid the leisure, messengers rode constantly back and forth on the business of government. One morning in early September, Eleanor sat in the garden at Talmont, enjoying the perfume of the late summer roses, the most recent correspondence in her hand. She turned to Marguerite, who was sitting on a turf seat next to her, and forced a smile. The King has agreed that when Archbishop Becket returns to England, another coronation ceremony will be held at Westminster, and you will be anointed Queen. Marguerite's eyes brightened. Does the letter say when that will be? Before the Christmas feast, Eleanor replied. Marguerite's entire posture became more erect. She lifted her head and looked imperiously around, as if she was already balancing the weight of a crown. Isabel, who was sitting on Marguerite's other side, touched the girl's hand. That is wonderful news. At last we have a concord. Eleanor looked down at the letter. Henry has also given the Archbishop leave to reprimand those bishops who performed Harry's coronation. That, too, was a powerful concession from Henry. It also served to shift the blame from his shoulders. Nothing would be his fault. Isabel's smile faded, and her expression became serious, but not dismayed. At least honour will be satisfied. Eleanor made a non-committal sound. What Henry had not done was give Becket the kiss of peace, which meant he had not forgiven him and was not prepared to put the past aside. What Henry was saying was that Thomas was free to come to England, but that he would not grant him a safe conduct or guarantee his safety once there. On his own head be it. While she was deliberating what to say, her chamberlain arrived, accompanied by a messenger, and their grave faces made her heart leap with anxiety. What is it? Her thoughts flew to her children. What has happened? The servant knelt and presented her with a packet bearing Hamlin's seal. Madam, the king has been taken grievously ill at Domfront of a fever, and he is in peril of his life. Swiftly she broke the seal and read what Hamlin had written. He said she must come as swiftly as she could. Henry had made his will, dividing up his lands between his sons, and if she wanted to see him alive, she had better come now. Dear God, Isabel whispered, signing her breast. I must go to him. Eleanor rose to her feet, her mind already on the journey. Let prayers be said in every church in the land, and offerings made that he might recover. She often thought she would be better off without Henry, but not yet. Their sons were still very young for rule, and predators would be waiting their moment, hyenas circling a dying lion. Only let the youths come into their full majority, able to lead men, and then God could do what he wished with him. Eleanor rode into Domfront a week after receiving the news and found Henry weak and febrile but recovering, closely watched by his physicians. The wound in his thigh, caused several years ago by a horse kick, had become infected and brought him down with a debilitating fever before finally erupting and subsiding into a leaking sore that was being dressed daily with herbs and unguents. Eleanor entered his chamber and found him propped up in bed, gaunt and hollow-eyed. Removing her cloak, she sat on a stool at his side. "I came as soon as I received the summons," she said. "I am relieved to find you still alive." He gave her a heavy, bloodshot look. Beneath his eyes, the skin was pale indigo with exhaustion.
"You have always been a good liar," he said hoarsely.
"I am not lying." She took the cup of wine a servant presented to her. "It would be inconvenient if you were to die now. Our sons are not old enough to take the reins, and I do not wish to be put in the same position as your mother and have to fight for every last piece of ground. I prayed for you night and day as we rode." She offered him her cup, and he took it and drank. It shocked her to see how his wrist shook with the effort, and the emotion that ran through her shocked her too. It was like dropping a precious crystal goblet and then receiving cuts as you picked up the shards. Just when you thought there were no shards left to hurt you, you would discover another needle-thin spike and you would bleed. "If you are going to die, at least leave it until Harry has attained his majority," she said. He grunted with sour humour.
"I am touched that you raced to my bedside in such haste. I will comfort myself with your concern for my well-being, and not be cynical enough to think that you came in order to exert political control in event of my death."
"Think what you will, but I am here, as I was the last time you were sick unto death. Back then you thanked me, but I have received enough at your hand not to expect that now. I came because I am worried for you." His expression grew peevish.
"I do not need your pity or concern."
"You may not think you need it, Henry, but you do. This is a warning sign." Hectic colour flushed his cheeks and his eyes flashed with temper.
"Not you, too. Do not you dare. I am sick of churchmen telling me I should make my peace with my perfidious archbishop, and whispering that this is my entire fault and I should kiss the treacherous whoreson. Hell will freeze over first, I swear to you."
He paused to suck breath into his lungs, panting as if he had run uphill in his armour. Eleanor continued as if he had not interrupted her. "A warning sign that you need to ease your burdens. Accept that others are capable of carrying them and let them go. If you do not, they will kill you." She took the cup from his trembling fingers. "You need peace, and you do not have it. Look at where you have been brought. Unless you change, you will die."
"Since when have you grown so wise?"
"I am not wise, merely sad and experienced." She rose from the stool. "I will leave you to sleep and to think upon what I have said." Henry turned his head away.
"Go back to Poitiers," he said. "I do not need you here."
"You do," she said, "but you do not know it. You never have." She left the room and had to stop outside for a moment, her hands to her mouth. She was shocked at how sick and frail he was. Last time it had happened, he had been a young man, well able to fight it off, but now he was a similar age to his own father when he had died, and she had seen the fear in his eyes. They both knew he was still fighting, and that he might not survive. Hamlin was waiting for her and kissed her cheek. "Sister," he said. His eyes were bruised hollows revealing his exhaustion, and his usually neat appearance was unkempt. "I did not expect him to look like that," she said. "Like a starved child or an old man." She shuddered.
"We all thought he was going to die," Hamlin said somberly. "And the fact that in his lucid moments he was sincere about his will—"
He broke off for a moment and rubbed his palms over his face.
"He needs time to recuperate," he said. "We all do."
"We will have to delegate," Eleanor said firmly. Hamlin massaged his temples.
"That is going to be difficult."
"It has to be done. He is not fit to make decisions as he is."
"I do not deny you are right," Hamlin said. "I just do not know how it will be accomplished. There have already been wild rumors flying around that he has died."
His eyes filled with pain.
"He is my brother, and I do not want it to become a truth."
Eleanor looked away. She did not know what she wanted anymore, but Henry was so sick and vulnerable that, almost against her will, she was forced to feel pity and compassion for him. "Such rumors are dangerous. They will lead to unrest," she said. "We must tell everyone he is alive and recovering. It must be made very clear indeed." Hamlin nodded.
"I agree. I have already sent out messengers with that news, and I have left the sick-room door open when he is awake, so that people can see for themselves, but he will not be capable of taking up his duties for a while yet."
"Then for now he has no choice but to delegate." For the next few weeks, Eleanor tended Henry as he slowly recovered. There were setbacks where his fever rose again or his stamina gave out and he would spend most of the day asleep, but slowly he clawed his way back to a semblance of health. For Eleanor, it became not so much a period of truce between them while he got better, but a loop of time cut out of their lives, like a meander in a river. For a short while, they could set the past and future aside and exist in the moment. She sat at his bedside as she had done the last time he had been dangerously ill. She kept him entertained, cared for his welfare, and assisted with the dealings of the court. Fortunately, there was a lull in matters requiring serious political attention. Henry had patched up a ragged peace with Thomas Becket, who had sent his good wishes and prayers for Henry's recovery, to which Henry had raised a cynical eyebrow. She sat with Henry in the window embrasure where they had earlier played a desultory game of chess. Although dressed, he was wrapped in his cloak and was occasionally sipping from a cup of hot sugared wine.
"Becket says he will join me in Rouen in November for the crossing to England."
Henry glanced at the letter he had just been reading.
"Then we can arrange to have Harry and Marguerite crowned together."
"Will you give him the kiss of peace?" Eleanor inquired, toying with one of the chess pieces.
"Not unless I must."
"And if it comes to that?" He shrugged.
"We shall see."
An obdurate look entered his eyes, and Eleanor did not press the issue. They moved on to discuss the matter of their second daughter's marriage. Before Henry's illness, a union had been mooted between Ali and the 15-year-old Alfonso of Castile.
"It is a good match," Henry said. "It will give us security on that border, and Ali will be a queen."
Eleanor inclined her head. She was amenable to the match because the bridegroom was a similar age to Ali, not 30 years older as in the case of Matilda's husband. They would have time to grow up together, and at a southern court. It still brought its own set of difficulties, and there was the heartache of parting from another daughter to distant lands. What price an empire spread far and wide?
"The betrothal should take place before winter," Henry said. Let them come to Poitiers or Bordeaux."
For a short while there was silence between them, but not noticeable because court musicians were playing softly in the background. Several times Henry inhaled as if about to start a conversation, and then changed his mind. Eleanor was content to wait and to think upon practical matters pertaining to the betrothal. When it should be, how much work there was to do in preparation. Eventually, Henry set down his cup.
"My father was my age when he died. I know I could now be lying in my tomb. Who knows when God will take us?"
"Indeed." She eyed him with interest, wondering what this was about. He chewed his lip and then said abruptly,
"I've been thinking about going on pilgrimage for the good of my soul before I return to my duties."
Eleanor blinked in surprise. Henry was only devout when he had to be, and in pragmatic ways. "I suppose it might aid your recuperation," she said.
"It will also show how devout I am, that even while I argue with my archbishop, I have a suitable respect for God. Louis takes all the acclaim for piety. It seems to me I should have something with which to reciprocate." She ought to have known. Here was the practicality in his religion, killing 2 birds with a single stone. "Have you somewhere in mind?" she asked. Henry folded his arms. "I thought perhaps Compostela."
"No, not there." Eleanor shook her head. "My father took that road and did not return, and Louis has already been there anyway." She took a sip from his cup and felt the hot sweetness warm her throat.
"Then where do you suggest?"
Eleanor pursed her lips and considered. "Perhaps the shrine of Our Lady at Rocamadour in the Limousin. It is holy to Saint Martial, who has the power to cure fistulas, so it is said." For a time, Henry said nothing. He continued to drink his wine and absently rubbed his thigh. She could see he was tiring again and needed sleep. "Your courtiers can bring you messages, and it is not that far from Poitiers or Bordeaux," she said, softly persuasive. She gestured gracefully with her wrist, allowing her silk sleeve to whisper and send out an earthy, musky perfume from her wrist. "You could meet informally with friends and vassals on the road if you wished." Henry narrowed his eyes, but not in rejection.
"I will think on it," he said.
Eleanor dipped her head and did not press the issue. He would have to believe it was his own idea, but she resolved to begin preparations. Henry, Eleanor, and their entourage set out for the shrine of Our Lady at Rocamadour, journeying by slow stages. They spent the heat of the day resting in castles or monasteries in the shade, and rode out in the cool early mornings and during the hour before sunset, and on through soft blue twilight. Nothing arduous, everything measured. Henry travelled in simple garments, a fresh linen shirt each day, loose upon his body, a plain tunic, and a pilgrim's straw hat. The fact that he was riding a fine, dappled palfrey and accompanied by a large entourage marked him as a person of importance, but he eschewed the trappings of kingship.
"Harry has borrowed all my gold and jewels anyway for that progress of his," he told Eleanor when the subject cropped up as they rode. "He wanted to make a full impression on the English as a shining king."
Eleanor laughed. She had mellowed towards Henry over the last few days. For the moment they were still lost in the meander of the river. "And you think he will give them back?" Following his coronation, their eldest son had gone on a progress around England, a sort of pilgrimage of his own, intended to acquaint him with his future subjects. Henry chuckled, but then grimaced.
"The boy does have a taste for fine things, I admit, and money trickles through his fingers faster than spring meltwater."
"Ah, but you indulge him in that vice."
"He is the son of the wealthiest king in Christendom." Henry replied, "and a future king himself. He has much to learn about government and kingship. He does the fating part very well indeed, even if he does need to curb his tongue on occasion. I've let him start with parades and furbelows because that is a simple task and he is suited to it. But I shall ease him into the rest and give him responsibility when he is ready."
Eleanor made a wry face, knowing that the ready would be later rather than sooner, because Henry would not want to let go. He might say he was willing, but his hands would have to be prized off the reins. "Did you not lead an army to England when you were his age?"
I was younger than him."
"Of course you were," Eleanor said sweetly. Henry shot her an irritated look.
"I had to battle every step of the way for my kingdom. My parents fought for that right, and I knew from an early age it was my duty to continue where they left off. Every fibre of my being was focused on achieving my goal."
He gazed into the distance.
"I was 14 when I crossed the narrow sea to bolster my mother's failing cause. She thought me a hindrance, but that wasn't true. I rallied the barons to my support. They saw me and they saw hope."
He struck his chest.
"Without my intervention then, I would not be king now."
"She told me the story," Eleanor said. "How you had no money to pay your ragged band of mercenaries, and when she refused to help you in order to teach you a lesson, you went to Stephen and asked him to pay you to leave the country." Henry grinned.
"Yes, and Stephen did. It was typically generous of him, the fool, even if he wanted me out of the way. But by then I had infiltrated his barons and shown them what a good prospect I was for the future."
His smile faded.
"I do not want the same for my sons. I want them to inherit what is theirs in right and dignity, without wasting all that time. When I was Harry's age, I was constantly beset, sometimes not knowing where I was going to find the next meal or afford nails to shoe my horse, let alone pay my men. I lived hand to mouth and on the run. I don't want that for my sons. I want them to rule in splendour when their time comes."
"Assuredly they will." He gave Eleanor an opaque look.
"I suppose you heard that at Harry's coronation I undertook to serve him at table because it was his coronation day and I was proud of him. I said it was not often that a king served another king, and Harry replied against all grace that it was not uncommon for the son of a count to serve that of a king."
"Yes, I heard. Isabel told me," Eleanor replied. "That was a little too clever, I thought."
"Yes, indeed, and I was angry," Henry said. "But do you know what? Part of me was satisfied, and even pleased to have bred this creature of privilege. A privilege that was never mine because I was too busy carving out my inheritance in bloody handholds on naked rock. He shines, Eleanor, and everyone sees that he shines."
Her heart swelled with pride, in which there was a piercing shard of affection for the man at her side. Another piece of the broken crystal.
"Of course he will have to be ruled and shown the right way, but let him have his moment in the sun that I never had at his age. He has the time that I did not."
"Indeed," Eleanor said, "but you must let him become a man, which means giving him responsibility and allowing him to make his own decisions, and mistakes."
"I know that," he said testily. "I am not a fool. I plan very carefully for the future of my heirs."
Which meant involving them as little as possible, she thought. A child should never dictate to its parent, but sometimes Henry's rule was too rigid. The road turned, and a distant gorge came into view, and, clinging to the rugged cliffside of creamy grey rock, the shrine of Our Lady of Rocamadour. A different kind of silence fell like a gauze veil over the heat haze. Henry exhaled softly through parted lips and murmured an involuntary word of astonishment. Eleanor gazed at the buildings, amazed and awed at the way they seemed to hang suspended between heaven and earth, like an eagle's eyrie, but for humankind. According to legend, Saint Amador had been tutor to the Christ-child before coming to Gaul. His mummified body had been discovered here 8 years ago. A Madonna statue, carved from ebony wood, had been found beside the corpse and was said to perform healing miracles, especially for those afflicted with fistulas and old wounds that would not heal. Here, too, thrust into a crevice in the rock and held there by a loop of iron chain, was the sword Durandal, which had belonged to the great and tragic hero Roland, defender of the pass at Roncesvalles, against the Saracen horde. "The hair has risen on the nape of my neck," Henry said, and he shivered. As if compelled, he dismounted and knelt in the dust of the road to pray, and everyone scrambled to follow suit. The stones were rough under Eleanor's knees as she clasped her hands. Henry appeared to be genuinely moved by the sight of the shrine, and she looked at him with speculation for a moment, before she bowed her head. She dared not hope a change was in the air, but she could pray. The pilgrim party continued on its way as the sun dwindled westward and the dying light splashed the rock with tints of ruby and fire. By the time they arrived at the pilgrim hostel at the foot of the rock, it was late dusk and the stones were almost purple. Visiting the shrine involved climbing more than 200 stairs, on the knees with prayers on each step. Henry and Eleanor began the ordeal early next morning after confession and mass, and continued until noon, without food or drink, by which time they were sore and exhausted, Henry especially. His lips were compressed to a thin line, and Eleanor could see the strain of effort in his jaw. However, the deed was a powerful symbol of humility, and his will carried him through. Hamlin followed immediately behind Henry, ready to catch him if he swayed or fainted, but there was no need. Eleanor heard Isabel muttering prayers as they climbed each step, entreating forgiveness for her sins, although Eleanor could not imagine Isabel having any to confess. Henry prostrated himself before the shrine of the Black Madonna. Eleanor suspected it might be by way of taking a respite, but it looked like piety to the priests, and she joined him, kissing the cold stone flags under her lips. The scent of incense pervaded the space and made her light-headed. The relief at having climbed so far and achieved her goal became a sense of achievement, and as she looked at the wise, all-knowing half-smile on the ebony visage of the Madonna of Rocamadour, she was infused with a deep feeling of spiritual tranquility and oneness. Later, she stood beside Henry and gazed out over the valley, misted with cloud below, and it was indeed like hanging between heaven and earth. In the blue above, an eagle soared, and Eleanor watched its outspread wings, a deep feeling of exultation coursing through her, straight as a lance, and with her spiritual eyes open. She knew it was a portent. Henry watched the eagle too. Then, after a moment, he turned and left, tugging Hamlin away with him to go and study the sword in the rock, withdrawing into practical things. Isabel joined Eleanor, and the women stood side by side, gazing across the vastness of the clouded gorge. "Henry seems ready to rejoin the world," Isabel said. A tress of hair had escaped her wimple, and the cloud had frosted it hoar grey. "Indeed, he will not want to linger here now. It will all be back to the business of ruling and controlling." The eagle had vanished, and the mist unfurled grey tendrils across the sky. "I thought we might have more time." "More time for what?" Eleanor gave a poignant sigh. My first husband could not tear himself away from pilgrimages. We spent a full year in Jerusalem after everyone else had returned to France, while he traipsed around shrines, and Abbé Suget's pleas that he come home grew ever more desperate. But Henry has never been one for such seeking. Things are only of value if they are practical. He would rather study a sword than open himself to God's vastness. For a while, I thought that the severity of his illness had given him a different perspective. Perhaps it did for a while. But now he is better, and he sees this visit as a matter accomplished, his dues rendered. He will return to the world, and to his old ways, I have no doubt. Chapter 40. Bure-le-Roi, Normandy, Christmas 1170. Eleanor cupped her hands around a goblet of spiced wine and shivered. Rain spattered against the shutters, and the wind that whistled through the gaps was icy, but not quite cold enough to turn the rain to snow. The roof of the log shelter was leaky and had soaked the wood. Fires belched acrid smoke and gave out meagre heat. Everyone wore their heaviest winter garments and stood around in shivering huddles, muttering about the weather. Harry and his entourage might have alleviated the gloom, but they were keeping court at Westminster. John and Joanna had arrived from Fontevraud to spend the Christmas season with their parents, and that at least brought some cheer to the occasion, although there was a gap at Eleanor's side, where Allie would usually have kept her company. This year, Allie would be celebrating the Christmas feast with the Castilian court in Burgos, and the mountain passes would all be closed with snow. Henry, fully recovered, was restless. He had intended going to England at the same time as his troublesome archbishop, but that had been impossible because on his return from Rocamadour he had had to deal with problems on the French border, where King Louis had been fomenting trouble. The dispute was still rumbling on, but a truce had been agreed over the winter. Henry had chosen to spend Christmas at Bure and cross to England in the new year. Becket was already at Canterbury. Eleanor watched 4-year-old John play with some bone discs strung on a wooden frame. He was clacking them across, counting to himself and then counting them back, adding and subtracting, making patterns. Eleanor was amused, imagining him a little clerk at an exchequer board. In typical fashion, he was secretive about his play and not keen to share. He preferred to sit in a corner, his back to the wall, and observe people, and the looks he gave them were intense, calculating, and not at all childlike. Eleanor called him over to eat a slice of sugared pear from the box at her side and listen to the tale that Master Matthew the storyteller was preparing to recite. John set his lips and for a moment looked mutinous, but then he carefully hid his toy under a cushion and came to her. Eleanor lifted him onto the bench beside her and smoothed his hair in a tender gesture. Joanna pressed against her other side and cradled her soft cloth doll, a look of anticipation brightening her face as she waited for Master Matthew to begin. Master Matthew hailed from the Welsh borders and recounted his tales, of which he had a vast repertoire, to the accompaniment of a small boxwood harp from which he plucked notes like clear jewels. He had sparkling brown eyes and a thin, expressive face that could change on the instant to suit his tale, one moment full of mirth as he narrated the story of a talking donkey, but turning to menace as he told another about a fearsome monster that came from the moors and tore people limb from limb before devouring them until finally a hero was found to slay the creature. Joanna cuddled up to Eleanor with delicious fear. John was fascinated and alert, but not afraid. He thought it might be interesting to capture and chain such a creature and bend it to his will, to use it as a deterrent against others. When Matthew had finished, Richard came forward, lute in hand, and sang a hymn to the Virgin Mary and the Christ-child. His voice was at that deep, bell-toned stage that meant it would soon break, and Eleanor's eyes filled with tears. Caught in the fleeting moment between boy and man, Richard's beauty was heart-stopping. As the last note thrummed and resonated, her chamberlain tiptoed over to her, to murmur in her ear that the bishops of York, London, and Salisbury had arrived and were requesting an audience. Eleanor praised Richard and gave him a gold bezant for his song, which pleased him mightily. "Admit them at once," she said. "It is too foul a day for them to be waiting without a fire. I assume the king has been summoned."
"Yes, madam."
Eleanor sent John and Joanna off with their nurses, but allowed Richard to stay. She had a feeling of foreboding, because for the 3 bishops to have risked a crossing in such difficult weather spoke of necessity. It must have something to do with Thomas Becket, and that was ominous. The bishops arrived, saturated from their rough sea voyage followed by their ride in wild weather. Their draggled state reminded Eleanor of a clutch of soggy poultry, huddled and muttering. She rose to greet them and ushered them to the hearth, commanding servants to bring towels and hot wine. Henry strode into the room on a new flurry of cold air from the stairwell and stared at the dripping men in astonishment.
"What is this?"
he demanded. Robert of Pont-l'Evêque, Archbishop of York, ceased mopping his face with a towel and bowed. In the heat from the fire, his cloak had begun to steam.
"There are grave tidings from England, sire, and that is why we have been forced to come to you in person." "What sort of tidings?" Henry snapped. "Don't beat around the bush." The Archbishop's chins wobbled with indignation. "The Archbishop of Canterbury has declared us excommunicate. He read out the sentence during his sermon at Canterbury and to the entire congregation. He has also been putting it about that your eldest son has been falsely crowned and should be deposed. He claims he has authority from the Pope to excommunicate whomsoever he pleases, excluding you and the Queen." "His knights are riding around the country raising sedition," Gilbert Folio interjected. His voice was gravelly with a heavy cold. "They have been urging folk to rise up and see justice done." Eleanor stifled an exclamation of shock. Becket was stubborn and bitter, but she would not have thought him capable of treason. A muscle bunched in Henry's cheek. "Then, by God's eyes, am I next?" he demanded. "Where does this man stop? Or perhaps he doesn't." The Archbishop of York handed the by now saturated towel to one of Eleanor's servants. "We have come to bring you this news all as one, but it is not for us to tell you what to do now. You must take counsel and decide how to deal with the situation. We must go and petition the Pope to overturn the sentence. For now, we are excommunicates, and Christian men must shun us or risk excommunication themselves." Gilbert Folio said forcefully, "Sire, while Thomas lives, you will have neither peace nor quiet, nor see good days. He is set on a path of contention, where the only rule that matters is his own." Robert de Beaumont, the new young Earl of Leicester, who was attending on Henry, spoke out with conviction. "The Archbishop of Canterbury has shown he is a dangerous man, sire. He ought to be made an outlaw for this and cast out himself." "Indeed, he should be hanged on a gibbet," said Ingelram de Bohun, who was related to the Bishop of Salisbury, and plainly appalled at the sorry state of his elderly kinsman. Looking round, he received vigorous nods of approbation. "No priest should be allowed to cause insurrection like this. It is treason." Eleanor's breathing quickened. If Becket was truly raising riot in England and threatening to depose her son, he had to be stopped.
Henry's chest inflated and fury blazed in his eyes.
What miserable drones and traitors have I nourished at my court, who now let their lord be treated with such shameful contempt by a low-born clerk, a man I have raised from the dust, who has eaten my bread and grown rich on my largesse. Now he draws up his heels to kick me in the teeth.
The mood was becoming ugly. Eleanor could see men turning dark looks on the 3 dishevelled bishops. It would only take one step more to turn them into scapegoats. The tension was such that any churchman was fair game, and Henry, in his current mood, would not help them.
"Come, my lords," she said, raising her voice above the muttering. "I will find you a chamber where you may recover from your journey and your ordeal. I will have food put outside your door. In the meantime, as you have said, the king will discuss matters with his advisers."
Eleanor came to Henry's private chamber, walking calmly past the squires and attendants who stood outside, looking concerned and uncertain. No one prevented her, but she saw the exchanged glances. Outside, the rain still spattered against the shutters, and the candles guttered in an icy draught. 2 had blown out, and the smell of singed wick caught at the back of her nose. Henry was pacing the room like a demon, chest heaving, eyes glittering. She saw the overturned chair and the torn bedcover. A red starburst of wine dripped down one wall, and on the floor beneath it a dented silver-gilt cup lay on its side.
"Throwing things around in a temper will not improve matters," she said. "If you have come to lecture me, then get out," Henry snarled.
Eleanor picked up the fallen cup and poured wine into it, pretending to be calm, although she was alert to the violence in him.
"I have long since given up lecturing you. I might as well talk to the wall, and receive the same treatment you have just meted to that cup. This concerns me as much as it does you. I have paid little heed to the Archbishop's ranting before now, but when he threatens our son and says he will depose him, and when he excommunicates the bishops who crowned him, then it is an insult too far."
She gave the cup to Henry and bit her tongue on the admonition not to throw it at the wall this time.
"He will not rant for much longer," Henry growled. "I am sending de Mandeville and de Hume to England with their knights to seize him and put him under house arrest. I shall set the thing in motion at first light, and Thomas will reap what he sows."
Eleanor gave a cautious nod of approval. Thomas Becket had overstepped the line and had to be contained, but it was a risk because it escalated matters. It was disappointing, too. She had thought Henry and Becket had been coming closer to a truce.
"I gave him the world," Henry said bitterly. "I raised him from his petty merchant background, and he spits in my face, and I do not understand why."
"He wants what you cannot give him, and you want what he will not give you. But I sincerely think he has gone mad, if what we have just heard is true."
"Oh, it is true," Henry sneered. "He would do anything to keep a grip on his rights as Archbishop of Canterbury, even down to deposing our son, even down to deposing me."
He drank back the wine and slammed the goblet on the table this time.
"I cannot make the man see reason. I need the Pope to revoke that sentence of excommunication and then return him to exile. If that does not happen, I shall confine him so closely that he will never see the sun again. I will not have him and his minions riding around causing sedition."
He waved his bunched fist.
"You see what he does to my lawful bishops."
"For that I do not care, but I care what he might do to Harry."
"You don't care what he does to me?"
"No, I do not. You have made your own bed of nails in which to lie, but I do care about the insult to kingship and to our line. The quicker this is dealt with, the better." They looked at each other, linked in common purpose, but in a bond still rough with the friction of hostility.
"On the first ship to England on the next tide," he said.
There was no reason for her to stay, and he did not encourage her. She left him to his business, and ignored the servants who knelt in obeisance as she collected her maid and swept past. Halfway back to her own chamber, she stopped, suddenly aware of hooded figures in the darkness, the clink of sword fittings and rustle of cloth, men talking in low voices. In the smoky torchlight, she recognized Reginald Fitzurse and William de Tracy, both of whom had been sworn in service to Becket when he was Chancellor. Were they deserting Henry, plotting treason? They had recently been vociferous in their oaths of support, but that meant nothing. Things were often not what they seemed. She advanced to block their path, and for a moment there was panic as they reached for their hilts, then dropped to their knees, realizing whom they faced. The fear in their expressions mirrored her own. "What are you about, messiahs?" she demanded. Fitzurse licked his lips. "We are on a mission for the king, madam. I cannot tell you what it is." Her heart pounded in her chest. An icy draught blew along the ground and fluttered the hem of her cloak. She was cold already, and his reply made her colder still. She considered her options. She could raise the household and make a public outcry. She could march back to Henry and demand to know what was happening. Or she could be blind. "Go," she said with a brusque gesture. "We have not seen you." She threw Marquisa a warning look. The knights rose, bowed and melted stealthily into the night. Jaw chattering, Eleanor almost ran back to her chamber, where she ordered Marquisa to bolt the door. By mutual assent, neither woman spoke of what they had seen. In the drear January weather, the court moved to Auvergne. It was always dank, never cold enough for snow, but sufficient for icy rain. The days were dark and the light was gone almost before it was born. Most of the shutters remained closed, and candles were devoured at a phenomenal rate. Eleanor had not told Henry about encountering his knights on her way from his chamber. Indeed, she had tried to banish the incident from her mind. Clandestine activities abounded at court, and on this occasion it was safest not to know about them. The light was at its best in the late morning, and she was sitting with Isabel sewing in an embrasure where the shutters had been opened to let in the weak, pale grey light. Isabel was with child again and feeling queasy. She was pondering whether to return to England or go to Hamlin's estates in the Touraine. "I am sick enough as it is without chancing the sea," she said, screwing up her face. "I think I shall go to Colombier until late spring. It depends where Hamlin is. I like to be near him." Eleanor said nothing. She had had enough of Henry, and her own intention was to make her way to Poitiers and continue Richard's education in statecraft. "He likes to see me and the children," Isabel continued. "I sometimes wish we were an ordinary couple, just a merchant and his wife, living day to day with no great cares." "Even if you were a merchant's wife, you would have cares," Eleanor said, "and they would seem no less worrisome to you." "Indeed," Isabel conceded, "but the fate of countries would not—" She ceased speaking. The women turned their heads towards sounds of turbulent commotion in the antechamber. Eleanor rose to her feet as a servant burst into the room and hastened to kneel at her feet, almost cowering. "Madam, terrible news. The Archbishop of Canterbury has been slain in his own cathedral on the altar steps." Isabel gasped and put her hand to her mouth. Eleanor stared at the messenger in shock. "Slain? By whom?" "By 4 knights of the king's household, madam." The young man proceeded to name the men Eleanor had encountered slipping through the darkness. That night in Bure-le-Roi, she had stumbled upon men intent on assassination.
They broke into the cathedral where the Archbishop was hearing Mass, and they cut him down."
The man swiped the back of his hand across his mouth and nose.
"They slashed open his head and pulled out his brains on the edge of a sword and smeared them all over the altar step."
Isabel cried out as the words brought the image to life, and she doubled over, retching. Eleanor's jaw was so tight with tension that it ached. Dear God, how were they going to deal with this? Where was the way out? "Care for the Countess," she commanded her women, and, dismissing the messenger with a sharp flick of her hand, went to find Henry. There was no sign of him in the hall, where knots of courtiers stood around discussing what had happened, their shock and agitation palpable. She made her way to his chamber at a rapid walk, and found the door barred and a guard set outside. "I will see the king," she said, and stared the man down. "Do not tell me he refuses to admit anyone. I am the Queen, and this is a matter of the utmost importance." The guard hesitated, then cleared his throat and opened the door for her. Henry stood by the hearth, shivering and clutching a letter, which obviously contained the news of Beckett's murder. He spun round as Eleanor entered and closed the door firmly behind her. "I suppose you have come to gloat and tell me it would always come to this," he said harshly. "What would be the point in that?" she replied. "Done is done, and now we must face the consequences." She lowered her voice. "I saw those men at Bourg the night they were setting out to do this deed. Tell me one thing. Did you send them, Henry?" His eyes glittered. "Would you believe me if I said I hadn't?" "Did you?" She increased the pressure, but not the volume of her voice. "Tell me the truth, and I will believe you." "No, I did not." He clutched his hair. "Yes, I was sending men to arrest Beckett, but not those four, and not with that intent. They took it upon themselves to do what they did. His face twitched. Swiftly taking his arm, she made him sit down on the hearth-bench. "When I heard the news, my first thought was, 'Good, he is dead.' Now I can hear my own thoughts without him trampling on them. Now I can have peace. I'm still glad that the thing he became as Archbishop is no more, even if I feel regret for the man who was my Chancellor." A shudder ran through him. He would find it difficult to mourn. She had never seen him grieve properly over anything. It was as though all such feeling was disposed of in a deep internal well, and the more emotion that poured in, the deeper down he dug, and one day the top would cave in on him, and he would drown alone in darkness. He had used the word regret, but it came from the surface. She knew that underneath lay all the things with which he could not cope. "There will be repercussions," she said. Henry pulled his cloak around his body. "The deed is done. I cannot bring him back from the dead. The Pope may do as he wishes. Without his vacillating and indecision, none of this would have happened. He should have taken Thomas's resignation when he tendered it." "But he didn't, and the blame for this will land at your door. Men will say your words were the catalyst. They will accuse you of ordering those knights to go and murder the Archbishop. Those who intend rebellion will have a cause on which to hang their swords." Henry bared his teeth. "Then they will be dealt with. I refuse to take the blame for this." He jerked to his feet and took several agitated steps across the room. "Whether you do or not, you will be charged with complicity in the act. The murderers will be excommunicated, and you will face the same." "The Pope would not dare." Henry turned and flashed her a look bright with rage and underlying fear. "Who knows what the Pope will do? I advise you to conciliate.
To murder an archbishop, no matter how contentious, on his own cathedral steps, is a heinous act, and one you must condemn if you are to survive. I have already drafted a letter to the Pope. What did you say? That Thomas brought it upon himself by preaching sedition, and that he was cut down by men of whom he had made enemies, that I did not incite anyone to murder. He gave her a bleak and bitter look. He is going to haunt me more now he is dead than he ever did alive, isn't he? Yes, he is, Eleanor said, because now he has become a martyr. Henry should have walked away from making Becket archbishop, but that was only to go round in circles of hindsight. What was done could not be undone, only dealt with. It will take at least 6 weeks for my messengers to reach the Pope, so that gives us time to prepare. He returned to the bench, put his head in his hands, and groaned. Eleanor set her hand lightly on his shoulder. He insulted your kingship and our family dynasty. Even if his death is a shocking thing, it is an outrage that he treated you as he did. He said nothing. Is there anything you want me to do? He raised his head. Yes, leave me alone. Go back to Poitiers. It is better if you are not here. And send everyone away. I don't want to talk to anyone. She went to the door, thinking that she would be glad to return to Aquitaine and immerse herself in its affairs. Let Henry deal as he would, and continue to dig his well. Hamlin was waiting outside, shifting from foot to foot. He will not see you, she said. Not for the moment, at least. Let him be. Hamlin looked dazed. I cannot believe this terrible evil has been committed, he said. I disagreed with Becket many a time. I called him a traitor once, and I would again to his face. But to murder an anointed archbishop in the house of God and mutilate the body is a mortal sin. If a leader of the church is murdered, then how much closer do people come to murdering a king? He swallowed hard. I can understand it happening in the hot blood of the moment, but not setting out and with time to think. He looked sombre. The fear of God is upon us all. Even without excommunication, there will be terrible repercussions. What if Henry is excommunicated? That will not happen. The Pope is contrary, but he is not a fool. Or at least she hoped he wasn't. Hamlin looked sick. This will turn him into a martyr. And that makes him more dangerous dead than he ever was alive. Henry will never be free of him. I am returning to Poitiers. You should look to Isabel. The news made her unwell. I shall send her to the Touraine until this is over, he said. England is not safe. She can travel with me as far as she needs to go. Thank you. Hamlin palmed his face. I have to stay with Henry. He is still my brother and my first loyalty. Then God send you his grace, for you will need it. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Hamlin's cheek, and thought it ironic that she could kiss her brother-in-law with affection, but not her husband. Chapter 41. Poitiers, October 1171. Eleanor gazed round her new great hall. It was still open to the sky, but the walls were almost complete, and it was going to be magnificent. A fine haze of stone dust filled the air, and the clink of the masons' chisels was a pleasant sound in the crisp morning. Richard stood at her side, flushed from training with his tutors. His practice sword was still in his hand, and battle light gleamed in his eyes. Since last Christmas, he had grown faster than spring wheat and towered over her. He reminded her of her uncle Raymond, Prince of Antioch, who had been killed in battle in the Holy Land.
He had that same leonine grace and watchful gaze that absorbed and assessed everything within his vision, that same astute political judgment. Occasionally, too, he resembled Henry's father, Geoffrey le Bel, from whom he had inherited his burnished hair. He was beautiful, the best of her sons, and the one in whom she had invested the most, because she knew he could do anything. Next midsummer he would receive the regalia of the Counts of Poitiers and take another step on his road to power. Richard spun the sword end over end and then tossed it high in the air and caught it neatly by the hilt before grinning at the way she tensed. "A letter came from your father while you were at your training," Eleanor said, and refrained from commenting on his tricks, knowing it would only make him dare more. Besides, she had never told Richard to be careful. She had always encouraged him to venture, to climb, because only by so doing could he develop absolute confidence in himself. However, he had to learn the art of politics and diplomacy, too. "He has arrived safely in Ireland, and the sea crossing was brisk but not too rough." "It is a long way to go for somewhere to hide." Richard flipped the sword in the air and caught it again. "Your father would not call it hiding. He would call it expanding his influence and preventing others from forming kingdoms on his flank. It is better to take the homage of Richard de Clare and prepare the ground for your brother than to have Ireland fall into anarchy. It can be his for the sake of a show of force, and then he can let others hold it until John comes of age." De Clare had gone to Ireland at the request of the High King of Leinster, who had hired his sword and offered him land in exchange for defeating his enemies. "Little John Santerre." Richard's tone was one of patronizing amusement. "Why doesn't Papa let him enter the priesthood? It would be useful to have a bishop in the family." "That path is already marked out for your half-brother." Richard snorted. "Does Geoffrey know that?" He looked sidelong at his mother. "I suppose John is the spare child," he said. "Should one of us not flourish, he still has one not in holy orders to take our place. But it is going to be difficult wooing the fathers of heiresses when it comes to making John a tempting prospect. Ireland is the back of beyond, and filled with bog-dwelling savages, and of no relevance to France or Germany or Spain. It's hardly the first choice for a man to place his daughter." "There is time for change," Eleanor said. "John is still very young." Richard examined the hilt and gave it a polish on his sleeve. "While Papa is in Ireland, he can avoid the difficulties caused by Becket's death, too." "That had not escaped my attention." Eleanor firmed her lips. There had been much toing and froing between England and the papal court. Henry had engaged the best lawyers to help him talk his way out of the situation. Canterbury Cathedral had reopened its doors, but no services had been held there as yet, and the tomb area had been sealed off, but was due to reopen, fortuitously enough, on the anniversary of Becket's death. Eleanor had heard rumours of the growing popularity of Thomas the Martyr, and knew Henry would not be able to silence the voices. In dying, the Archbishop had produced a many-headed monster. Henry had not helped himself by refusing to punish the knights involved, saying they must make their own penance with God. "Thomas will be waiting for him when he returns," she said grimly, "and larger than the life he no longer has." On a hot June morning 8 months later, in the Abbey Church of Saint-Hilaire, Richard became Duke of Aquitaine. Although the sun beat down outside, the interior of the church was still relatively cool and spiked with the scent of frankincense that rose from the grey-gold lumps in braziers and censers. Richard was not 15 until early September, but already knew full well how to project magnificence and authority. Eleanor was almost bursting with pride. This more than recompensed for missing her eldest son's coronation and Geoffrey's investiture as Duke of Brittany. Richard would be the greatest of the Dukes of Aquitaine, the pinnacle of his ancestor. Now Richard was entitled to rule, Henry would rapidly become redundant, and she would govern at her son's side and advise him as matriarch of the dynasty. Seated upon the bishop's throne on a raised dais, Richard was invested with his right and title by the Archbishop of Bordeaux, assisted by the Bishop of Poitiers. The coronet of the Dukes of Aquitaine, bejewelled with pearls and sapphires, adorned his brow, and the lance and the banner of his ancestral line were placed in his firm young grip. The light in the window arch sparkled on sharp steel and rippling silk, as the hymn, O Princeps Egregiae, was chanted by the ecclesiastical choir. After the consecration, Richard and Eleanor processed from the cathedral into the hot summer light to be feted by the crowd. All of Poitiers had turned out to see the newly invested young duke emerge from the basilica. They were cheered amid a shower of blooms and petals, and, in return, sent silver coins spinning amid the crowds, and small loaves of bread, marked with the sign of the cross. Eleanor, resplendent in cloth of gold, gestured to one of her knights, and he led forward a striking palfrey for Richard to ride. The stallion's coat was a gleaming cream gold, its mane and tail fire chestnut. A tasselled red saddlecloth hung almost to the ground, and the breastband was adorned with a double row of gold bells. Richard's eyes widened with tears of pride and wonder. Taking the stallion's bridle, he patted its satin neck, ran his hands over the shoulders, withers and rump to feel the trembling strength, and then set his foot in the engraved stirrup and swung into the decorated saddle. The sight of him, the sheer imperious joy and splendour, took Eleanor's breath. Richard's smile was as wide as the sun as he turned his new horse on a tight rein and raised his right hand, clutching the banner of the Dukes of Aquitaine. As the silk rippled and flowed around him, the roar from the crowd and the tossed flowers caused the horse to prink and sidle, but Richard mastered him with confident ease, and Eleanor allowed the tears to spill freely down her cheeks as she watched her son grasp his destiny. 6 months later, on a bitter winter day with snow blowing in the wind and the heat of June a distant memory, Eleanor and Richard arrived at Chinon. Richard, secure in his title, wore a cloak of rippled blue and cream squirrel fur, the ring of Saint Valery gleaming on the middle finger of his right hand. He rode his cream chestnut palfrey, Jalnis, and the golden bells jingled on the red leather breastband with each movement of the stallion's muscular shoulders. Eleanor shivered as the towering fortress walls of Chinon mantled them in its shadow. She had wanted to spend Christmas in Poitiers, but it was a political necessity to come here. This would be the first time she had seen Henry in 2 years, and she was not looking forward to the encounter. Approaching the castle, Eleanor became aware of another entourage preparing to enter a dwelling house, and, with an unpleasant jolt, recognized Rosamond de Clifford. Her cloak was also lined with squirrel fur, and her gown was an expensive Madonna blue. Framed by a soft veil, her pale complexion was flawless and virginal. Richard made a sound of disgust when he saw her. "I cannot believe he has brought her here to Chinon," he said. Eleanor made an indifferent gesture, although the sight of all that false innocence sickened her. "Why not? He brings her everywhere else. I no longer care what he does," she said. "Only let us govern in Aquitaine without his interference." Richard raised one eyebrow. "I doubt that, Mamma. He will still try to find ways of keeping it in his hand." Eleanor grimaced. "Your grandmother, the Empress, advised him to keep his barons hungry, to starve them like hawks in order to make them sharper."
Peck out his eyes, more like, Richard said. They rode past Rosamond, who swept them a deep curtsy and lowered her head, but not before Eleanor had glimpsed the resentment and challenge in her eyes. She had grown bolder since their last encounter, but then she was no longer a girl, rather a woman in her full beauty, although that in itself was no guarantee of keeping Henry's affection. He liked his women innocent and malleable. Richard turned his head away. "My father's whore," he said, loud enough to be heard. Eleanor said nothing and gazed straight ahead as if Rosamond did not exist. "She wants to be queen," Richard said. "I have heard her inveigling my father." "That will never happen," she replied with world-weary amusement. "He will not risk his grip on Aquitaine for a concubine, no matter her charms. She may be of noble blood, but not rich enough to put her on the right side of the blanket." She looked at Richard and saw his flushed complexion. If he had had experience of women, he was discreet and kept it from her. The way he spoke about Rosamond, she suspected that any dealings he had had with whores would not be amicable. Riding into the courtyard, they came upon Henry, freshly returned from the hunt and talking to a groom who was about to lead away his mired and sweaty mount. Eleanor gazed between her golden son on his golden horse, and the man with grey in his red beard, standing beside a trembling chaser that had been ridden too far and too hard. Henry turned from the horse and focused on them, wrapping his hands around his belt. Richard dismounted in a flowing movement, threw back his sleek fur cloak, and helped Eleanor down from her mare. "Madam, my mother," he acknowledged with a bow. Only then did he turn and bend the knee to his father. "Sire," he said, his sea-blue eyes full of pride and challenge. Looking amused but wary, Henry advanced and stooped to kiss him. "My son, the Count of Poitiers and Duke of Aquitaine," he said, "and almost a man." Richard tightened his lips. Eleanor noted with approval that he had learned to hold his tongue. That particular discipline had been difficult for him to master. "He already does a man's work," she said to Henry, "and that makes him a man in my eyes. If he had not been ready, I would not have named him my heir." Henry gave her a narrow look. "Madam, my wife," he said, "it is good to see you." Eleanor did not believe that for a moment. "And you," she said. Their kiss was a dry, cold meeting of lips. "You have been hunting, I see." "A man should always be active. It aids digestion and helps him to think." Eleanor raised her brows. His physique had broadened and grown solid as he approached middle age, although he was still clearly vigorous. There was no sign of a paunch, and yet his years rode him as hard as he rode his mounts. "I hope both are in good order," she said. "I am pleased I do not need to race a horse into a sweat to exercise my own wits." Henry curled his lip. "Absence has not softened the sharpness of your tongue." "Nor made the heart grow fonder," she retorted. "I notice you have not been pining for my company, if a certain house in the town is any indication. Does she help you to think, too?" "Rosamond helps me with many things," Henry said stonily, "and her tongue is not a blade." "Oh, I'm sure she has other weapons at her disposal." Ignoring the remark, Henry changed the subject by admiring Richard's palfrey. "It was a gift from me at his investiture as Duke of Aquitaine," Eleanor said. Henry examined the horse, grunting approval as he ran his hands over its firm, muscular body. "You have always liked these since you were a little boy," he said. "The tawny horses." "They are gold,"
Richard said, emphasizing the word. Men will always mark where I am, because they will see my golden horse and know. Henry gave Richard an inquiring look. What will they know? Richard jutted his jaw. That here is leadership. That here is a man they can follow through thick and thin. That here is a man who will take the reins and use them to forge his destiny. Eleanor smiled. Henry raised his brows, creating 3 horizontal pleats across his forehead. You look every inch the prince, he said. I grant you that. But power does not come from fine clothes and horses and courtly flourishes. Standing here as I am with burrs in my tunic and mud on my boots, I have more power in my little finger than you have in your entire being. Power comes from within. And you still have much to learn, boy, even if you think you know all. You did not have to be so harsh on Richard, Eleanor said to Henry later, as they sat before the fire in his chamber. She noticed that he kept rubbing his leg, but when he saw her looking, he pretended everything was all right. Across the room, a group of courtiers were playing games of dice and chess, Richard among them, marked out by his height and his bright hair. He is far too sure of himself, Henry said. He still answers to me. Yes, he does, because you are his father and because he is one of your heirs, but he is maturing swiftly. He is a duke and count in his own right, and I shall give him more duties when we return to Poitiers. He will not answer to you for Aquitaine, because Aquitaine is not your vassal and never has been. Henry rubbed his chin. I see. And that is why you are no longer acknowledging me in your charters. Did you think I would not notice how you have changed the salutations on your documents to exclude me? Why should I not change the wording? It is my prerogative. Richard is old enough to undertake military duties and some government, and that leaves you free to deal with other arenas. Henry's expression grew hard. Our lands must be ruled with an overall policy to be effective, especially where France is concerned. I do not want to find that one part has been working for its own gain, or strengthening itself and making alliances at the expense of others. Suppose Richard took it into his head to attack Toulouse, or to go raiding where he should not. My sons are too young and inexperienced. They still need my hands on the reins. The hands of a man who did not want to relinquish one iota of control. Is a woman's touch not good enough? Richard is my project, and he has excelled himself. Do you think I would go pushing my own son into war? I will guide him through each stage until he is ready. He still has much to learn, but you should give him a little loose rein. Think of yourself at 15, your pride and how sure you were. Henry gave her a jaundiced look. Yes, he said. And that's why I say he needs keeping on a tight rein. Besides, what I was at 15 does not apply to my sons. The discussion was going round in a circle. Henry would do nothing that lessened his control on any situation. Changing the subject, she asked him about Ireland. The matter is settled for now, he said. I have been acknowledged king, and allegiance has been sworn. When John is grown, he can rule there if he is not fitted for the church. Eleanor inclined her head. She had no argument with that notion. He should be arriving with Joanna and their nurses by tomorrow, she said, and glanced up as Hamlin joined them. Is Isabel coming to court for the Christmas season? Indeed she is. I expect her any day. And the children? Belle and William both. Adela and Mahelt will stay in Touraine. They are too young, and travelling with them would make the journey twice as long. He looked wry. Isabel will be reluctant to leave them, but it will not be for long. He cleared his throat. I take it you have heard the news from England, the latest about Canterbury. What news is that? She glanced at Henry, who shrugged and opened his hands, but looked wary. Hamlin dug in his pouch and handed Eleanor a small lead ampulla with a string threaded through it.
One of my men was given this the other day.
The object was shaped like a horseshoe, and inside the upward curve was a small container etched with a figure on the bier attended by 2 priests. The legend in Latin round the outside read, "Thomas is the best doctor of the worthy sick." She gave the trinket to Henry with a grimace of distaste.
They are diluting his blood and brains in water and selling the stuff to pilgrims, declaring it is a cure for the sick, Hamlin said. There have been claims about miracles for a while, but the cult is growing. They started selling the water earlier this year in wax-lined boxes, but now it's been refined to these ampullae. Thomas was ever good at schemes to make money, Henry sneered. The church will sit on its overflowing coffers and bleat piety until Judgment Day. He's also made himself a martyr in the eyes of the people, and the cult will only grow. Your son has already attached himself to it by visiting the shrine.
What do you mean? Eleanor asked sharply.
Harry visited the shrine earlier this year, Hamlin said. He looked at Henry. And in so doing, he has increased his standing and thrown the blame back onto you.
Eleanor saw Henry stiffen. Hamlin was frowning. There were undercurrents here, things she needed to know that were not going to be said.
You make too much of the matter, Henry snapped. I have admitted that my words may have set those knights on the path to murder Becket, but it was of their own volition and unwitting by me. I have done penance and been absolved.
To the letter of the law, yes, Hamlin replied doggedly. But is that enough?
Of course it is. Henry's eyes glittered with impatience. I will go no further.
But they have gone further with these ampullae and miracles. If you want stability and honour and rule, you have to be greater than that. People see what you have said and done, and it measures up lacking against Becket. You swore at Auvergne to go on crusade and to give money to Jerusalem. You have sworn to restore the church's property and do right by Becket's relatives, but have you set any of this in motion? You do not make a great show of remorse or humility. People will turn from you and look in the direction of your sons to make things right.
Of course I intend it!
Henry's face reddened, and his chest inflated with anger. Eleanor had never seen Hamlin confront Henry like this. Plainly he was deeply concerned, perhaps even afraid.
You are not going to ride off to Jerusalem, even if that is what you have said you will do. You would be far more organised by now if that was the case. I do not believe anyone else expects you to do it either, but you must demonstrate your remorse over the Archbishop's death. Unless you show your contrition, these little ampullae of the water of Canterbury will bring you down, and the rest of us with you. You talk like a fool, Hamlin, Henry scoffed. You're becoming an old man.
I want to live to become an old man, Hamlin retorted and stalked off. Henry shook his head and glowered at Eleanor.
Do not look at me like that.
Perhaps Hamlin is right about the penances and showing that you mean it, she said. Can you afford to ignore his advice when he is so loyal to you? Henry said nothing, but his jaw clamped like a vice. What did he mean about people looking in the direction of your heir?
Nothing. It's just Harry trying to flex his wings before he has the feathers to fly. He wants me to give him lands to rule for himself, and won't accept it when I say he is not ready. I know full well that Louis has rubbed a sore spot on his pride, and is now grinding salt in it just to cause trouble. He keeps telling Harry it is beneath the dignity of a king not to have land and power.
But why should he not flex his wings? Eleanor asked. He will soon attain his 18th year day. Your father was only your age when he willingly ceded you Normandy, and you were only 17. He drummed his fingers on the table in irritation.
You do not need to tell me my own history.
Do I not? You cannot give your son money and distractions and expect him to be satisfied. He is beyond monkeys called Robert now. He needs to be independent.
He is holding his own Christmas court at Bonneville with Marguerite, and she has been anointed queen by the Archbishop of Rouen.
Henry said.
I have been more than indulgent.
Yes, you allow him to play at being king, to hold feasts and entertainments, and then you complain about how much it costs you. You must give him proper responsibility. If you cannot loosen your grip, what room in your life does anyone else have?
Plenty when they show they can be trusted.
Ah, trust, she said. And who can trust a king who does not keep his word? She rose, knowing that, like Hamlin, she had to escape. You must give him something to occupy him and soothe his dignity, not just as a sop to a youth, but as an exercise in power. You have raised him up, but now you must give substance to his crown, otherwise you will make him a laughing-stock.
I shall do as I see fit.
Of course you will, and then watch it all tumble down because you have no foundations. She left the room in exasperation and climbed to the battlements because she did not want to bring her anger and irritation into her own chamber. The guards on the walls bowed to her and made way. Gazing out into the star-salted night, the moon a luminous white disk, she observed a female figure crossing the ward, escorted by a soldier bearing a torch. Rosamond, she thought with scorn. Poor, deluded, silly girl. Why would anyone want to be Henry's queen? What kind of power was that? He would use her as he used everyone and discard her when he had had enough. Hearing voices further along the battlements, an interweaving of masculine cajolery and soft feminine giggles, she frowned. The only people who should be up here were the soldiers on duty and those who had authority. It was not a trysting place for lust-struck squires and their conquests. The voices came closer, shushing and whispering, and Eleanor stood tall to confront the approaching lovers. By the grey light of the moon they were an odd sight, for they were bundled into a single cloak, hence the hilarity as they strove to match footsteps and bumped against each other. Their meanders stopped short as they came up against Eleanor. The girl gave a frightened scream, and the youth stifled an expletive.
"Do you not kneel before your queen?"
Eleanor demanded icily, her annoyance exacerbated by what she had just seen in the courtyard. With a desperate flurry, the pair struggled to their knees, the girl falling over and the youth yanking her up.
"Madam, forgive me, I did not realize."
She recognized the voice now, and with it came recognition of the features, too. Geoffrey, Henry's bastard, and perhaps about the business of begetting another one.
"What are you doing here?"
He made a gesture of appeasement.
"I was showing Sarah the battlements under moonlight. I didn't think—"
"Indeed you did not," Eleanor said. "This is no place for trysting. Do not think to persuade the guards to look the other way just because your father is the king and you think it gives you privilege. It doesn't. Get up." He lunged to his feet and extricated his partner from inside his cloak. Eleanor vaguely recognized the trembling girl as belonging to the dairy. "Go," she said to her, "and thank God on your knees that I am not going to order you whipped." The girl ducked her head and beat a hasty retreat, disappearing into the darkness of a turret entrance. Eleanor looked at Geoffrey. Henry had appointed him Archdeacon of Lincoln in September, with an eye to confirming him to the bishopric at a later date. But the young man, although enjoying the fiscal benefits of the post, showed no intention of taking vows. If anything, since his appointment, he had turned the other way, and could be found constantly training in the military arts, swaggering about and making trysts with silly girls who should know better. "I wonder what your grandmother would say if she could see you." She moved to the wall and looked out over the starlit landscape. What sort of man do you want to be, Joffrey? He adjusted his cloak, pulling it straight.
I want to serve my father,
he replied after a short but prickly silence.
I want to do my best for him as he has done for me.
And this is it? Your best?
It was a moment of fun,
he said sulkily. Indeed, but you have responsibilities and a position to uphold, and clandestine fumbling with dairymaids is not part of that position if you desire to be honoured. That was how he had been begotten, a result of his father's tumbles with a common woman. She did not say so. He was intelligent enough to make the connection. You have a life of privilege, granted to very few. Will you use it or abuse it? Think on what I have said. When he had gone, she closed her eyes and breathed deeply of the cold starlit air. She had asked him what sort of man he wanted to be, and she feared that the answer he had avoided giving her was that he wanted to be just like his father. Despite the various frictions, the Christmas sojourn at Chinon had its pleasures and entertainments. Eleanor went hunting with her gerfalcon and her sleek white gazehounds. There was the exhilaration of the chase in the bright, brisk cold, and, as always, the sensation of a fast horse under her saddle and the wind flurrying against her mantle made her laugh aloud with exultation. Each day, when they returned in red winter sunsets, with the trees stark and black behind them, there was feasting and merriment and tale-telling in the hall. She played chess with Joffrey. Occasionally he defeated her, but most of the time she still won. John and Joanna arrived from Fontevraud, and Henry was delighted to see his youngest son, now turned 6 years old, so nimble and intelligent and eager to please him. Joanna was a delightful, pretty little girl, and Henry derived great pleasure from having her sit in his lap, where she fed him preserved fruits from a bowl, seeing how fast he could devour them. Observing him with his youngest offspring, Eleanor remembered when he had been like that with the others, until the girls approached marriageable age and the boys became old enough to potentially challenge him. Henry took John up on his fast courser and cantered him round the yard before setting off to hunt, and John was exhilarated until he was put down and left behind with his nurse. Eleanor noticed how hungrily John watched his father. He would emulate his walk and dog Henry's heels everywhere he went. Richard treated his youngest sibling, 9 years his junior, with amused indifference, occasionally verging on scorn. He would cuff him and bowl him over, the way he did when playing with his father's half-grown pet gazehound. He called him Jean Santerre and laughed when John became angry, until the day that John stole Richard's sword and hid it under a pile of dung in the stable yard. The ensuing fracas was cataclysmic. John denied all knowledge, despite having been seen lurking in the area by a groom, but it didn't save him from being held upside down and shaken by Richard, who had then thrown him into the dung heap and threatened to slit his windpipe with the sword. By the time a passing knight intervened and came to John's rescue, he was a shaken wreck, tears and mucus streaming down his face, and he had pissed himself. But he wasn't sorry. Forced to own up and apologize, he spoke the words by rote, but his eyes flashed fire and retribution. Richard, taken to task by Henry for excess violence against a child and his own brother, was not sorry either, and stormed off to clean his sword, muttering that he would kill John if he came near his weapons ever again. There was constant turbulence. The heavy tension was like waiting for snow to fall as the sky darkened. The silence from Bonneville, where Harry was holding his own Christmas court. The late evenings when Eleanor knew that Rosamond was slipping through the postern to Henry's chamber. All under their noses and all unsaid, while their Irish harpist plucked sweet notes that trembled in the air as he sang songs of betrayal and deception. Eleanor's white gerfalcon preened on her perch, and men rested their cups on their bellies, listened to the musician, and cast each other sidelong glances. The narrow sea was an expanse of hurtling grey waves, with spindrift blowing off their tops before they crashed into the shoreline in explosions of silver spray. In other halls in England, men talked at fires, warming their hands and sharpening their blades, ready for next year's campaign season. At Canterbury, the common folk crowded to the tomb of Thomas Becket, and in the scarlet glow from the shrine lamps, heard tales of miracles as they made offerings in exchange for vials of the water of Canterbury, and called for their king-slain martyr to be made a saint. "I wish Henry would give Harry and Marguerite their own lands," Eleanor said to Isabel as they sat together in Eleanor's chamber. Outside, the ground was covered with a light dusting of snow, but it wasn't enough to interfere with the court's preparations to move on to Fréteval. The sounds of bustle carried up through the narrow window arch. "He will be 18 next month, and he needs a focus." She watched John and his cousin Will constructing a castle from wooden blocks. Despite the usual childhood squabbles, the boys had formed a firm friendship, which pleased her, because John was generally aloof with other children, and they tended to avoid him. "It doesn't seem a moment since Harry was a little boy playing with his toy knights and castles," Isabel commented with a fond look at their sons. "And that is the problem," Eleanor said, her tone heartfelt. "That is how Henry would see our son even now that he is on the cusp of manhood. He gives him playthings, money and gifts, but not responsibility, and then complains when the money is gone and he is asked for more. What does he expect? If he does not give him tasks, they are no more than sealing charters and witnessing covenants. There is no meat to the matter. Harry needs more than that for his own sake and the country's, but Henry does not wish to see it. It is not the same for Richard, because I give him leeway, and he can perform a man's duties in my dominions, and when Geoffrey comes of age, Brittany will be his. But what is there for Harry to govern? Henry would have to give him Normandy, England, or Anjou, and he will never do that." "I do not know what to say." "Because there is nothing to say," Eleanor replied. "The solution is for Henry to change, and that will happen when the seas run dry." She looked at the children playing round their feet. "You have but one son. That is precarious, but at least you will not face squabbles over inheritance." "Indeed," Isabel agreed and put a hand on her belly. "I do not think there will be more than these 4. My fluxes are scant these days, and Hamlin is absent much of the time with Henry." "You miss him, don't you?" "I do," Isabel said softly. "Things are so difficult because of what has happened. I do not want Hamlin or me to change so much that we no longer recognize each other. I still want to take his hand and have him take mine." "It is too late for me and Henry," Eleanor said bleakly. "I shall be relieved to return to Poitiers." "I am sorry." "I took someone's hand once." Eleanor gazed into the distance. "But I lost him a long time ago." Isabel started to ask a question and then changed her mind, and Eleanor was glad, for she would not have answered it, no matter how firm their friendship. Some things were best left unspoken. Eleanor was sorting out a box of tangled embroidery silks when Henry came into her chamber. He had taken John out riding, and the latter was dancing at his side, his small face still alight from the pleasure of the experience. A small pang went through Eleanor. Another shard. Henry was so good with small children, while they were easy to control, and when he could be bothered. "To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?" she inquired. Normally Henry would have given John to his nurse and not come anywhere near her chamber.
"Pleasure?"
Henry smiled and ruffled John's hair.
"I think we are past that stage, but I wanted to keep you informed since we will be parting company soon."
"Well, that makes a change from keeping me in ignorance." She raised her head from the knotted silks. Henry had picked up one of John's toys, a cone on a string attached to a ball, and was busily popping the ball in and out of the socket.
"But that is obviously not your intention today."
He chose to ignore her sarcasm.
"I was talking earlier with emissaries of the Count of Maurienne. You'll meet them at dinner. Count Humbert has a daughter and is interested in matching her with John if terms can be arranged to our mutual satisfaction."
"Maurienne?" Eleanor pursed her lips. "That would mean lands in Piedmont and Savoy."
"Yes, and the opportunity to become Count of Savoy."
Eleanor glanced at John, who was listening with interest. "What of Ireland?"
"There is still that possibility, but the Maurienne lands are strategic for controlling the mountain routes through the Alps."
She heard the eagerness in his voice. Once again he was building worlds, expanding his territories and horizons, and in spite of herself, she felt an echo in her bones. "And in exchange?" she asked. "What does Humbert of Maurienne want to trade for such a treasure?" Henry cupped the ball.
"That is to be discussed. I have invited him to Clermont in 2 months' time to see what can be arranged. I shall want all my heirs there, since we did not have a full gathering this Christmas."
"Will I still be King of Ireland?" John demanded. Henry chuckled.
"We shall see, my little hawk," he said. "We shall see."
A gleam entered John's eyes. "Richard won't be able to call me John Santerre any more."
"No, he won't."
Henry handed him the toy in dismissal and ruffled his hair.
"And certainly not when I am by."
"I will be interested to see just what you are going to give Humbert of Maurienne in exchange for his daughter," Eleanor said when John had gone. Henry tugged on his earlobe.
"I am thinking about it. Enough to make him commit, but as little as I can get away with."
When Henry had made his will during his last serious illness, there had been nothing for John. She failed to see what there could be, unless Henry raided his coffers and offered coin and treasure in lieu, and she knew how reluctant he would be to do that. Chapter 42. Fréteval, Anjou, January 1173.
"Mamma!"
Harry stooped so that Eleanor could embrace him. His smile was warm, his hair shone like gold, and his eyes were as clear as a calm northern sea. Since the last time she saw him, he had become a man, gaining another finger joint in height and broadening out. "It is so good to see you." Eleanor was laughing and crying at the same time. "It has been too long. You've grown so much." She turned to embrace Marguerite. "And you look well too, daughter." "Yes, madam, I am," Marguerite responded with a curtsy and a dutiful kiss. She was as plump as a pink silk cushion, her forehead and chin spotty with adolescent blemishes. Yet her brown eyes shone, and the smile on her lips made all the difference. Eleanor noted the possessive look she sent towards Harry, and the one he returned to her. It wasn't adoring, but there was a knowing air of complicity that excluded Eleanor, and reminded her of her first marriage, where she and Louis had done the same thing before Louis's mother, who was this girl's grandmother. Marguerite was now a queen in her own right, although not anointed at Westminster, and not by Becket. Eleanor imagined a small, almost hidden crown on her head, as opposed to the great diadem she envisaged on Harry's. Richard came forward, and the brothers embraced. Richard was taller than Harry, but slighter of build, still being only 15. "Well," said Richard with a mocking smile, "here he is, the king in waiting." "Not for much longer," Harry retorted. "Has Papa been promising you things again?" One side of Richard's mouth curled upwards. "Don't believe a word. You should listen to Mamma instead." Eleanor was exasperated by her sons. Already the needling had begun, and bore a sharper edge now that Richard was Duke of Aquitaine, and Harry still had nothing beyond an income that ran through his hands like water. "Come," she said, "enough of that. There is plenty of time for other talk when we reach Montferrand." Harry turned to greet John, who had not returned to Fontevraud because of the betrothal negotiations. "Little brother," he tousled John's hair. "So, Papa has found you an inheritance and a bride, I wonder how long you'll be waiting." Going to one of his baggage chests, he produced a horse's breastband of green leather with silver bells tinkling on it. "I brought this for your horse, so that everyone in Montferrand will know a true prince is coming." A rare smile lit up John's face as he took the breastband, and he looked at Harry with an expression that was almost hero worship. "That was kind," Eleanor said. Harry shrugged. "Papa made me responsible for him in his will. One day he will be a man, and perhaps a useful ally." His expression said he was willing to be magnanimous because John was a child, and he did not consider him a rival. There was no such gift for Richard. Henry arrived then, and greeted his heir with loud and superficial bonhomie, hugging him to his chest, slapping his back. There was a hearty kiss, too, for Marguerite, and a comment about how buxom and well she looked, hinting that he hoped she was fecund. Eleanor observed Henry's jovial performance, and was not fooled. The smile was on his lips, but his eyes were steely, and his movements were dominant and forceful. She knew already that Montferrand would be a family gathering where Henry told everyone what they were going to do, and they would obey him or face the consequences. Later, while they were all seated at table, Henry casually mentioned to Eleanor that there was a meeting planned for after Montferrand at Limoges, which would be attended by various magnates and royalty, and was an opportunity for diplomatic talks. "I hope to build a lasting peace and make firm alliances on our southern borders," he said. "Very laudable," Eleanor replied, and wondered if Henry was trying to box her in too by making arrangements surrounding Aquitaine. "Whom may we expect to see other than Humbert of Maurienne?" Henry rinsed his mouth with wine and swallowed. "Alfonso of Aragon and his advisers." He gave her a calculating look. "He wants me to mediate in a dispute with Raymond of Toulouse." Eleanor went very still. "So, Raymond of Toulouse will be present?" Henry shrugged. "Whatever your opinion of him, he is part of the process and needs to be present." He toyed with the gems studded around the base of the goblet. "We can turn this to our advantage. If I can successfully negotiate John's marriage, it will weaken Raymond's position in that he will have potentially hostile neighbours on both sides. To save himself, he will have to pay homage for Toulouse." Eleanor swallowed revulsion. "Then do not bring him near me, except he be on his knees. You know my feelings about Toulouse." "You have made them abundantly clear," he said stiffly. "I thought you would be delighted to have Count Raymond pay homage to Aquitaine." "I am," she said, "but that does not mean I shall enjoy sharing his company, and I have no doubt he will wriggle out of the business if he can." Henry pushed the cup to one side. "Nonetheless, he will do it," he said. "And we shall have peace." He gave her a warning look. Rather than being delighted at the news, Eleanor was deflated and wary. There was something about Henry, a thin, tensile undercurrent that gave her cause for more than the usual suspicion. Eleanor was hungry and impatient. The discussion between Henry and Humbert of Maurienne concerning the proposed marriage between his small daughter and John had begun after morning mass several hours ago. Her sons, including the prospective bridegroom, were with their father at the negotiations, but the women had been left to their embroidery and conversation in another chamber. A formal feast was to be held later, followed by informal discussion, where Eleanor's duty would be to smile, play the gracious hostess, and smooth out any remaining rough edges. Her first impression of Count Humbert of Maurienne had been of a quiet, genial man, but his eyes were heavy-lidded, and it was not sleepiness that lurked behind them, but a shrewd and calculating brain, every bit as sharp as Henry's. He would drive a hard bargain for the lands that came with his infant child. Raised voices sounded outside the chamber door, and Harry burst into the room, his face scarlet with fury and his fists clenched. Hamlin followed on his heels, remonstrating with him. Alarmed, Eleanor pushed aside her sewing frame and went to them. "What is this? What's wrong?" Harry's eyes glittered with tears of rage and humiliation. "My father," he choked. "He has taken the castles of my inheritance at Chinon, Loudun, and Mirabeau, and offered them to Humbert of Maurienne as John's contribution to the marriage bargain. He refuses to let me rule anything, and now he eats into what I am due and barters it away in a marriage settlement for my little brother." Marguerite rose from her chair and hastened to his side. "How much more is he going to take from me?" Harry demanded raggedly. "I'm not a child. I am a crowned king in my own right, without an inch of grounds to my name. I might as well wear the ears of an ass on my head and ride a mare." "There is a time and a place to discuss this, and in the right manner," Hamlin said, his face ruddy with anger. "You should not have left the council chamber as you did. You have undermined your position already, you young fool." "Ha! I couldn't undermine it any more than it has already been," Harry spat. "Was I supposed to sit there and swallow it while my father gave away my patrimony?" "Younger sons always receive those castles by tradition," Hamlin replied. "But that is not the point. The point is you raging out there like a child having a tantrum. Now Count Humbert may want to rethink his position. You should have had the control to sit still and discuss matters like a man, not an undisciplined boy. Is it any wonder your father has doubts about giving you responsibility? You have just enforced his opinion of you that you are not fit to rule." "I know full well why you take my father's part," Harry sneered. "Those castles would be in your administration until John came of age. You have a vested interest, uncle, so don't pretend you're impartial. My father always sends you out like his dog to bark at those who displease him." Hamlin's chest heaved. "If you were mine," he said in a congested voice. "My lord, enough, I pray!" Eleanor hastened to stand between them. Isabel was on her feet, too. "Harry, peace! Your uncle is right. You do yourself no good by raging like this." Harry glared at her. "Did you know he was going to do this, Mamma? Did you?" "No, and if I did, I would have advised him against it. But your father never heeds any voice but his own. He is quite capable of talking himself into riding off a precipice. It does not mean that you should do so too." "I won't let him do this to me," Harry said with bitter pain. "He has given me nothing, and now he takes away even from what he promised me. What am I to think of the value he sets on me? My father by marriage loves me better than he does." Eleanor shuddered. "Do not confuse love with political machinations. It well suits Louis to encourage strife between us." "But he's right, isn't he? And my own father has just proven that." Taking Marguerite by the hand, he left the room, his stride so rapid that Marguerite stumbled. Hamlin made to follow, but Eleanor caught him back. "Let him be," she said. "You will make things worse than they are if you pursue him." She turned to one of the squires on duty.
Find me William Marshall. Hamlin ground his teeth. He cannot be allowed to behave in that manner before our allies. Why not? She said scornfully. His father does, and I suppose he has learned by example. If Henry has done what Harry says, then he has reason to be upset. Hamlin stood his ground. Indeed, but it was not the time or place. What if he leaves? What will that do to the negotiations? He won't. Where would he go? The squire returned with William Marshall in tow. The knight was clad in the padded tunic he wore under his mail shirt. He had been tending to the latter garment, picking over it for flaws, and his hands were black with grease and ferrous residue. "Madam," he said, and knelt. "Your lord has received some upsetting news," she said. "Find him and make sure he does nothing rash. He will listen to you. Calm him down and prevent him from leaving should he take it into his head to do so. Be about the business in haste." William gave her a shrewd look. "As you wish, madam." He rose, bowed, and hurried from the room. Eleanor turned to Hamlin, who was slightly less red in the face by now. "I pray you return to the king," she said, "and see if you can repair the damage. I will also do what I can." Hamlin gave a brusque nod. "I am uncertain of success," he said, "but if anything is to be salvaged, some kind of peace must be made." "Indeed," Eleanor's mouth twisted. "After all, is it not said that a queen's most important role is that of peacemaker, and that the meek shall inherit the earth?" Typically, Henry did not want to talk about his decision. "It is made, and that is final," he told Eleanor when she tackled him in his chamber. "And I was right to make it. Until my son learns to govern himself, I am not about to let him govern others, and I will brook no interference from you, madam, on that score." "But you must have known that giving those castles in surety for John would incense Harry. Surely you could have promised something else. You are throwing him into the arms of the French by doing this." Henry made an exasperated sound and threw up his hands. "What would you have done if you had been in his position at 18? I watched you strip your own brother of those castles. Henry, you must bend, or else the tree will break. You have enough trouble in your life to deal with already." "How can I give him lands while he is incompetent to govern them? He says he will only learn by doing so, but I cannot trust him, and I know Louis has got his claws into him. I never thought I would fear betrayal from my own son when I saw him lying in his cradle." "You are only reaping what you have sown," she said with weary contempt. "And what you have encouraged to grow," he accused. "When have I seen him of late to do so?" she demanded incredulously. "You took him away from me when he was still a little boy." "You bore him, madam. For all that I own him my son, he has your taint within his very bones." Eleanor gasped. "Is that how you see it? You who have betrayed me again and again, with my lands, with other women, with all the promises you have made to me through the years and broken without a second thought. Look in your mirror, sire, before you throw stones at me, and do not blame me if what you see does not suit you." "I will not stand for this," Henry snarled. "I will curb that boy. Indeed, boy is what he is." "And you will not allow him to be a man because that threatens your own manhood." The argument had gone round in a circle. Precious little peacemaking, but she was too angry to be interested in peace now. She looked at Henry's clenched fists and wondered if he would strike her, but he drew a deep breath and turned to pace the room like a caged lion. "When I was his age, I had no choice but to fight for my inheritance. If I had not, I would not have had one. He has no need. He will inherit my kingdom in the fullness of time. There is no cause for any of this fighting." He paused and wagged a warning forefinger at her. "You will follow me on this. You will do as I tell you." "Are you threatening me, my lord?" "What is left, when talking sense to you is like pissing against the wind? I expect his obedience and yours. You both owe your allegiance to me."
Eleanor raised her head. "Is there anything else, sire, or do I have your leave to retire?"
"You may go," he said, "but think well on what I have said. Cooperate or face the consequences."
Harry was waiting in her chamber when she returned, and almost sprang on her as she walked through the door. "Oh, in God's name, pour us both some wine and sit down," she snapped. She sat down before the hearth and rubbed her aching temples.
"I won't let him have those castles, Mamma, I won't."
"It is not settled yet for certain," she replied. "Things change, and you must take a long view of the game." He gave a puff of frustration and handed her the wine. "You did your cause no good by storming out like that."
"What else was I supposed to do?"
His voice rose with indignation.
"Accept it meekly?"
"You could have conducted yourself in a more mature manner in front of other men. You diminished yourself in their eyes by behaving as you did."
"So you take his side?"
Eleanor restrained the urge to strike him for being so imperceptive.
"No,"
she said, "I do not, but you play straight into his hands by acting as you do. Do not give up. You will have your lands and your esteem."
"When?"
Harry said bitterly.
"When he is dead, when I challenge him for it at sword point."
"That is treason!" Alarmed, she put her hand on his wrist. "You must not say such things. That is what I mean about taking responsibility." He stiffened under her touch, but not with rejection. Rather, he appeared as if assimilating a new angle.
"Yes, Mamma,"
he said after a moment.
"Thank you for your advice."
He leaned over to kiss her cheek.
"I will not apologize to him, though."
"I do not expect you to. Only behave in a dignified way at the oath-taking, and mind what you say. Your time will come." He gave her another of those looks.
"Yes,"
he said, and his tone was so expressionless that it held a wealth of meaning.
"Yes, it will."
The ride to Limoges for the main conference was a mixed affair, rather like the weather, which was raw and cold, but with flags of blue between the clouds and moments of weak sunshine that almost hinted at warmth on her skin. Raymond of Toulouse had joined them, but stayed back off the pace, having little to do with anyone, and Eleanor was glad, but even the awareness of his presence made her feel like a cat that had had its fur ruffled the wrong way. The sooner he swore his oath and departed, the better. Harry had been quiet and subdued, but Eleanor was positive he had little intention of obeying his father. Earlier she had seen him strike one of his clerks and dismiss a scribe, both of whom were in Henry's pay and spied for him. She was also aware of Henry keeping a close watch on Harry's nights. The air was full of dangerous tension, and her nape was prickling the way it always did before a thunderstorm. On reaching Limoges, the baggage was unpacked, and the participants changed from their travelling clothes into formal garments for taking the oaths of homage. Eleanor donned a gown fashioned from cloth of gold, patterned with eagles, their wings outspread. She wore a ring on the middle finger of her left hand, set with a large topaz, which she called her phoenix egg because of its fiery golden colour. A gold net encased her hair, and she wore a silk veil secured by a gem-set coronet. Richard arrived, ready to accompany her to the great hall. He wore crimson and gold, and his cloak was lined with the chevron furs of blue squirrels. A coronet decked his hair, too, and the ducal ring of Saint Valery shone on his right hand. "Well," Eleanor said, "this is an auspicious day, is it not?" Alight with pride, she arranged the drape of his cloak. Richard smiled and said with relish, "It is going to stick in Raymond of Toulouse's craw to bow to us." Eleanor grimaced. Indeed, and it ought to be a sweet taste, but I am wary. It seems to me he has been backed into a corner. He has no choice, and when people have no choice, their oaths and allegiance are given with resentment and reneged upon at the first opportunity. Yes, I badly want to see it stick in his craw, but what will he do afterwards? Choke it up, perhaps. Richard drew himself up. He will do nothing, Mamma, because I will not let him. His tone was proud and slightly affronted. He will be my vassal too, and I will keep him to his word. She took his arm and squeezed it, and felt the new strength of muscle under her hand. I know you will, she said, but I still do not trust him. Harry says that if Papa does not give him lands, he will seize them for his own because it is his right. Eleanor felt a jolt of alarm because such words were an escalation of intent. Harry often postured and threatened to do things, but he seldom followed them through because it was too much trouble. However, he might well be testing out his ideas on Richard and looking for support. And who does he think will aid him, apart from those impecunious knights of his? Richard shrugged. His father by marriage, I suppose, and anyone else Papa has ridden over in the past. Did Harry ask you? Richard fiddled with the jewelled hilt of his dagger. Not in so many words, but he is truly considering it, Mamma. He is not strong enough to take on Papa by himself. It had gone further than she thought. It would not be a wise idea to tell Henry. She needed more information before she could decide what to do for the best. Louis would definitely finance anything that split up Henry's domains and caused divisions. But at the same time his daughters were united with her sons, and Harry's proximity to the French crown was inevitable. That is a very dangerous game, she said. Your father will come to hear the rumours, and he will deal ruthlessly with anything he regards as betrayal. You should not speak so where you can be overheard. Richard glanced round at Eleanor's women, but none were within earshot. I do not, Mamma, but Harry is less discreet. He does not care who knows. He hinted to me that he's been quietly seeking support and finding it. He says there is huge unrest in England since the death of the Archbishop. Eleanor's alarm increased. Just how far has this gone? I do not know, Mamma. You must talk to Harry. She saw the doubt in his eyes lurking behind the veneer of manly confidence. This was new territory for him, and he was still in need of guidance. I am glad you have spoken to me, she said. You have done the right thing. I will speak with Harry after the ceremony. Leave it with me. Together, Eleanor and Richard descended from her chamber to the public space of the great hall, where everyone was assembling to witness Raymond of Toulouse kneel in homage to Richard and Eleanor, and concede that he was Aquitaine's vassal. Henry was already seated on the dais, watchful and alert, his gaze moving from person to person, marking and assessing. For once, rings adorned his fingers, and he wore a dalmatic of purple silk, which set off the ermine lining to his cloak. Harry sat beside him, upright and still, mirroring his father's pose, but his usual smile had been replaced by set lips and an inscrutable expression. As Richard mounted the dais and received a kiss from Henry, Hamlin stepped forward, blocked Eleanor's path to the steps, and drew her to one side. If Harry's face was inscrutable, then Hamlin's revealed deep discomfort and unease, but dogged determination. Eleanor gazed at him in surprise and alarm. Madam, the king requests that you remain here for the moment, Hamlin said stiffly. What is the meaning of this? Eleanor tried to shake him off, but he tightened his grip. Madam, forgive me. The king will explain all in a short while, but for now he wishes you to remain here. He drew her to stand beside Marguerite and her sister Allais. Observers, not participants. The path to the dais had been blocked by Henry's household knights. Raymond of Toulouse came forward from a group on the opposite side of the room to where Eleanor stood. Even though he was on his way to bow the knee and pay homage to his enemies, he walked with a defiant swagger. At the foot of the dais, he paused, took a deep breath as if about to plunge into deep water, and then mounted the steps and, kneeling before Henry, put his hands between his and swore him allegiance, acknowledging him Duke of Aquitaine and Overlord of Toulouse. Eleanor's breath stopped at the top of her chest in utter shock. Henry had no right to accept that oath. Indeed, it could be construed that because Raymond of Toulouse was swearing fealty to the King of England, Aquitaine was England's satellite. She would die before she let that happen. Rooted to the spot, she watched Raymond place his hands between Henry's, and Henry give him the kiss of peace. And then Raymond turned to her sons, first kneeling to perform homage to Harry for Toulouse, acknowledging him Henry's heir. Harry glanced at his father and swiftly at Richard, but accepted the homage, a flush spreading across his face. Finally, Raymond turned to Richard, who hesitated for a long moment before finally completing his part of the ceremony, his expression rigid with strain. Rage surged through Eleanor so strongly that for a moment she could not see. This was the vilest betrayal of all, that Henry should snatch away from her the kernel of her authority, of who she was, and use Raymond of Toulouse as his instrument. "You serve the devil!" she hissed at Hamlin. "Let go of me, you traitor! I will not be restrained by the likes of you!" She wrenched herself out of his grasp and flung from the hall with its tableau of treachery. Storming into her chamber, she ordered the startled servants to pack the baggage for an immediate return to Poitiers. She swept several gowns off a clothing pole and threw them on her bed for her women to fold, and then dug her fingernails into her palms, seeking control. Isabel arrived, flushed and tearful with distress. "Eleanor, I am sorry. I swear I did not know." "If you did, would you have told me?" Eleanor glared at her with furious contempt. "I think not, because your loyalty is not first of all to me, is it? But to your perfidious henchman husband. Get out before I say something to destroy any bridges remaining between us." Isabel bit her lip. "I am sorry. I truly am. I do not blame you for sending me away." Eleanor refused to look at her. There was a pressure in her stomach and saliva in her mouth. "Just go," she said. Isabel hesitated, and then made a deep curtsy. "I shall pray for all of you, and do what I can, however little that might be," she said, and with a sob fled the room. Eleanor ran to the latrine shaft built into the thickness of the wall and hung over it, retching bile. When a hovering, worried Marquisa inquired if she was well, she waved her away and choked that she wished to be left alone. Eventually, the spasms subsided, and she collected the shattered pieces of herself and strove to put them together. She knew Henry would not come to her and explain. Why should he? He had already revealed the kind of store he set by her. Returning to the chamber, she rinsed her mouth with wine and returned to the matter of packing. Once back in Poitiers and away from Henry's poisonous presence, she would consider how best to proceed. Richard arrived as she was putting her topaz ring in a wax-lined jewel casket. He was panting from his run up the stairs, the gold sunbursts on his tunic flashing with each hard breath. "How could he do this to us?" he demanded, his voice almost breaking back to boyhood with the pressure of his anger.
He must have known what Raymond was going to do. Of course he knew, Eleanor spat. It is your father's ploy to make Aquitaine a vassal of England and Normandy, and at the same time save face for Toulouse. Doubtless he thinks he has been clever, but that oath will not stand. You are Duke of Aquitaine, independent of anyone but me, and since I accepted no oath, it is invalid. She drew a deep breath. Should you not be at this triumphal feast of your father's? Richard grimaced. I said I had to visit the latrine. Harry is furious too. He says the oath-taking was a sop that's not going to solve his pride or compensate for those castles just because he took precedence over me. He says it's all Papa's trickery again. He's going to defy him, because if Papa won't listen to him, then what else can he do? What is there to lose? As he spoke, Richard controlled his voice, and it dropped to its deeper resonance. A taut silence fell between them, and then Eleanor said, quietly bitter, Your father is a consummate player. Harry must take consultation and advice, and be committed beyond the superficial to any undertaking. There is a great deal left to lose. And to win, Richard said hawkishly. Rebellion goes far deeper than a complaint about not enough land or responsibility. Rebellion risks all, she warned. A part of her felt a sensation of reaching out, of excitement and yearning. It was like inhaling freedom, but she knew the danger and was afraid for her sons and herself. She touched his arm. Let us talk when we are back in Poitiers. For now, there is nothing we can do. Your brother tells me you are considering folly, Eleanor said to Harry when he came to her chamber, having absconded the feast. Harry shot an angry look at Richard. I do not know what you mean. You know exactly what I mean, Eleanor said curtly. I am your mother, and I know what goes forth. If you are intending what you intend, then you must be very sure, and you must plan carefully. You cannot treat this as a sudden enthusiasm or a child's outburst, where all will be forgotten tomorrow. Either you mean this with all your heart as a man, or you must step back. Harry set his jaw. I mean it, Mamma. I've been thinking about it all day. I am going to return to the French court. There are many in England, both common folk and barons, who desire to cast off his yoke. He has made enemies everywhere. All we are to him are pawns on his chessboard, and he thinks he can move us about wherever he wants. And what would you do? She asked. How exactly do you intend to become a player instead of one of his pieces? I am a king, Harry said proudly. I shall make him acknowledge me. There are many who will join my banner when I summon them. He gave her a wounded look. I have not spent all my time revelling and pouring my allowance down the drain. Aquitaine is mine, Richard broke in swiftly. I will not let you or Papa take it from me. Harry turned to him. It is not my fault that Raymond of Toulouse swore to me first rather than you. It wasn't my doing, as well you know. Perhaps, but even so I will never kneel to you for Aquitaine. Harry brushed the words aside with an impatient wave of his hand. That issue was not his current focus. As you will. Come with me to France if you desire, and kneel to Louis as your overlord. Eleanor was frustrated by their quibbling, and afraid too. Do not be in such haste, she said, rubbing her aching temples. Everything was unravelling, and she did not know which way to turn, because there was betrayal of one sort or another in every direction, and no sanctuary anywhere. I tell you, Mamma, I am not staying. I am going to Paris because I cannot call anywhere in my father's domains home. He dishonours me at every turn. I'm constantly being told to act like a man. Well, now I am, and the rest of you may do as you see fit, but my mind is made up." He departed the room with head down like a charging bull, in a manner totally reminiscent of his father. Eleanor's headache had become an intense, sawing pain, and she could not think. "We shall talk about this tomorrow," she said to Richard. "Tonight I am too exhausted, too sad, and too angry." Hamlin sipped his wine. It was always magnificent in the south, and this one was exceptional. Even so, tonight it cloyed his palate, and he did not want to be in this room. The feast to celebrate the homage ceremony had been a mockery. Humbert of Maurienne had been royally feted, and superficially all had seemed well, but excuses had had to be made for Eleanor's absence. Harry and Richard had been present because they were forced, but had left early. Hamlin suspected they had gone to keep company with their mother. Geoffrey had remained at the feast, watchful as usual, keeping his thoughts to himself, and observing the proceedings with a keen eye. John, seated at the high table on an embroidered cushion, had behaved with aplomb. Now he was leaning sleepily against Henry, being very quiet and good, obviously loving the treat of being allowed to stay up with the men. "I should go," Hamlin said to Henry, who seemed unconcerned by all the undercurrents, and was paring his fingernails with a small antler-handled knife. "If we are to start out at dawn, I need to sleep. I cannot keep your hours." Henry looked amused. That he was sitting down and acting as a leaning post for John was only because his damaged leg was paining him. "I cannot keep my hours either," he said wryly. He gave Hamlin a searching look. "You have said little this evening, brother." 2 frown lines appeared between Hamlin's brows. "I've been turning things over in my mind, and thinking that there are going to be some storms to ride out." "There are always storms to ride out," Henry replied with weary cynicism, and looked up as an usher approached him. "Sire, the Count of Toulouse requests to speak to you urgently." Henry raised his brows. "So urgently that it cannot wait until tomorrow?" "He seemed to think so, sire." Henry flicked his hand. "Bid him enter, then," he said, and looked down to tousle John's hair. "Time for your bed, my little bridegroom. Geoffrey, you too. Time you left." Geoffrey narrowed his eyes, but rose to his feet. "I want to stay with you," John protested, stretching. "It's not fair." Henry smiled sourly. "Life never is, even for those who make the decisions. We shall be riding early tomorrow morning, and for a long time. Here." He gave him the knife he had been using, sheathed now in lion-stamped leather. "You can have this. I trust you to be grown up enough to care for it well." John's eyes lit up, and he thanked his father, but his feet still dragged as he was handed into the custody of his older brother and taken from the room. "Was it wise giving him a knife?" Hamlin inquired. "God knows what or who he will stick it in." Henry chuckled. "Let him be," he said. "He pleases me well, more than his older brothers." Raymond of Toulouse was admitted to the chamber and knelt to Henry, although again with a slight hesitation that showed his reluctance. His cloak was fastened askew, and his clothes were rumpled as if he had donned them in haste. The expression on his thin features was wary and satisfied at the same time. "I thought you would have retired by now, my lord," Henry said with neutral courtesy. "I had, sire," Raymond replied. "But I have news you need to hear." Isabel lay in bed, waiting for Hamlin.
He had been gone for what seemed forever, and the lamps were almost out of oil. She had been putting tiny decorative stitches on the neck of an undershirt she was making for him, but now her eyes were strained and sore. She knew she would be unable to sleep until he returned. She had her chaplain read to her for a while, and she prayed, because there seemed a lot that needed praying for. Everything felt dark and ominous, even though the world was turning towards spring. And although spring brought new life, it also heralded the campaigning season, and there was trouble afoot. She hated Hamlin going to war. She feared for him each time he kissed her farewell, but she knew better than to cling and weep. She was afraid for Hamlin and afraid for Eleanor. She was like a grain caught between two millstones, for she loved both, yet to support one was to be disloyal to the other. At last, in the small hours, Hamlin returned to their chamber and made his way to the bed by the light of the cresset lamp. Sitting down, he removed his shoes, then leaned forward and put his face in his cupped hands and groaned. Isabel sat up and crawled across the coverlet to him. "Hamlin, what is it?" She set her arms around his shoulders. He lifted his head. "I do not know if I can tell you. Christ, I feel so tired and sick. Heartsick." Alarmed, but outwardly calm, Isabel left the bed and rekindled 2 lamps. She stirred the fire to life and brought him a cup of wine. Hamlin drank, put the cup down, and lay on the bed, propping himself against the bolsters. "I do not know what to say or do any more," he said bleakly. "We have reached a precipice, and the only thing to do now is jump." Isabel strove to steady her voice. "What has happened?" He grimaced. "Raymond of Toulouse came to see Henry, and told him he had overheard Eleanor, Harry, and Richard plotting treason against Henry." Isabel stared at him in shock. "No, I do not believe that." "It is true," Hamlin said grimly. "They have every cause, and it is within them to do so, especially after today." "And how fortuitous of Raymond to overhear it and report back. How can you be certain he is not just causing mischief?" "Because he had been paying one of Eleanor's servants to report to him, her water-bearer. Harry is preparing to ride to Paris and foment rebellion from there, and Eleanor is supporting him." "Dear God!" She put her hand to her mouth. What had Eleanor done? There was no going back from this. She raised her head. "He could still have misconstrued what was said. Perhaps he is making mountains from grains of sand. Nothing would suit Raymond of Toulouse better than to set father against son, and if he could harm Eleanor into the bargain, so much the better." Hamlin shrugged. "And no smoke without fire, they say. Henry has to take this threat seriously." Isabel shook her head. "This would never have happened if Henry had not ignored her right as Duchess of Aquitaine and accepted Raymond's homage himself. By doing that, he was saying he has bound Aquitaine to England. There are many things for which Eleanor will not forgive Henry, but that one will be written on her heart at her deathbed." "He had to do it." Hamlin's tone was defensive. "Raymond of Toulouse could not have been brought to swear any other way. He would never kneel to a woman, to Eleanor." "But the pressure was on him, not on Henry," Isabel pointed out. "Raymond would have had to swear eventually or be brought down. Henry had as much interest in what came about today as Raymond did." Hamlin said nothing, his mouth set in a tired, stubborn line, revealing that he knew very well what she was saying, but would argue no further. "What will happen now?" she asked. He sighed.
Henry is going to take Harry on a hunting trip and keep him at his side for a while.
Under house arrest, then.
And Eleanor? He will keep a close watch on her, but there is little she can do on her own from Poitiers.
He pulled off his shirt and left the bed to go to the laver and wash. Isabel looked at him in the grainy lamplight. In the years since their marriage, his frame had thickened, but he remained strong and muscular. His hair was threaded with silver, but curled at the nape in a way that still made her ache with tenderness. She loved him dearly, but she was not happy because she knew he would follow his royal brother to the ends of the earth, whether he agreed with him or not, and do his bidding, as he had done at the oath-taking ceremony.
I have heard certain rumours, too, she said quietly.
He turned round from his ablutions, squinting through water-blurred eyes.
What about? About Henry considering annulling his marriage to Eleanor on the grounds of consanguinity. That is a ridiculous notion.
He buried his face in a towel, a ploy that Isabel noted with foreboding.
Not to a woman who has been lied to and pushed aside.
And what do these rumours say? Isabel clasped her hands together.
Some say he is planning to put Eleanor aside in order to wed Rosamond to Clifford, and some say the French princess Allais.
That's preposterous. Hamlin lowered the towel, and she saw genuine astonishment in his eyes.
Is it? Allais is rising 13 of marriageable age, and he still keeps the de Clifford girl as close to him as his shirt and brace. There are times when I think nothing is beyond your brother.
Hamlin gave a vehement shake of his head.
He will not do that. But what does it say that people think him capable of it?
He returned to bed and pulled up the covers. Isabel pressed against him, seeking the warm security of his body, not wanting to argue, but still with a heavy conscience.
I want to go to Poitiers with Eleanor, she said.
Why would you want to do that? He tensed as she had known he would. No, you will go to Colombier and wait for me there until we can return to England. She stroked his cheek.
I know that is your plan, but if I accompany Eleanor, perhaps I can smooth the situation. Queens are not the only ones who are mediators.
He grasped her hand. If Eleanor is caught up in rebellion, I cannot afford to be involved in it through you. Your heart is too tender, and I do not want to see it bruised or taken advantage of. We cannot have conflicted loyalties in this.
That will not happen. If matters become too difficult, I shall leave for the Touraine.
She ran her hand over his chest, feeling the wiry curl of his hair.
I know you are troubled, but Eleanor is still my sister by marriage. Yours, too. Her sons and daughters are our nieces and nephews, cousins to our own children. John is close friends with our William. I will not disobey you, but I am asking you to give me a few weeks with Eleanor to see what I can do, and then I can bring the children away with me if necessary.
She bit her tongue in the long silence that followed, and made herself stay still. Eventually, Hamlin pulled her into his arms. Very well, go. But I trust you, and if you break that trust, know that it can never be mended.
I won't fail you. I swear on my soul.
She kissed him on the mouth, and he tightened his embrace, claiming her for his own, even while his words agreed to let her go. Shortly after dawn, Eleanor rose and prepared to face the day. She had slept badly, and her dreams had been vivid, disturbing, but impossible to grasp, so she could not recall their content, only their unsettling effect, which left her feeling as if the walls were closing in around her, pushed inwards by unseen enemies on all sides. Yesterday's headache still thumped at the back of her eyes, and she sipped a bitter tisane of willow bark to combat the pain. Marquisa was combing her hair, ready to plait it. It was still sleek and strong, but more silver than gold these days, and she was contemplating abandoning the dyes and letting it become a natural waterfall. As Marquisa added a lotion perfumed with nutmeg to the final strokes of the comb, Henry arrived, together with servants bearing bread, cheese, and jugs of wine. Eleanor eyed him in surprise as the attendants assembled a small trestle table, spreading a white cloth and arranging the food on it. "I thought you would be gone by now," she said. Her anger had frozen overnight, and she was numb.
"I am sorry to disappoint you, madam, but the sumpter horses are not ready, and I have to wait on the rising of slugger beds. I thought we might break our fast together while I wait."
Eleanor dismissed her women and swiftly wove her hair into a plait herself. "Why should I want to break bread with you ever again after yesterday's oath-taking?" Henry waved his hand and sat down at the trestle.
"You should pay no heed to that. It was the easiest way of getting Raymond of Toulouse to kneel in homage to me. He would never have knelt to you, so I represented you to make it easier. You are still Duchess of Aquitaine. Richard is still Duke."
He reached for a piece of bread and looked at her in that way she hated, because while ostensibly focusing on her, he had in fact detached himself and spoken as if she did not matter. "So you would rather Raymond of Toulouse was assuaged and pandered to than Richard and I be acknowledged overlords in a public ceremony?" The numbness began to thaw and tingle with pain. "You had no right to do that, Henry. Aquitaine does not belong to you. It is only yours by marriage. It is mine and Richard's by right of birth and blood." Henry chewed and swallowed.
"Raymond of Toulouse was ready to make peace, and I had to seize the opportunity. I need everything to be settled before I go to fight in Outremer."
"Ah, yes, Outremer." Eleanor picked up her own goblet, the drape of her sleeve shimmering in the light from the high window. "I wondered how long it would be before we came to that. If you ever set foot there, it will be more of a miracle than those purportedly being performed at the tomb of St. Thomas. I can see straight through you. Even the money you give to the cause in Jerusalem remains yours. You are just stockpiling it elsewhere in case of emergencies." A red flush crept up his throat and mottled his face.
"You have a vicious tongue."
"Any tongue is vicious that does not wag in support of your desires," Eleanor said flatly. "You shall not annex Aquitaine to England, whatever subterfuge you employ. Far from settling things down, do you think my vassals will be overjoyed to see their hereditary rulers set aside as if of no consequence, while Toulouse kneels to the King of England?"
"I dealt as I saw fit," he snapped. "Nothing will change."
He rose to his feet and paced to the window, goblet in hand. The door opened, and Harry walked in.
"Mamma,
He stopped, and looked warily from one parent to the other.
"Ah,"
Henry said with false bonhomie.
"The prodigal son! Come and break your fast with us."
He gestured to the table. Harry eyed him warily. "I'm not hungry," he said, but went to pour himself wine. His eyes were pouched and bleary from the previous night's excess.
"Even so, you should eat something before we set out."
Harry blinked at him. "Before we set out? I am staying here in Aquitaine. None of my baggage or Marguerite's is packed." Henry's smile was narrow and intense.
"No matter. I was not thinking of your entire household, just you and a few retainers. There have been too many misunderstandings between us of late. I thought it would be good for us to go hunting together. Marguerite can stay here with your mother."
Harry flushed and shot a glance at Eleanor, who sent him one back, with an infinitesimal shake of her head before she dropped her gaze.
"I'm not ready to leave." "Then I will wait for you."
Henry finished his wine and dusted crumbs from his tunic, but did not leave the room, making it plain that he intended to take Harry with him here and now.
"I've given orders to have your horse saddled," he said, "and your baggage packed."
He spoke in a jocular tone and came to put his arm across Harry's shoulder.
"We can pick up supplies as we head into Anjou. Come, if you are not going to eat, let us leave your mother to make herself presentable for a public farewell."
He ushered Harry to the door, and, as he opened it, he looked over his shoulder and gave Eleanor a glittering look that said, "Checkmate." Eleanor pushed aside her platter, her bread barely touched. Henry obviously knew something was afoot. He had spies everywhere who would carry tales. She thought back over what had been said the previous evening and gnawed her lip. Enough for suspicion, certainly. Enough for Henry to want to bind his eldest son to his side. Perhaps he would talk Harry round. Perhaps he would offer him more baubles and allowances to fund his lavish lifestyle without addressing Harry's true discontent. It would not be the first time. She summoned her women so they could resume her toilette, and she chose to wear the same finery as yesterday, including her jewelled hairnet and coronet, to show everyone that she was still the proud Duchess of Aquitaine. The courtyard was packed with people mounting their horses, making their farewells, adjusting their travelling baggage. She watched Harry mount his palfrey with a set jaw and a hard expression in his eyes. He smiled, though, for the crowd, a fierce smile, bold as a troubadour, and tossed a profligate shower of coins into a group of watching children, as if to say that this largesse was nothing, and there was plenty more where that came from. All from his father's coffers. Richard watched the performance with arms folded and a cynical twist to his lips. Envy glinted in his eyes, too. For 2 pins, Eleanor knew he too would be on a horse and away with the men, even though he would vehemently deny such desires. He was attracted by his father's mantle of power and at the same time scornful. He knew he could wield that power so much more honourably and effectively. From the corner of her eye, Eleanor noticed William Marshall preparing to mount his palfrey, and she went to him. William immediately removed his foot from the stirrup and bowed.
"Madam."
"I do not know what is going to happen in the future, but as you value your oath, keep my son safe," she said, touching his mailed sleeve. "I am laying this task on you."
"Madam, I swore to serve you all my days, and I swore to serve my young lord when he became king. I shall not veer from my word, but do all in my power to protect him."
"Then God protect you and keep you strong, because Harry will need you."
"I shall not fail you, madam."
William kissed her sapphire ring. She took it off her finger and gave it to him. "There is sufficient worth in this to buy a spare horse or other requirements," she said. "It is for the unforeseen. Keep it close, and tell no one you have it."
"Madam."
William threaded it around his neck on the same thong as his cross and tucked it down inside his shirt. Eleanor left him and went to embrace Harry. "Be careful," she said, her voice strong with warning. "Do nothing rash. I shall be thinking of you and holding you in my prayers."
Harry gave her a broad smile. "Do not worry for me, Mamma," he said blithely. "Indeed, this hunting party of Papa's may turn out to be a fine suggestion after all."
Eleanor arched her brows and wondered just what he was hiding under that smile. All or nothing? He was becoming as difficult to read as his father. Henry rode up on his white palfrey and reined it back hard. Its nostrils flared, showing their red lining, and bloody foam dripped from the bit. She had never seen him ride a beast that was at peace with him.
"Have you finished with the fond farewells?" he demanded.
She swept him an ironic curtsy, because she had no fond farewells for him. "Indeed, sire, I have."
"Good. I shall send word from Chinon."
She watched them ride out and tightened her jaw. At her side, Richard said quietly, "What now, Mamma?" "Now," she said, "we play a waiting game." Returning to her chamber, she felt sick but elated. At least with Henry gone she could breathe again, and she had much to do. Summoning her scribe, she dictated letters to her vassals to try and reverse the damage done by Raymond of Toulouse's oath to Henry. Richard expended his energy by riding out on patrol with his knights, as a demonstration of his ability to command, and to prove that Aquitaine was in firm hands, both administratively and militarily. Isabel remained with Eleanor, keeping her company but staying in the background. She showed Joanna and Belle how to work a certain floral embroidery stitch, and then she set up her braid loom so that Joanna could make a collar for her pet squirrel. Eleanor watched her and frowned. "You did not have to stay," she said, taking a moment away from the letter dictating. "Indeed, it might have been better if you had left." Isabel gave her a look of measured calm. "I discussed it with Hamlin last night. I said you might need company, and someone other than nursemaids to watch over John and Joanna. I can take them back to Fontevraud when I do leave, if you wish, but our sons are good friends, and I thought they would enjoy each other's company for a little longer." "What else did you and Hamlin discuss?" Eleanor said. "Did he leave you to spy on me?" She heard the bitterness in her voice, but did not draw back. It was like relieving the pressure on a supporting wound. It was like relieving the pressure on a suppurating wound. "Of course not." Isabel's hazel-brown eyes widened in distress. "Henry surely has better spies than me if he wants to observe what you are doing." "What else am I supposed to think after yesterday? If you had any sense in you, you would have left with Hamlin." "I care for you," Isabel said, "and I thought I might be of use. If I had gone with Hamlin, it would only have been as far as the Touraine, and then I would have been left to myself. Indeed, Hamlin wanted me to leave, but he let me have my way in this." "You should have listened to him," Eleanor said. "I know Henry has me watched, and you will be under suspicion and watched too." Isabel smoothed her hands over her knees. "He thinks you are plotting to overthrow him and have your sons rule in his stead. Raymond of Toulouse came to him late last night and told him that you were. Hamlin was there and heard it all." Eleanor was not surprised, but the words still took her aback. Expecting a blow was not the same as being struck. "That is exactly what I would expect of a snake, nay, a worm like Raymond of Toulouse." She curled her lip. "He would connive at anything to save himself and drive a wedge into our household, although he hardly needs to do so with Henry as he is. That explains why Henry wanted to take Harry with him. They might go hunting together, but Henry will watch his every move." She shook her head at Isabel. "I know you want everything to be right, but I cannot make it so. If Henry tries to take Aquitaine from me using underhand methods, I shall fight him with every means at my disposal until the last breath in my body. He will have to kill me to stop me." "Oh, Eleanor!" Isabel held out a hand towards her in distress, her eyes liquid. "Save your compassion!" Eleanor snapped with a flash of temper. "Henry's perfidy I can deal with, but not your doe-eyed looks of pity." She narrowed her eyes.
It's about more than that, isn't it? You are going to tell me about the rumours of an annulment. She gave a bitter smile. You are not the only one who knows things. The gossip has been so rife on that score I would be deaf not to have heard it. She rose and went to the window embrasure. I wanted to come to Aquitaine, but it suited Henry too, putting me here out of the way as he saw it. If he can attach my lands to England by ties of allegiance and vassalage, then that gives him more control and diminishes my power. He can use Richard as a puppet count and retire me to a nunnery. Or so he thinks. Isabel said quietly. You will have heard rumours about a new marriage too, then. Eleanor grimaced. Yes, I know about that. But Rosamond de Clifford is not of sufficient birth to be a queen, no matter her aspirations. And Ale? Oh, you've heard that one too. What a match that would be. He would become his own son's brother-in-law and make his second son a cuckold. She looked over her shoulder at Isabel. Knowing his weakness for young women, I would not put it beyond him. But for now, that is one for the mischief-makers, and there are plenty of those. He has enough to contend with dealing with the aftermath of the murder of Becket, without further incensing the Church's sensibilities. She gave Isabel a tight smile, like a wounded soldier ignoring the blood. Certainly I shall retire to a nunnery. When my bones are so frail that they can no longer bear my weight, when every tooth has fallen from my skull, by that time, either by mercy or retribution, I shall no longer care. 3 weeks later, at home in Poitiers, Eleanor was preparing for bed when William Marshall was ushered into her chamber. It was raining hard and he was soaked to the skin. I am sorry to be dripping on your floor, madam, but the weather is foul, and I have ridden hard, he said with chagrin, his teeth chattering. One of her women brought a towel, while another took his sodden cloak. Eleanor sent a squire for bread and wine, and made William sit before the hearth, where a maid was stirring the embers to life. She saw him glance at her hair, which was combed down and loose, ready for bed, and her lips twitched. You may well look, she said. It is given to few men to see a queen with her hair unbound. Madam, it is a memory I will treasure for the rest of my life, he said gallantly. She waved her hand in a gesture that both accepted and dismissed the flattery. What news of my son? William wiped his face with the towel. He is safe in Paris, madam. Eleanor raised her brows, not certain that she would call being in Paris safe. It certainly meant matters had escalated. And how did that come about? The king and my young lord went hunting and continued to discuss their differences without resolution. My lord realized there was no further point in talking to the king, so we left Chinon secretly at night and rode for the French border. When the king found out, he gave chase, but he was too late. William's brow furrowed. My lord asked me to knight him while we were on the road. I said it should be done by a man of greater standing, the King of France, perhaps, but my lord did not wish that. He desired to be knighted so that he would be worthy to lead men, and since his father had not done so at Limoges, he felt the lack. He sent her an apologetic look. Madam, I did as he bade me, and I knighted him on the road because he would have it at whatever cost. Eleanor thought it a trifling matter when compared to the rest. That is not to his detriment or yours, she said. Go on. We reached Paris, and King Louis welcomed us. He was greatly disturbed to learn that the Count of Toulouse had paid liege homage to King Henry. Eleanor gave a cynical nod. That particular move would stick in Louis's craw just as much as hers, if for other reasons.
He had done everything in his power to bring Toulouse into his own domain. To see it veering now towards England would infuriate him.
He promised to support my lord, and they have set about courting allies, of which there are many.
William gave her an uneasy look.
King Henry sent the Archbishop of Rouen to Paris to demand that Louis return my lord to his custody.
William paused as food and wine arrived. Eleanor waited until the servant had set them down and moved away. "Go on," she said.
The Archbishop came before Louis in full court and said, "The King of England asks you to return his son." And Louis replied that he did not know what the Archbishop was saying, because the King of England was sitting right beside him.
The comment was to the point and cutting. There was satisfaction to Eleanor in hearing what had been said, but no pleasure. "It is in Louis's interest to foment a quarrel between father and son," she said. "His support may be strong for now, but it cannot be relied on as a rock, as I have good cause to know. What else?" She poured wine into a cup for William and waited for him to take a few swallows. The firelight gleamed on his strong throat and the raindrops still trembling in his hair.
Matthew and Philip of Flanders have rallied to my lord's side. So have the King of Scotland and the Earls of Leicester and Norfolk. England is poised to rebel, and Normandy too. My lord is of no mind to conciliate."
"I am sorry it has come to this." Eleanor rubbed her arms, and even standing close to the fire, felt the cold invading her body. "Now I must choose between my obligation to my husband as his queen and my love and loyalty to the heirs born of our union." And since her sons were her future, and since Henry had slighted her, that choice was obvious. "I trust you," she said to William. "I trust your utter loyalty to me and to my boys."
"Madam, I swore my oath to you and to my young lord," William said stoutly. "I am troubled by the divisions, but I hold to my word."
He left the bench and fell to his knees.
"I swear it again to you. I shall protect my lord with my life, and serve unto death."
Eleanor took his hand between hers, still cold from the rain, and gave him the kiss of peace. "Let us hope it does not come to that," she said. "But I accept your service, and you shall be rewarded for it, I promise." William resumed his seat.
"Madam, there is more. My lord wishes the Lords Richard and Geoffrey to join him in France. That is the reason he has sent me to Poitiers, to bring them to safety, and yourself, if that is your wish."
Eleanor dug her fingernails into her palms. So Harry wanted to be head of the family, and Louis wanted all the young fledglings to roost with him, although not, she suspected, herself. It would come as a nasty surprise if she did turn up with her sons. The scenario of Richard and Geoffrey going to France was one she had wrestled with, feeling as if she was trapped in a box with the lid coming down. "They are not yet men," she said. "Even if they believe they are. They are susceptible to the manipulation of others. Harry might think he is taking control by rebelling against his father, but Henry has the devil's luck, and I know what a fierce fighter and organizer he is. Harry and Louis don't have those skills. Richard will come to them in time, but he is only 15 years old, and Geoffrey even younger." William cleared his throat.
"If they stay here, the king will come for them," he said.
And there was no telling what Henry would do then. He had already revealed his intention of marginalizing her and seizing Aquitaine. In that case, why should she support him? Better that Aquitaine go to France. "Find a bed for the night," she said, "and be ready to leave at dawn with my sons." He rose to his feet and bowed.
And you, madam?" His gaze was troubled. "What will you do?" She shook her head. "I shall not leave unless I must, but I want my boys kept safe." She bit her lip. "This is going too far and too fast, William. God protect us all from the storm." It was still raining at dawn, but no more than a light mizzle, and the air was mild. Watching the grooms loading the pack-horses, Eleanor was bereft, but also relieved that her sons would soon be out of Henry's reach. Richard joined her, his cloak covered by a cape of waxed linen to keep him dry. "Take care," she said, embracing him hard. "Know that you are in my prayers every day." "And you in mine, Mamma." "Look after Geoffrey." They were still so young, 15 and 14. That was no age to be caught up in this squabble. They were learning difficult and bitter lessons that were not beneficial, even while they were gaining experience of the world. Richard thought it all a great adventure, his face aglow and his eyes fierce. Geoffrey, true to his nature, was enigmatic and self-contained. It was often difficult to know what he was thinking, whereas with Richard she could almost feel his every thought and movement as part of her own. If Eve was Adam's rib, then she felt as if Richard had been formed from one of hers. She hugged Geoffrey to her heart, and he gripped her lightly in return, giving little beyond convention and courtesy, and his dark grey eyes were inscrutable. Watching them ride away into the misty rain under the watchful supervision of William Marshall, her heart was full of pain. Had she done the right thing? She no longer knew. Geoffrey did not look round, but Richard turned gracefully in the saddle to salute her, and then they were gone, swallowed up by their journey, and she was alone. Chapter 43. Poitiers, Summer 1173. Eleanor sat on her favourite seat in the palace garden, surrounded by a trellis of red Palermo roses, a gift many years ago from the King of Sicily. This place was a somnolent haven from the upheaval, discord and strife beyond the sun-drenched walls, but she knew that the moment she opened the letter sitting in her lap, she would bring that turmoil into her sanctuary. The summer had been one of sporadic warfare and uprising against Henry. In England, the Earls of Norfolk, Leicester, Derby and Chester had rebelled against him. King William of Scotland had marched south, and the Counts of Boulogne and Flanders had invaded the country. In Poitiers, Eleanor held court in her magnificent new Great Hall, and sifted the news of the skirmishes and engagements, the gossip and the rumours. She stood accused of inciting the fires of revolt. Her sons were not old enough to foment a rebellion on their own, so obviously she must be manipulating them, and the treachery was all hers. Such righteous and biased opinions from Henry's supporters had given her much cause for caustic mirth. The letter bore the seal of Rotrou, Archbishop of Rouen, one of Henry's particular friends, but a man for whom she had always had deep respect. "Are you going to open it?" Isabel asked, snipping off a thread from the embroidery on which she was working. Eleanor grimaced. "In truth, I am tempted to burn it," she said, but steeled herself and broke the seal. Having unfolded the parchment, she read aloud what the Archbishop had written. "To Eleanor, Queen of England, from Rotrou, Archbishop of Rouen, and his suffragans. Greetings in the search for peace." She grimaced at that. "Marriage is a firm and indissoluble union. This is public knowledge, and no Christian can take the liberty to ignore it.
What God has joined, let us not put asunder. The woman is at fault who leaves her husband and fails to keep the trust of this social bond. A woman who is not under the headship of the husband violates the law of Scripture. The head of the woman is the man. She is created from him, she is united to him, and she is subject to his power. We deplore publicly and regretfully that you have left your husband, and what is worse, you have opened the way for the Lord Kings and your own children to rise up against the Father. We know that unless you return to your husband, you will be the cause of widespread disaster. Your actions will result in ruin for everyone in the kingdom. Therefore, illustrious Queen, return to your husband and our king. In your reconciliation, peace will be restored from distress, and in your return, joy may return to all. Against all women and out of childish counsel you provoke disaster for the Lord King. Before this matter reaches a bad end, you should return. We are certain that he will show you every possible kindness and the surest guarantee of safety. I beg you, advise your sons to be obedient and respectful to their father. He has suffered many anxieties, offences, and grievances. Either you will return to your husband, or we must call upon canon law and use ecclesiastical censures against you. We say this reluctantly, but unless you come back to your senses, with sorrow and tears, we will do so. By the time she had finished reading, Eleanor was shaking with fury, fear, and revulsion. Isabel was pale and wide-eyed. Holy Mary! She reached across to touch her hand. This is terrible. Is there no way around this? Oh, yes, Eleanor said grimly. Henry's way. I am being made a scapegoat here and fitted for shackles. A second letter had accompanied the first, this one bearing Henry's seal and including a gift of prayer beads fashioned from amber and rock crystal. Eleanor was tempted to take the jewels and hurl them in the nearest midden, but restrained herself. They were valuable, and she could sell them or use them as a bribe. Henry greeted her as his dear wife, and she had to swallow bile. I rely on you to be faithful to me and do all you can to bring our sons to heel, so that they may be taught the error of their ways. I do not doubt your sincerity in this matter, and yet, if you prove insincere, I shall treat you likewise. And then a standard salute of farewell. How had it come to this? How had she let herself be brought to this? Harry will listen to me every bit as much as his father does, which is not at all, she said. I am the one being ground to forcemeat between the two of them when it is all of their doing, not mine. They blame me for their faults. But if you went to Henry and threw yourself at his feet, you would save yourself, Isabel said. What then could Harry, Richard, and Geoffrey do except return to the family fold? If you continue to defy Henry, it is akin to jumping off a cliff. Eleanor set her jaw. So, you counsel me to return to him. What is the alternative? Eleanor looked away to where the summer light flickered through the leaves of a cherry tree, the same one she had played around as a little girl, the same one where the Archbishop of Bordeaux had told her that her father was dead, and that, aged 13, she had become Duchess of Aquitaine. The alternative is to defy him, she said. If I go to him, it will make no difference. He will treat me the same as he has always done, and I shall still be blamed. She touched Isabel's arm. You should leave for your own good. Go to Touraine. It is not safe for you here. Take John and Joanna to Fontevraud for me, and Marguerite. She cannot stay here. Everyone must go. Eleanor, do not do this, Isabel pleaded.
Henry is an anointed king and your husband. Harry is an anointed king too, and my son, Eleanor retorted. Henry lost the right to my loyalty when he ignored my authority in Aquitaine. He has pushed me to the edge, which is why I find it so easy to step over it now. It is all very well for you to speak of obedience to your husband, but you see it through the glow of your match to Hamlin, who can do no wrong in your eyes. Do not say he is your husband and it is your duty to obey him. That much is evident. She spoke these last words with a curl of her lip, and bitterness surged, followed by remorse when she saw the hurt in Isabel's eyes. For your sake and mine, you must go. Isabel set her sewing aside and embraced Eleanor, giving her a tender hug, and that made Eleanor feel guiltier still. Tomorrow, then, Isabel said. I will not part from you in upset and anger. You are my sister by marriage, and you are my friend, whatever comes of this. Eleanor's throat tightened. Say nothing more, you foolish woman, she said, squeezing Isabel in return. You will make me weep, and I cannot afford to do that. I need all my strength, and I refuse to drown it in tears. My path is set, and nothing you say or do will change it. Swallowing, she gently pushed Isabel away. We shall not speak of it, she said. Indeed, we shall celebrate instead. A leaving feast was hastily organised, held later in the day than the usual dinner hour, to give the cooks time to prepare the dishes of sugared pastries, the stews and roasts and fruits marinated in honey. Eleanor had the tables set out in the garden, and horn lanterns hung from the trees. Cresset lamps pooled the tables with gold, and candles flamed on every stone plinth and surface until the garden was a twinkling arena of fallen stars in the gathering dusk. The songs and music of Aquitaine flowed from lute and pipe, and the emotive, pure voices of court minstrels and troubadours. Songs of desire and longing, of springtime and bursting hawthorn buds, of love requited and love spurned. There were scurrilous tales, too, which filled the space with laughter as people ate their food and drank the potent wines of Bordeaux from cups of Tyrian glass. There was dancing, and the children, wild with excitement, ran about shrieking and playing games of tag and hide-and-seek. Poignant, bittersweet moments, filled for Eleanor with memories of her childhood with her sister Petronella and her small brother Aigre. Once they had been the little ones chasing round the columns while the adults feasted, listened to music under the stars, and talked business and pleasure. She felt the validation of tonight within those recollections, and was achingly sad, knowing that in the morning it would all be gone, perhaps never to return, save in memories. Be good for your Aunt Isabel, Eleanor told John and Joanna as she adjusted their travelling cloaks and kissed them both. I know you have made this journey before with your cousins, but it is still a long way. Both children nodded, although John huffed with impatience, considering himself a big boy beyond need of coddling. Joanna was already looking over her shoulder at her cousins, who stood waiting. Eleanor felt a pang that her children were so eager to be off. Yet they were fond of their cousins, and loved their Aunt Isabel, and that was all to the good, for them. She would not think on her own sorrow. Her sons were at the court of her former husband. Their wives and their future wives were best dwelling within the safety of Fontevraud for now. She embraced the young women and exhorted them to look after each other, and was moved to see tears welling in Marguerite's eyes. Come now, she said briskly. You are a queen. You must set an example to the others and be their strength. They will look to you for guidance.
Marguerite sniffed and surreptitiously wiped her eyes on her sleeve.
"Yes, madam,"
she said in a tight voice, but raised her head and straightened her shoulders, and in that moment Eleanor warmed towards her daughter-in-law. Isabel took custody of John and Joanna, shepherding them with open arms, her cloak like the wings of a mother hen. Waiting in the courtyard, Isabel's travelling wain was painted with the blue and gold de Warenne checkers, and the covered top had segments rolled back to allow light and air to those within, while still affording a degree of seclusion. In went the children and the young queen. In went the small pet dogs, while the larger gazehounds were left to trot at the sides of the cart. A strong contingent of de Warenne household knights stood ready to escort their countess and her wain north into Anjou, and they too were decked out in the de Warenne blue and gold. Eleanor gave Isabel an emerald ring that Isabel had long admired. In return, Isabel presented Eleanor with a soft woolen blanket in shades of lavender and misty green, fashioned from cloth woven on her own Yorkshire lands. "I wrap myself in this when I am cold and I cannot sleep, and it always comforts me," she said. "I want you to feel the same and think of me when you use it." Eleanor swallowed. It was a humble piece of cloth, but what it stood for was priceless. "Assuredly I shall," she said, with tears in her eyes.
"May God keep you," Isabel said, "and may I see you soon, in happier circumstances."
"And you, my sister." Eleanor stood in the courtyard until the travelling cart and its escort had rumbled from sight, and then she folded the blanket around her shoulders, crossing her arms over her heart, and returned to her hall. With everyone gone, the vast space was one of lost footsteps, where only hers scuffed on the flagstones, with no one to hear. The season's wheel rolled through summer to autumn in Poitou, but the colder days were slow to make their impression, and the leaves stayed green on the trees long into September, before slowly yielding to crisp, dry gold. Messengers arrived with news and rode out again with bulging satchels. Verneuil had burned to the ground. Eleanor learned that Henry had sold one of his gold crowns and was hiring Brabançon mercenaries in huge numbers to exert his will and quash rebellion wherever it rose. As a result of his speed and expenditure, he had secured his rule in Maine and Anjou as far as the Poitevin border. England was in a state of flux, but the rebels had failed to prevail. Indeed, Henry's bastard son Geoffrey, far from embracing his role as Archdeacon of Lincoln and turning to the clergy, was proving to be a competent general and had secured victories over the English insurgents. Negotiations at Gisors for a peaceful solution had broken down because Harry, Richard and Geoffrey refused to yield to their father's demands. The young Earl of Leicester had gone so far as to threaten violence to Henry. Matters had become so heated. Eleanor read the latest letter in her chamber by the open window. The October air was mild and balmy, giving the lie to the calamitous news at which she was staring. The rebel earls of Leicester and Norfolk had fought a battle and suffered a major defeat at Fornham, St. Genevieve, near St. Edmund's shrine. The Earl of Leicester had been seized, together with his wife, who had been with him at the battle and captured wearing a hauberk. She had cast her gold rings into the swollen river Witham rather than let her captors loot them from her fingers. Eleanor's heart sank. Ever since the failure of the talks at Gisors, she had been considering quitting Poitiers to join her sons in France. They had urged her to do so because Henry was at Chinon and poised to strike down into Aquitaine with his Brabançon. She could not depend on the loyalty of her own barons.
Some would stand firm, but others would seize the opportunity to tear free of their feudal oath and increase their territories at her expense. Eleanor bit her lip. She could go to Henry and try to put out the fires on the burning bridges between them, but the notion of facing him as a supplicant filled her with revulsion. She could ride to Paris and try to persuade her sons to make peace with their father, but if they would not conciliate at Gisors, she doubted she would succeed. Or she could ride to Paris, make an alliance with Louis, and fight Henry to the bitter end. 3 choices, all with their own poisonous barbs. Where was peace? Where were grace and tranquility? Whatever decision she made, she was damned. Undecided, but knowing she could not remain in Poitiers, she summoned her household and gave the order to pack the baggage for a journey north. "Where are we bound, madam?" asked Sauldebreuil de Sanzay. His hair, once as black as polished jet, was badger-streaked, and his lively dark eyes were surrounded by seams of hard experience. Eleanor frowned. "I have not decided yet. I will know when I come to the crossroads." But she wondered if she would. Since none of her options were palatable, she might just stay at the intersection, suspended between choices. Sauldebreuil raised his brows. "And you are taking a full baggage train?" "I shall go as I choose, and it will not be as a pauper," she said regally. "Indeed not, madam. Even clad in naught but the clothes you stand in, you would never be that," he replied with a gallant bow. "But I should know how to prepare." She tapped her forefinger against her lips while she considered. It was impractical to take everything. She would pack the portable items she could not bear to leave for Henry's mercenaries should he seize Poitiers. Her father's chair, a wall hanging stitched by her mother, the contents of the treasury, the painted glass in the ladies' chamber at the top of the Maubeljean Tower. She would send the items to Fontevraud for safekeeping, and Henry would not touch them there. He had already stripped her of so many precious things and trampled them underfoot. Her standing as Duchess of Aquitaine, her place as rightful consort and powerful queen, all given to men raised from the dust, and in some cases the gutter. She knew he had it in him to be rid of her, and as she pondered Sauldebreuil's question, she realized that in truth she had no choice but to side with her sons. "The full baggage to Fontevraud," she said, "for which you will need carts. I shall ride with sumpter horses only." Eleanor walked around the environs of the palace, bidding farewell to the fabric of her life. As a girl of 13, she had left Poitiers for Paris, but on that day she had been the future Queen of France and royal consort, not a refugee in search of succour and sanctuary. Her heart was dull with pain. She had travelled so far for so very little. Here was the Maubeljean Tower, where her grandmother had dwelt as her grandsire's mistress. The room was bare, the window glass carefully removed with its lead tracery wrapped in cloth and packed in one of the panniers. The wind whistled through the gaps in the apertures, now covered by waxed linen. If she listened hard enough, she could hear the echo of voices and laughter. At the side of her vision, she could see her grandmother reclining on her bed, draped in a loose scarlet robe, her lips stained by the juice of the sweet dark cherry she was eating as she listened to the beguilement of troubadours. Eleanor was aware of her childhood self, playing hide-and-seek with Petronella, discovering the nooks and crannies, the special secret places of the Maubeljean. And years later, Petronella sneaking away from the hall to be with her French lover in this very chamber,
The echoes of anger and betrayal, lust and bloodshed were powerful here. This was more a place of shadows than light. Eleanor shivered on the threshold as she turned for one last look and wondered if she would ever return. Her escort waited in the courtyard, the palfreys and sumpters harnessed and ready, panniers packed and saddles uncovered. Eleanor stroked the nose of her dappled mare, taking comfort from the palfrey's hay-scented breath and soft muzzle. With a brisk nod, she accepted Soldebroy's boost into the saddle. Once settled, her crimson gown arranged, she drew on a pale leather hawking glove and had her falconer hand Blanchet to her. The gerfalcon flapped twice and then settled on her wrist, talons gripping the glove. Inspired by the bird's fierce look and her firm weight, Eleanor raised her head and looked towards the gate with regal pride. She nodded the command, and Soldebroy saluted, swung into his saddle, and led the troop away from the palace, banners rippling against a deep blue sky sown with flying leaves of autumn gold. Eleanor departed Poitiers in full and magnificent array, a triumphal parade, never a retreat. That first day, they covered 20 miles to Châtellerault, where they spent the night. Eleanor woke at dawn to the sound of the wind hurling rain against the shutters. Reminded of autumn days in England, she rose and dressed for the next leg of the journey. The weather suited the moment. Yesterday had been one of defiance as she left Poitiers, the proud Duchess of Aquitaine with her banners flying and her white gerfalcon on her wrist. This morning, that fire had died, and she was faced with the cooling embers and ashes of reality. Going to the hawk perch near the window, she set Blanchet on her wrist and fed her small gobbets of rabbit meat. Stroking the falcon's gleaming breast feathers, looking through the distorted window glass at the driving rain, she wished she could soar high and free.
"Madam, I doubt we shall make 30 miles today unless the downpour eases," Soldebroy said gloomily as they broke their fast on hot wheat frumenty mixed with dried fruit and spices. "We shall just have to do our best and push on from that," Eleanor replied. "We endured much worse when travelling to Jerusalem, you and I." Soldebroy gave her a wry look. "We were 25 years younger then." "Well then, we have experience under our belts, and the conditions are better because we know the terrain. We are not yet in our dotage." She eyed him with amused irritation. Her constable hated the rain as much as a cat, and it always put him out of humour. "Madam, you will never be in your dotage, but I am not so sure about myself," Soldebroy answered. "But I shall do my best to keep up." A drenched messenger arrived with the news that scouts from Henry's army had been sighted reconnoitring to the north, and that Brabançon raiding parties from Chinon had fired at least 2 villages. "Then we must be swiftly away and on the alert," she said. After another glance at the foul weather, she discarded yesterday's riding gown for male attire of thick hose and stout boots, under a full cloak and a hood of waxed leather. Hardly the dress of a queen, but they needed to make good progress, rain or no rain. In the courtyard, Eleanor mounted her mare and prepared to ride. Blanchet was confined to a draped cage on one of the pack horses. Today the mood was one of brisk business, devoid of festivity. The party travelled as swiftly as the muddy roads allowed, scouts trotting ahead to check the route. The wind dropped and the rain eased to a steady drizzle. Soldebroy hunched over his saddle, head down like a molting owl. Eleanor retreated into herself and continued to ponder what she was going to do. If her sons did defeat their father, what would happen to him?
They could hardly imprison Henry. To do that to an anointed king, their own father, was untenable. Send him to Outremer? Henry's own grandsire had been of Henry's years when he began a new life as king of Jerusalem. But she could not see Henry accepting that as an alternative, even if he had sworn to go there. That was for show, not reality. If they made a peace treaty, whatever concessions were hammered out would not hold, because Henry never kept his word, or only for as long as he needed to, and he would immediately seek to grab the upper hand again. He would not stop until he was dead, and that, in turn, made her feel dead. The autumn afternoon darkened, and the rain continued to fall, eventually penetrating cloaks and working its way through tunics and linens to set a damp chill in the flesh until Eleanor was shivering. Through the rainy gloom, she saw sudden movement ahead on the road. The glitter of ringmail and a flash of colour on a shield. Solderbroy shouted a warning, and her men scrabbled for their weapons. Suddenly, Eleanor found it difficult to breathe. She turned her mare to spur her back the way they had come, but her bridle was caught by her knight, Guillaume Mango. "I think it best if you stay, madam," he said, the rain dripping off the nasal bar of his helm. "You could become lost in the woods, or your horse might throw you." His eyes were expressionless and steely, and she felt a cold blade of shock slice down her spine. "You traitor!" she spat. She tried to wrench her mare away, and the horse reared, forelegs flailing. Mango held on hard as the knights who had been blocking the road advanced and encircled. Another of her coterie, Porteclis de Mosée, closed in on her other side, ensuring she was trapped. Ambushed, outnumbered, unable to flee, Eleanor's troop had no choice but to surrender. Mango led Eleanor's mare forward to the commander of the knights who had ambushed them. Dull grey light shone on helms and rivet mail. Eleanor swallowed bile. A further handful of her trusted household guard had joined the other troop, and she realized how badly she had been duped and betrayed. They had just been waiting their moment. "Madam, I am Thierry de Loudon," her captor announced with a courtly but perfunctory bow. "I have come to escort you to shelter and safety forthwith by order of the king." However she responded, Eleanor realized she would be like a cat spitting at a pack of dogs. They could tear her to pieces at their whim. "And where would that be?" she demanded, retreating into regal hauteur. "We are taking you to Chinon, madam. The king awaits you there." She felt as if she had been pierced by a shard of frozen crystal. "What was it worth?" she asked Guillaume Mango scathingly. "What did he promise you to betray me? Lands? Power? How much did you sell your honour for, my lord? 30 pieces of silver?" He gave her a hard look in which there was neither guilt nor shame, but perhaps a glint of defiance. "It is not about honour, madam. It is about survival. What use am I to future generations if I squander myself like those men in your entourage who will be taken and tortured or thrown out of their patrimony? Better to be rewarded and put in a strong position. If others would rather die, then that is their choice." "I hope you rot in hell for this," she hissed. "I must take that chance, but it may be that God intended me to bring you here and that I am doing his will." Eleanor pressed her lips together and looked straight ahead, saying nothing, because he might be right, and she did not want to think along that path. It was full dark when they rode into Chinon, and still raining. Eleanor was pulled down from her horse and taken within. She stood, dripping, shaking with cold and suppressed emotion, in the hall where she had been accustomed to give peremptory commands from the high dais. Her captors hemmed her around, and she glared at them with contempt. Where did they think she was going to run? She knew they were going to imprison her, but whether in the oubliette or the tower remained to be seen. She had been in this situation before, as her former husband's captive when she had desired to remain in Antioch with her uncle and to end the marriage. Louis's henchmen had abducted her by force. Her treatment then led her to be terrified now, but she kept her head up and her spine rigid, showing her captors no sign of fear. Even so, she was weak with relief when they brought her to a chamber high up near the battlements. The room was icy and bare of furnishings, but as she entered, servants arrived with a straw-stuffed mattress, a blanket, a piss bucket, a jug of wine, and a small loaf. The darkness was illuminated by a shallow cresset lamp, only 3 of its dozen depressions lit with oil. There was neither a hearth nor a brazier in the room to provide heat, and the smell of damp was pervasive.
"Madam, you will rest here until the king is ready to see you."
It was pointless to say they had no right to keep her here. No one was going to listen. "Then at least grant me water to wash," she said, "and dry clothes from my baggage. Or does the king desire me to be brought before him sick with the ague that will surely consume me if you leave me here like this?"
"I shall see what can be done, madam,"
de Loudun said with distant courtesy, and, with his companions, left the room, locking the door behind him in a deliberate jingle of keys. Eleanor shivered and rubbed her arms, but that only pressed her damp garments against her flesh. Although no one had manhandled or insulted her, she had not seen a single glance of compassion or support among her captors, and their expressions, when not neutral, were filled with hostility. She was truly surrounded by her enemies. She had spent so much time here with her children. This fortress had sheltered her as a home and been a place of refuge. But now, these walls entombed her, and were perhaps her last sight on earth. From home to prison cell to death chamber in one fell swoop. Facing the shuttered window, she fell to her knees, put her hands together, and prayed in the weak ray of light slanting through a gap where the slats had warped apart. She prayed to the Virgin and Saint Martial for herself, for her sons, and for their deliverance. She prayed, too, for the strength and fortitude to bear what was to come. She was still on her knees in the almost darkness, shivering with cold and shock, many hours later, when a servant, accompanied by 2 hefty guards, brought her a bowl of broth and replenished the oil and wicks in the cresset lamp. She was given items from her baggage, a clean chemise and gown, a comb and a wimple. There were no jewels, no unguents or perfumes, none of the items Eleanor had always taken for granted. "Am I not to have a maid?" she demanded. No one spoke, and their action was her reply before they went out, once more locking her in solitude. Eleanor had often thought that her life was a prison, but with freedom gone and no one to answer her smallest command, she realized how much worse it might yet be. She told herself she was still a duchess and a queen. No matter what Henry did to her, he could not take that away. She rose from her stiff, aching knees and drank the broth, cupping her hands around the bowl for warmth and comfort. She changed into the dry chemise and gown, wrapped the blanket around her from the bedding, and returned to her prayers, entreating God's mercy, for she knew Henry had none in him. In the morning, a different servant brought her more bread and wine, and cold water in which to wash her hands and face. She was not hungry, but she forced down the food and performed her ablutions. There was no one to comb her hair smooth and straight, and she had to do the best she could before plaiting it and concealing it under her wimple. She heard the tramp of hard footsteps on the stairs, the scuff of shoes outside her door, the turning of the key, and the door opened upon Thierry de Loudon and 2 guards. They were not wearing mail shirts now, but all had swords at their hips and grim faces.
"Madam, you must come with us," said Thierry. "The king awaits you."
She faced them with her head up, but her heart was pounding. Without a word, she stepped from the room. One soldier went ahead of her down the winding stairs, dark save for the weak illumination of a single squint light. Aware of the men following her down, Eleanor's shoulder blades prickled. They crossed the courtyard, where a long gallows had been erected. 4 corpses swung, hands tied behind their backs, necks tilted obscenely to their shoulders. Men of her escort, including the young lad who tended her mare, their only sin being loyalty to her service and a lack of value in ransom. Her stomach lurched with nausea. Now she truly knew where she stood. On entering the great hall, her vision blurred and she staggered. The soldiers grabbed her to hold her up, and although she tried to shake them off, they held her fast and marched her towards the dais at the far end, where Henry waited, sitting on what was to all intents a throne of judgment, with statues of gilded leopards either side. He wore his coronation robe of embroidered crimson wool and clutched a gilded staff of office in his right fist. His hair, once as red as a squirrel pelt, was the colour of dusty tow and thinning. She saw the weariness in him, the bitter, querulous anger, and the power. She had steeled herself to be unafraid, but seeing him now, the fear still came, and the need to be as far away from him as she could. Henry beckoned the guards to bring her to the foot of the dais and forced her to her knees before him. In the long silence that followed, Eleanor stared at the steps, her mind and body numb. Only let this moment be over. When he spoke, his voice was harsh as if his throat was filled with gravel.
"Do you kneel before me now, madam? You have been brought here to answer for your betrayal and treachery, your perfidy in turning my sons against me."
He drew a breath, but it was swift and left Eleanor no place to speak.
"You have thwarted me at every turn and despised the rule of law."
He clenched his fist on the chair finial.
"You deserted your own husband, and now you desert your duchy to fraternize with my enemies and drive my sons deeper into rebellion. You should have stood by me and defended our lands against all comers. In defying me, you have lost the right to govern those lands ever again. You have disgraced the honor of your own sons."
His fist came down, and his voice grew raw and cracked.
"You are a termagant and a liar. You have concealed things from me and gone behind my back. You have used information like a knife to cut me open and then turn the blade in the wound when you should have been my helpmate. You should have been my honor, and you have become my dishonor."
He paused again to pull air into his lungs. Eleanor's own chest was hollow. She could not breathe because he was dragging the life from her with each statement, and from the surrounding silence she knew that all were listening with a mingling of relish and shock. She withdrew into herself, folding herself around her soul to protect its flame. Not Aquitaine. God have mercy, not Aquitaine.
"All that I can salvage from this is to thank God that he has given me the chance to run you down like a common criminal and give you the dues you so dearly warrant."
His tone crawled with revulsion, and he gestured to the guards.
"Take her away. I no longer want to look on her and what she has become."
Once again, Eleanor felt the hard grip of the soldiers' hands on her arms as they jerked her to her feet. As she rose, she looked Henry in the face and saw the implacable eyes of an enemy. The eyes of the man who had sent Thomas Becket to his death. The eyes of the man who would hold on to everything in those knotted fists until death melted his strength. Henry compressed his lips, and still holding her with his gaze, raised his hand and commanded his musicians to play. Eleanor was escorted from the hall to the sound of harp, tambour and lute, the latter beloved of her southern lands. He had done it intentionally to intimidate her and show her that she did not matter, that the life of the court would continue unchanged. Pushed into her prison chamber, she was again left with her slop bucket and a single candle. There were no attendants, nothing to pass the time save her thoughts, and those were unbearable. She lay down on the thin straw pallet and stared at the chamber ceiling. Her eyes were dry. The wounds inflicted by Henry's words had gone too deep for tears. She pressed her hands to her stomach, where there was a vile pain, as if everything had been ripped out of her, creating a hollow cavern surrounded by a brittle shell. Later in the day, a surly attendant brought her a bowl of thin onion gruel, half a loaf of stale bread, and a jug of sour wine that was almost vinegar. When she protested that it was undrinkable, he gave her a blank look and backed from the room. She was considering whether to drink the wine or pour it in the slop bucket, when the door opened again, and Henry walked in. He gazed round the chamber and sniffed the damp stone air in a disparaging way. A scribe had followed him in, bearing a lectern and his writing effects. "You will write to our sons," Henry said without preamble. "You will tell them of my displeasure at their continued defiance, and you will order them to yield immediately." Eleanor's hands were shaking, and she folded them at her waist so he would not see how cold she was, how distraught and afraid. "You think they will listen?" She almost laughed from suppressed hysteria. "They are becoming men. If you don't listen to me, Henry, why should they? You think I planned all this? That I betrayed you?" The laugh escaped, and with it all the words that had been burning inside her for days, months, and years. "You purblind fool! You betrayed yourself when you sent me down to Poitiers and then tried to make me and Richard vassals of the English crown, when you treated me and your sons as pawns on your chessboard, the same way you treat everyone. I tell you this for a certainty. You will die alone, unmourned and uncomforted. Your archbishop will be lauded, and you will be vilified." Henry clenched his fists. "Dictate the letters and be done, you virago." Eleanor gave him a look of utter loathing. She felt sick with tension and fear, but there was a dark, miserable triumph in answering back to him. "You need light and heat for your scribe to see to write and to hold the pen," she replied, "although perhaps letters like this should be composed in the cold and the dark." Henry sent for more candles and a brazier, because obviously she was right, but he bit out the commands with suppressed fury. Once the scribe was ready, Henry turned to her. "You inveigled our sons into this. Now you will put a stop to it." "I did not inveigle them," she said wearily. "You pushed them to rebel by your own deeds, and now your birds are coming home to roost. You think them too young. How old were you when you took up the fight for your inheritance? You were younger than Richard, much younger than your heir. I did not turn Harry against you, and it is not my influence that keeps them in Paris. Do you seriously think I would collude with Louis?" "I no longer know what you would do," he snapped. "But you will dictate those letters and you will put your seal to them, and you had best pray that they heed them, because I have you in my custody and at my mercy." She curled her lip.
You think that threat means anything to me? I would hope it means something to them. Then you hope in vain, sire, if you believe it will bring them to heel. But since you desire these letters, you may have them. I care not. She dictated to the scribe, warning Richard, Harry, and Geoffrey of their father's anger, and saying that it was incumbent upon her to demand they return and face him. She was honour-bound in her role as mother and queen to be a peacemaker. She hoped that her sons were sharp enough to take her meaning. The ink dried, the letter was folded, and Henry produced the seal he had taken from her confiscated strongbox and pressed it into the melted wax. Henry sent the scribe away to make another copy of the letter from the rough draft on his wax tablet. As the door closed behind him, anxiety tightened Eleanor's throat. Henry approached her with slow deliberation intended to intimidate, until he stood over her, close enough to steal her breath. Reaching out, he ran his hands down her arm. "There was a time when you were very desirable to me, my lady," he said hoarsely. "When I would as soon bed you as look at you, and when my blood burned at the very sight of you. I would imagine your sleeves trailing over my body, and I would grow hard at the very thought. It is such a shame that those days are gone." Eleanor swallowed. Her back was to the wall, and there was nowhere to run. "Yet make no mistake. I will have my way when I want it, and you will render to me the marriage debt, because that is the law between husband and wife." He rubbed his hand at her waist, then down her leg and between her thighs, pressing hard to hurt, and then he dragged her to the pallet and pulled up her skirts. Eleanor chose not to fight him. She could have raked at his face with her nails. She could have tried to bite him, but he would only take more pleasure in bending her to his will. Instead, she gave him indifference and lay passive, gazing at the rafters as he pressed her into the mattress. It was painful because she was dry, no love or lust to moisten the channel, and he was vigorous and violent. The episode was conducted in grim silence, except for his grunts of exertion and the stifled sounds she made in her throat. And then she felt him jerk and flood her with his release. "There," he said, panting, his hips still bucking. "You are still good for one thing, even though you can no longer conceive a child. But then I look at the sons you have given me and turned against me, and I think it a blessing." He withdrew from her with such force that she almost felt dragged inside out. "We will talk again," he said as he left the bed and adjusted his garments. "But for now I shall leave you to ponder the error of your ways." He thrust his face close to hers and seized her jaw. "Be thankful I have not beaten you witless or thrown you in a dungeon, but I tell you this much. You will never see Aquitaine again as long as I live. You betrayed me, and for that I shall never forgive you." After he had gone, Eleanor lay on the bed for a long time, taking shallow breaths because she knew if she drew deeper ones they would become sobs. The place between her legs was on fire, and she felt defiled by his seed, where once she had been exalted. He had committed this act, this rape, to show he was the conqueror, the all-powerful virile king, and that she was subject to his will. She vowed that if he attempted to take her again, she would have a weapon ready, even if only a hairpin to pierce his throat. One of them would not survive. She hoped her sons would understand the underlying message in the letters and not yield to their father. Yet if they did not, what did it say about the value they set upon her person? However she looked at the situation,
The future was bleak. She closed her mind. If she thought about the situation too hard, she might end up like Petronella, driven mad by the lies and perfidy of men. Chapter 44. Falaise, July 1174. One day blended into the next for Eleanor. From Chinon, Henry transferred her to Falaise, and once again incarcerated her near the top of the keep, her only access to the outside world via the clergy who came to pray with her, although the chaplains were always of Henry's choosing. She was not permitted to speak to anyone who might tell her what was happening beyond the walls. If she asked questions, she received either bland replies or no reply at all. The guards were changed every couple of days, making it impossible for her to form a rapport with any of them, and she thought that she would indeed go mad. She was not meant for the hermitage. She had been permitted needlework to pass the time, but it was penance sewing of chemises and shifts for the leprous poor, not embroidery, and all she had to work upon was plain grey linen and matching thread. It was worse than dwelling in a nunnery, for even nuns had recourse to a cloister, and all she had were 4 bare walls and a narrow window that showed her nothing but a thin sliver of sky. Henry had not visited her again, and she thanked God for that mercy, but she was constantly worried that he would. She had nightmares where the door burst open and he stood on the threshold, ready to batter her to a pulp. She had other dreams where her sons defeated their father and came to set her free. But as the days passed and the seasons turned, they faded and became as dull as the linen over which she toiled in the pale light from her window. Day in, day out, pecking at the stitches, creating garments for people whose lives she would never know. Her hands grew rough for lack of unguents, and the clothes she wore were the same as the kind she was stitching. Her world was a grey chamber, stitching grey linen and looking to a future where she faded into the walls and became nothing. Lacking a scribe and the wherewithal to send messages, she wrote letters in her mind to her children as she worked, some of them filled with grief and outpourings of love, some dark pools filled with anger at the events that had led her to this. And then she was disgusted with herself for such thoughts. Worse than all the fighting and arguments was being deprived of company and conversation, of being forgotten and consigned to this sackcloth existence. This chamber might as well be an oubliette. She had taken to pacing up and down between stints of needlework to keep up her strength, but the act reminded her of Henry's pacing and filled her with hate as she walked from wall to wall to wall, muttering to herself. One morning, hearing footsteps outside and the murmur of voices, Eleanor rose to her feet and faced the door, needle at the ready. When it opened, she could only stare at Isabel, her arm around Joanna and John, one on each side. Tears scalded her eyes and overflowed. Joanna ran to her with a cry of, "Mamma!" and flung her arms around Eleanor's waist, pressing her face into the hollow beneath her heart. John, more reserved, joined his sister, but waited for Eleanor to put out her arm and draw him in. She felt their hair under her hands, their soft skin, their supple bodies. Dear God, dear God. "Oh, I have missed you," her voice cracked. "So much." "Papa said you had to be taught a lesson," John said, giving her a narrow look. "He said he was going to put you so far up a tower you would never come down for what you had done, and that's what happens to traitors." Isabel made a sound in her throat and started forward, hand outstretched. His words struck Eleanor like a blow. So Henry would set her youngest children against her too, and use them to wield the club. "You must not believe everything your father tells you," she said, unable to keep the anger out of her voice. "It is not always the truth. Whatever happens, I love you, and that love is without boundaries." She forced a smile through her tears and touched each of their noses to emphasize what she was saying. "But it is true. You are in a tower." John looked round, taking everything in, the bare, crude simplicity. "But not forever," she said, "and I am not a traitor. Go and sit by the hearth while I greet your aunt." The children did so, hand in hand, solemn as small adults. Eleanor turned to Isabel and embraced her, although it was more as if she were drowning and clutching the side of a small boat amid the waves. "He has consigned me to a living death." Eleanor wept in grief against Isabel's neck. "He might as well have put out my eyes, because he has left me blind. You are the first visitor I have had beyond a priest." Isabel returned her clasp. "I would have come to see you long before now, but Henry would not allow it. Nothing anyone could do or say will ease his bitterness. He is a changed man." "Henry has not changed." Eleanor wiped her eyes on her cuff and straightened up. "If he appears changed to you, it is only because the cloak has been stripped away and you are seeing him as he really is." She went to the children and embraced them again, unable to believe they were here in the room with her. She was overjoyed and she was grief-stricken. She wanted to be there to see them go forward into the world, but because of Henry, because of this dispute, it was denied to all of them. She had given all to her older sons and had nothing for these younger ones. Her store was bare. The knowledge of what it meant for them and for her was a bitter draught indeed. Thawing a little, John opened his mouth to show her where he had recently lost his front baby teeth. Eleanor gave a tearful laugh. "Ah, you are almost a man," she said, and wanted to weep in earnest as he preened and puffed out his small chest. A man, with all that entailed, especially in respect of his treatment of women under his father's tutelage. She had nothing for them, because all she possessed were the stark necessities, but Isabel had come armed with a Merrill's board and counters so that the children could play while she and Eleanor talked. Eleanor eyed the board and laughed harshly. "I made one of those at Chinon. I drew it in the ashes from the hearth one day after I was allowed a fire, and I played myself, right hand against left, using lumps of charcoal for counters. I pretended Henry was my opponent, and I always won. In my room, I always won, if nowhere else. Will you leave this behind when you go? There is a certain irony to planning strategies in cold ash, but this would be so much more elegant." Hearing the brittle note in her voice, she pressed her lips together. "Eleanor, don't," Isabel pleaded. She drew a deep breath and steadied herself. "So," she said, "how did you manage to win your way through all these doors to visit me? What bribes did you use?" "I didn't," Isabel gave a shrug. "I kept asking Hamlin to speak to Henry, and eventually he agreed for my sake, even though the king was reluctant. Hamlin told him he should consider the wider implications and that it might be to his advantage. Henry eventually agreed to grant me permission to come and bring John and Joanna." Isabel's complexion flushed.
He also told Hamlin that no woman was trustworthy, and he should have me watched because all women were scheming whores. That sounds like Henry. What did Hamlin say? Isabel looked away. That not all women were thus marked. A servant entered bearing a flagon, 2 goblets, buttermilk for the children, and some small pastries crusted with honey and nuts. Eleanor's mouth watered. Her nourishment had been a penance of bread, pottage, and sour wine, with the occasional piece of chewy salt beef or stockfish. These sweet delicacies that she had taken for granted before were like a treasure to her now. He would not give in just to humour Hamlin, she said, after she had devoured one of the flaky, sticky pastries, which made her feel a little sick. There has to be another reason. She gave Isabel a sharp look. Is he receiving a drubbing from my sons and needs me to mediate? Is that it? Isabel looked flustered. I was only permitted to see you on the condition I did not speak of the outside world. Oh, in God's name, I'm a prisoner, Eleanor spat. Locked up with my own company for weeks on end. My clothes are checked for messages. I see no one but the guards. I don't even know what month of the year it is anymore. The sky in that window does not tell me, and neither does the priest. Why are you here if you cannot speak? Shall we just talk about sewing and hair dye and the best way to get stains out of garments? Isabel reddened. John glanced up from the Merrill's board at the sound of his mother's raised voice, and Joanna bit her bottom lip. I promised, and it was to Hamlin, Isabel said. He trusts me, and I will not break that faith. Eyes liquid, she removed her cloak and poured wine for both of them. I suppose it is not breaking that trust to tell you there have been skirmishes and truces, and that the situation is similar to what it was when you were taken. Your sons are still fighting. So is the king. She handed Eleanor a cup. And it's July. Eleanor sipped the wine, which was strong and rich, the kind she used to drink before she was a prisoner. The wine of power and command, now no longer hers, except by the whim of a man she loathed and the kindness of her sister by marriage. Just tell me that my sons are well. Isabel gave a cautious nod. Yes, they are, all of them. And you are right, I am here for a reason other than just a social visit. Eleanor set her cup down. I knew it, she said. Henry would not be persuaded to do anything that did not serve his purpose. Tell me and let us have it out in the open. Isabel clasped her hands. Henry is going to England and taking you with him. He asked me to arrange for your things to be brought to the ship, and that I accompany you and the children. England? Eleanor raised her brows. The whole court is going, including Marguerite, Allais, and Constance of Brittany, and the Earl and Countess of Leicester. Eleanor gave a short laugh. A veritable prison ship of hostages. What happens to us when we arrive there? I have not been told. You are to have new attendants, though. Emma is to wed Davith ap Owen, Prince of North Wales, by the King's order. Eleanor stared at Isabel in dull shock. Henry could do anything he wanted, and no one could stop him. Her heart went out to Emma, who had been raised by nuns and had then dwelt in her household as a gentle companion. She was still of childbearing age, but only just. That is so cruel and unnecessary, she said. The king has disbanded your household. Isabel ploughed on, her voice unsteady. Marquisa is to go with Emma to attend her, and you are to be assigned to the care of Robert Modi, who will be responsible for all your expenses. Eleanor's heart dropped like a stone.
England was further away again from Poitiers, and there would be an island of separation between her and her sons. It would be easier for Henry. He could complete the process he had begun and shut her away out of sight and out of mind until she had neither sight nor mind remaining. But she would surely have the company of attendants once settled, even if they were Henry's creatures, and they were a project she could work upon. "I ask to be given the task of telling you this," Isabel said. "There has been enough cruelty done already. I will understand if you loathe me for it, but I had to do something to bring some decency and compassion into this terrible state of affairs." Her chin wobbled. "Of course I do not loathe you, you goose," Eleanor said with exasperation. "You are as dear to me as a flesh-and-blood sister, not just by marriage. It may be too late for decency and compassion, but I love you for trying, and do not dare weep." "I'm not." Isabel sniffed and cuffed her eyes. Eleanor set her jaw. "I will not let him win. He may shut me up in the darkest oubliette, but he will not break my will." The journey from Falaise to Barfleur took 4 days at the sedate pace of the covered wain in which Eleanor was secluded. She was able to see the rolling Norman countryside out of the back, decked in summer greenery, and feel the warm breeze touch her face. Observing fields and trees in full growth was a bittersweet shock after so many dark months with bare stone walls for company. She had become so accustomed to living within herself that the brightness of the world was almost painful to her dulled senses. Conversation was awkward, because what was there to say? The political situation was out of bounds on pain of renewed isolation. All she knew was that her sons were still fighting their father, but from the supplies in their train and the well-equipped number of soldiers, Henry did not seem to be under any kind of strain, and such talk of their escort that she happened to overhear was bullish and cheerful. Arriving in Barfleur on the 4th day was another shock to Eleanor's battered senses, for the port was heaving with people like a fishing net straining at the seams. The rumble of cartwheels, the hard thud of horse hooves, the harsh voices of Brabançons and Flemish mercenaries, the pungent, fishy miasma of a seaport town in hot weather assaulted her in a great wash of stench and sound. Henry was obviously shipping an army over to England, and men who fought for pay were more trustworthy than the vassals upon whom he dared not turn his back, lest they stuck a sword in him. "Make way! Make way!" roared Robert Modi's herald, his complexion the same hue as the boiled lobsters being served in the hostelries. "In the name of King Henry, make way!" Not make way for the Queen, Eleanor noted. Once that cry would have resounded, confirming her authority, but no longer, and the omission, more than her prison walls, more than all her endurance of solitude, made her realize how powerless she was, and how low Henry had brought her. The wain rattled to a halt in the castle bailey, and as Eleanor was descending from it, Henry rode in on a lathered stallion, bloody foam spattering the bit. He was shouting over his shoulder, issuing brisk orders to his adjutants concerning matters of embarkation. New lines creased his brow, and deep seams were carved between nose and mouth corner. He saw her as he was dismounting, and gave her a look filled with venom. She stared through him as if he did not exist, raised her chin, and refused to show him deference, even though beside her Isabel curtsied and bowed her head. Henry abruptly turned on his heel and stamped away, bellowing more orders. "It would be easier if you did not antagonize him," Isabel said softly. "I shall not yield to him again in this life, whatever it costs," Eleanor replied grimly. "Besides, It would make no difference to his treatment of me whether I curtsied or not.
"Madam, let me escort you to your chamber," said Robert Modi.
Eleanor gave him a contemptuous look. "Do I have a choice?"
"Madam, all the ladies of the household are waiting there until embarkation," he replied smoothly.
He had served the Empress as a steward, hence to outsiders it might look as if he was performing that service now, but to all intents and purposes he was her jailer. All the ladies? That was interesting. And are we free to come and go as we please?
"That would be unwise with so many soldiers in the town. It is for your own safety, madam."
"And the Countess de Warenne?" Eleanor inquired.
"That is a matter for her husband," Modi said.
"I will accompany you," Isabel said swiftly. "The Earl is busy elsewhere, and it will be simpler and safer to stay with you than to go to lodgings."
"As you wish, madam."
Modi summoned armed attendants to escort the women to a chamber on an upper floor of the keep. Entering the room, Eleanor found it already occupied by Marguerite, her sister Allée, Humbert of Maurienne's little girl, Adeliza, Constance, heiress of Brittany, and Emma, Henry's sister, a full complement of royal hostages.
"Dear Holy Mary,"
Eleanor said, thinking they were like a flock of hens, cooped up and waiting to be necked. Emma rushed to her and hugged her tightly. "Thank God! We did not know what had happened to you. I thought I would never see you again." Eleanor returned Emma's fierce embrace and laughed through threatening tears. She would not cry, because if she did, she would never stop. "I am alive for now. That is all that can be said." "I am to be wed."
"Yes, I know, my love, I know."
Emma straightened and put on a brave face. "I never thought to be, nor to a Welshman, but I have no choice, and there must be worse fates in the world."
"Yes," Eleanor said bleakly. "There must."
"Harry and Richard will come for us," Marguerite said stoutly, as she too came to curtsy, and then to kiss Eleanor. "My father will put a stop to this."
"He has not done so yet," Eleanor said.
"England is a fortress moated by sea. Who will be interested in women of France or Brittany or Aquitaine?" Her political mind was stirring and stretching. "What I want to know is why all those mercenaries are being amassed to go with us." "The Scots are threatening Carlisle and Alnwick," Emma said, "and Nottingham is in the hands of the rebels. Philip of Flanders has promised to send aid and has already embarked mercenaries of his own." "Why do we have to go?" Marguerite asked with a small flounce. "He took us from Fontfroe almost by force as it is."
"Because he dare not leave any of us in Normandy, lest an attempt be made to rescue us in his absence," Eleanor replied. "We are hostages, and he is keeping us confined and close. He won't leave us one side of the narrow sea and himself the other, especially when he is threatened."
Overnight the weather changed. Clouds rolled in, first white, but churning to dirty grey, and the hostage party left their lodging for a sea of surging green waves, white-veined and crested with spray. The crossing was going to be brisk and possibly stormy. Both John and Joanna were wide-eyed and tense. They had been infants last time they had made this journey, too young to be daunted. Eleanor eyed the sea with misgiving. She did not want to set foot on the galley because it was another step away from herself. She looked at Isabel, who had joined her as the crew secured the gangplank. 20 years ago I sailed from here with Henry to be crowned Queen of England, she said, and stared out to sea, feeling a tug in her heart like the surge of the waves. Harry was curled in my womb, and Will's hand was clasped in mine. Now my womb has ceased to quicken, my best years are past, and I return as a prisoner and hostage. Harry is squandering himself in rebellion against a father who refuses to validate him with any kind of power, and my firstborn son is naught but bones and dust in a tomb. She turns to look at Isabel. That is what it comes down to. Bones and dust. Is what lies between worth it? It is what you make of it, Isabel replied staunchly and touched her arm. It is for God to judge, not us. All we can do is our best. Let others choose as they may. I am not sure this is my best, Eleanor said, swallowing. Or if it is, then it is a poor effort, is it not? You do yourself a disservice. Eleanor grimaced. Indeed, and that disservice happened long ago, when I wrote a letter of proposal to Henry Fitz-Empress and agreed that he should become my husband. The wind strengthened as they boarded the ship, and by the time the gangplank was pulled in, the crests on the incoming tide tossed like the manes of wild horses. At least with the children on board with her, as well as Hamlin and Isabel, Eleanor knew Henry would not try to stage an accidental drowning on the crossing, although the wild weather might accomplish that anyway. She watched the golden lions rippling on the red silk banner at the prow of his galley further along the moorings, and the swirl of his cloak as he prowled the deck. He had neither been to see her nor so much as looked at her, since that stare across the courtyard, and she was both relieved and wary. She noticed the figure of a woman on board with him, blue cloak, white wimple, and felt a weary indifference. As the tide turned, the English fleet weighed anchor and cast off from their moorings. The ships cleared the harbour and entered the open sea where the swells grew bigger and stronger, heaving against the side of the ship, exploding spray over the top strake. The saturated crew toiled to adjust halyards and stays, while the steersman fought to hold her steady and keep her course true. Squalls whipped across the surface of the sea like running wolves, savaging the fleet and moving on. Lightning veined the charcoal-coloured sky with dazzling striations that left an imprint on the eyelids. The sea threshed beneath the ships, driving them forward at a hard pace, straining the sail, and the passengers huddled miserably in the deck shelter. Little Adeliza of Maurienne had never been on a ship before, and between bouts of retching she whimpered and shivered. Isabel tucked a blanket around her and held her tightly, rocking and soothing her. John, who was enjoying the drama, gave his future bride a disgusted look. Feeling as if she were about to be suffocated, Eleanor left the shelter and stood on deck, breathing deep gulps of the salty air and letting the wind batter against her. Robert Modi, who was also on deck, shouting to the steersman, saw her and, holding on to the halyards, made his way in her direction, his face taut with anxiety and anger. Before he could reach her, however, Hamlin too emerged from the deck shelter and waved him away. "Madam, it is not safe out on deck," he shouted. "You could be washed overboard. You must go back inside." "Would it be any worse than my fate when I reach England?" She faced Hamlin. "Let me have this moment. I have always thought your nature less cruel than your brother's." A powerful wave crashed against the ship, and she was flung into him and deluged in a shower of icy spray. He gripped her hard, and she felt his solid, muscular body and strong arms, and it was strange, because it was so much like being held by Henry, but very different, too. The ship steadied, and Eleanor pushed away from him to stand on her own.
"Now will you go inside the deck shelter?" he asked.
"In a moment," she said, and took his hand. "Promise me you will be good to Isabel, and do your best for John and Joanna." He raised his brows.
"Those are already given. You do not have to bind me with oaths."
"Yes, I do." She gave him a long, measuring look. "It is all I have within my power to do, and I will say this, too. For all your loyalty to Henry, Hamlin, beware. Do not let him destroy you. Henry is a storm few survive."
"I am adept at weathering him by now," Hamlin replied evenly. "The main difficulty is negotiating all the treacherous rocks offshore."
"Promise me."
"I do so swear," he said, and removed his hand from hers. "But not for your sake."
"I would not ask that. I know where your loyalties lie, my lord." Eleanor returned to the deck shelter. Hamlin was conservative, but always scrupulously fair to his own way of thinking. She supposed it was a small mercy. Isabel's chaplain was leading prayers, and the atmosphere had become less fraught. People were still retching, but their bellies were empty. Eleanor knelt, closed her eyes and bowed her head to murmur the words over the string of prayer beads clasped in her hand. Shortly after noon, the wind veered and lessened in intensity, and the fleet was able to race for the English shore like galloping horses controlled on a tight rein. Sails were tattered rags, the crews were exhausted, and the passengers buffeted and draggled, but they were alive. An hour before sunset, the clouds broke up, and evening light burnished the sea, illuminating the port of Southampton in hues of gold and bronze as the storm-battered fleet limped into harbour. Amid the cheers and embraces of her fellow passengers, Eleanor viewed their landfall with resignation. She had seen Henry's flagship ahead on their steerboard side. It had been too much to hope that her prayers had been answered and that it had foundered in the storm. Chapter 45. Southampton, July 1174. Following the previous day's wildness, the sea had calmed to a benign humour and licked the bruised and weed-strung shoreline almost tenderly under a sky of broken cloud. At Southampton's timber keep, there was no respite beyond a single night for the storm-tossed English court, as Henry prepared with his usual demonic energy to move inland. Even before dawn, the cargo from the ships was being unloaded onto the carts and sumpter horses procured in the town. Eleanor, draggled and still in the same salt-stained garments from the crossing, was escorted under guard to Henry's chamber. The room was bare, save for a bench before the hearth, everything else having been loaded into the baggage wagons. He stood before the empty fireplace, tapping his fingers against his belt, his expression impatient and his mouth a hard, thin line. How had she ever derived pleasure from his kiss? "So," she said, holding herself tall and straight despite the state of her garments, "have you brought me here so you can claim the marriage debt again?" He shot her an irritated look. "In truth, I do not want to see you at all, but I am conscious of my duty, even if you are not conscious of yours." Eleanor raised her eyebrows and said nothing. "I am sending you to Sarum, and there you will remain in Robert Mody's custody for as long as I deem necessary. You are to have no contact with our sons and daughters, except by my express permission." "How you must fear me," she said with a mocking smile, although inside she was devastated. You have done everything to take my power from me. You cannot live with it, can you? You fear your sons, too, and rightly so." He shot her a glance in which there was hatred. "You turned them against me with your conniving, but they will come back to the fold in the end. They cannot stand against me." The same old arguments, and the same old blame and delusions. The fold? They are not sheep. They are lions, and they are younger than you. Cage them as you will, their time will come. "Yours is over, madam. I am certain of that. And you always deal in certainties, Henry. You are so certain that everyone will betray you that you have made it a self-fulfilling prophecy. Send me to rot, then, but I promise I will haunt you all of your days. Banish me from sight, but I shall remain a thorn inside you." "Your threats are as empty and as powerless as you are," he retorted. "Whatever happens, it will be of my design, not yours. Yes, you will trouble me, but no more than a louse bite does, and I hold you between my fingernails. Think on that. I could crack you at any time. And do not think your sons will side with you. They are becoming men, as you are always telling me, and once I have resolved our differences, they will cleave to me because I hold the power, not you." He showed her his clenched fist to emphasize his point. "Yes, even your beloved Richard. I shall send him into Poitiers and let him rule with me overseeing from afar. Unlike you, perching on his shoulder. Your time is finished, madam. Whatever you threaten is no more than the hissing of a cat." He adjusted his cloak. "You will retire to Sarum to rest and confer with God. Those who inquire after you shall be told that you are unwell, that you need a long rest and solitude. Those who remember your sister will know what I mean." His gaze lit upon the pearl ring she was wearing, given to her by the Empress not long after Harry's birth. "I will take this for safekeeping," he said. "I doubt my mother would want you to have it now, and as far as I am concerned, you have lost the right to wear it." Grabbing her hand, he worked the ring from her finger, and when Eleanor struggled and tried to pull back, he gripped the harder until she let out an involuntary sob. Panting, eyes bright with triumph, he cupped the jewel in his fist and left the chamber. Eleanor squeezed her eyes tightly shut, a terrible sense of desolation and despair sweeping through her, but still she did not weep. 2 of Henry's half-knights entered the room to escort her down to the courtyard, and she went with them, feeling numb. 3 baggage trains awaited, 1 Henry's, the others prepared for the women, although Henry himself intended riding ahead, and his white palfrey stood saddled and ready. Without looking at her, Henry set his foot in the stirrup, swung astride, and heeled the horse to a canter. A host of knights and sergeants followed him, including Hamlin, although Isabel remained behind with the other women and the children. Eleanor was bundled into a travelling wain, separate from the others, and Isabel turned to Robert Maudit with narrowed eyes. "I shall travel with the Queen," she said, "and so will the Lady Joanna and the Lord John." "The King is my brother by marriage, and has other business on his mind. I shall speak to him as soon as I may, but in the meantime I leave it to your compassion and good judgment, my lord." Maudit frowned, but after a moment acceded to Isabel's wishes. She ushered the children into the wain, and then clambered in herself, and settled next to Eleanor amid the cushions. "It is not seemly," she said, smoothing her gown. "How dare they do this?" Eleanor shook her head. "Henry can do anything he chooses, and always to suit himself," she said. She looked at the paler band of skin on her finger where the Empress's ring had left its mark and memory. The cart trundled away from Southampton, leaving the sea behind, and they entered open countryside, fragrant with all the rain-released scents of summer and sunlight sparkling in the puddles. A fine day to be out riding with the hawks, not one to be travelling into confinement under heavy guard. "Where is Henry bound?" "Hamlin said to Canterbury," Isabel replied, "to pray at Archbishop Thomas's tomb, and to atone for whatever part his words played in his murder." "Atone?" Eleanor gave a mocking laugh. "Is that what he says?" Isabel looked troubled. "Perhaps he is truly penitent." "About having to perform the atonement, certainly," Eleanor replied, curling her lip. "But if he is going to kneel at Becket's tomb, it is not from remorse. Fear of the consequences if he does not, certainly. He would never have knelt at his feet in life and begged forgiveness. He considers him a greater nuisance now that he is dead." "No," she said cynically. "Henry will pray at Becket's tomb and make the greatest show of remorse and piety anyone has ever seen, but just because he knows the only way to maintain control is to create a spectacle that will upstage Becket and become the talk of Christendom. It will settle the country down, and in the places it does not, then his Brabançons will wreak havoc." Isabel stared at her with shock. "Do not look at me like that," Eleanor said wearily. "I have every reason to say these things. You always see the best in people, and that helps you to live your life, but I cannot turn a blind eye to what is really under my nose. I trust you as much as I trust anyone, but whatever you do for me, and no matter how much you desire to help me, Hamlin and your children matter to you more, and Hamlin is Henry's brother. You will come to the edge with me, but you will not leap, and I do not blame you." Isabel bit her lip. "I do always see the best in people," she admitted after a moment. "I cannot do otherwise." Her eyes were liquid with tears. "I will help you all I can. I might not leap, but I will hold a rope down to you, I promise, and I shall never let go." They reached Sarum towards the end of day, their wain creaking up the hill to the white-painted castle standing on the hill. Sarum in winter with bitter winds driving across the downs and sleet hammering on every shutter was a wild, desolate place, grey, cold and dark as despair. Even today, in fine weather, a hard breeze was blowing over the ancient raised mound and snapping the banners on the tower walls. For how long, she wondered, would Henry incarcerate her here? Until she died of cold and neglect, until she became a faded voice swirling in the wind. Eleanor stepped from the wain and looked at the sky. Storm clouds were massing again, and yet there was a silver brightness behind them and swords of radiance shafting out to dazzle the palace buildings and the cathedral enclave beyond. The darkest prisons were those of the mind. She could either fall into a well of black despair or hold on to the light and keep hope alive. If she could find freedom within herself, then Henry would be unable to touch her, and even in losing everything, she would still have won. Her greatest challenge was about to begin. This has been an Hachette audio presentation of The Winter Crown by Elizabeth Chadwick, read by Katie Scarf. Produced and directed by Isis Audiobooks. Copyright Elizabeth Chadwick, 2014. Production copyright Soundings, 2014.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this programme.